Wow, oder? Wonderful. Thanks a lot. No Exodus band. Hello, my friends. Hello. Second day of our Africa Impact Days. Mostly welcome. And we had a great memory last night. And we remember on Wangari Maathai. What's a role model? What's a life story? What's an impact? And what's a guideline for all of us to see what a single person can achieve. Today, welcome also here, everybody in the room, in the small studio. Today, we will learn a lot about one superculture. One of the business symphony, what we talk about, of course, and the business symphony is the social business model. And the social business model in these 2 days is on the focus for the Africa Impact Days. So what we can achieve with the social business model. That's the question, how we can inspire, how we can teach it, how we can learn, and how we can learn from each other. And one particular element in our economic system is a superculture, what we call coffee. Coffee is brought through the society through Ethiopia. Coffee is an enormous power because, why we call it superculture? Because from the picking, from the seeding, from the processing to the enjoyment of coffee, we can include every single person. And what we learned here also in the last days, and we can be one work market, one place to be for all the people. Doesn't matter you are special, you are handicapped or not handicapped, coffee can bring us all in. I hope you had already a coffee. If you're not a coffee drinker, enjoy your tea. So now I go and ask Elizabeth, can you hear me? Elizabeth? Hello, Nairobi. Oh, I can see you. but not hear you at the moment. Can you hear us? Doesn't look like. So,
yes.
hello.
I think finally I can hear you.
Finally you can hear. Did you hear the music? Could you hear the music from here?
No, unfortunately not.
You missed something. But Elizabeth, we have two special guests today in the morning. May, as a master of ceremony, you introduce our first two guests.
It's my honor, Hans. We are joined this morning by Wanjira Maathai. Wanjira is the Vice President and Regional Director for Africa at World Resources Institute. She is also the current chair of the Wangari Maathai Foundation and the former chair of the Greenbelt movement in Kenya. She has over 20 years' experience advocating for social and environmental change on both local and international platforms. And yes, she is the daughter of Wangari Maathai. We're also joined by a young lady, Elizabeth Wathuti, who is an environmentalist and climate activist from Kenya. She is the head of campaigns and coordinator of the Daima Coalition for Protection of Urban Green Spaces, which is a project of the Wangari Maathai Foundation. She is also the founder of the Green Generation Initiative, which nurtures young people to love nature and be environmentally conscious. It's such a pleasure to have both of you with us, ladies.
Wonderful.
Lovely to be with you.
Hello, good morning. So I hope you had a good morning start. Super nice to meet you. I start with you, Wanjira. We yesterday had great memories on your mother. We looked to the video, what we did together, and the performance in Paris exactly 10 years ago. And tell us a little bit from your perspective how you see the legacy of your mother.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having us on this program. I am honored to join you, and I heard that yesterday you watched a little bit of her speaking 10 years ago. That's quite remarkable. You know, her legacy is broad, and I like to think about it as each of us have a piece of it, and each of us carry a piece of it. Her legacy to the environment is well established through the work of the Greenbelt movement and the work that she did to help make a connection between the environment, democracy, and peace, and to show that actually without environment at the center, the environment at the center of everything we do, that the rest of it just doesn't work. And that was so progressive because at that time, many people questioned whether the environment really had anything to do with peace. And even as she won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2004, it wasn't that obvious. I'm struck at how much foresight she had, because today nobody asks that question. Today, not only is the environment such a central part in everything, given what we are learning from the COVID pandemic, we also know that the climate change discussion has shifted from being a purely environmental one to one about economic development and dignity and justice. And all of that is something that the Greenbelt movement, in its current form as well, continues to push, that you cannot have any sort of peace, any sustaining democracy, and in fact, no society has survived or thrived when they destroy their environment. I think that's a very powerful legacy on the environment and the message of the environment. I think her other legacy is her absolute belief in young people and youth. And that is the reason we started the Wangari Maathai Foundation and the reason brilliant young people like Liz are leading us in that movement, because it is absolutely shocking to me often when I understand and hear that the average age of Africans today is 19 years old. 19 years old. That puts most of us outside the average on the African continent. And in many countries like Kenya, 70% of Kenyans are under the age of 35. We would be utterly crazy not to put young people at the center of everything we do. And if whatever you're doing, and this is about entrepreneurs, I would be shocked to find out that the majority of them were not young people. The sort of innovation, the opportunity that they represent was something she believed in. And I think part of the tragedy of our time is that we are not giving young people enough space to do what they need to do. And then there's a final legacy, I think, that is her legacy, higher education. She really believed that it was extremely important that at the fundamental level that we educate people to love nature. The work that Liz is doing through Green Generation, the work that the foundation does with young people around the country, that we have to get young people believing very early on that the environment is central to their lives, and that if they believe it, they will actually love it and they will protect it. And so I think that is part of the legacy that she left, that education is a very central part of how we create caring human beings for the future.
Wonderful. And it's the young people is in focus of our program with Professor Yunus now for the next 3 years, and we really hope we can travel once together with Professor Yunus and visit you and visit your home. We always say in the Grameen family, the Green Belt movement, you and your family and your mother was a sister. There was a very deep connection between Lamia and between Yunus and between you, so it was always close. I meet you once, maybe you don't know it, but let us talk a little bit about your story now, what you're doing today. I meet you in Montreal. I was on the C2 conference, and I listened to the voice, and I was thinking, oh, they show a movie of Wangari Maathai. And then I went in the room, and I saw you on stage, and it was the equal voice. So what are you doing today? What's your mission, your personal mission now? Share it a little bit with us.
That's great. I remember the C2 conference. What a fun conference that was. Today I'm continuing a lot on similar platforms as promoting environment, development, and the centrality of young people in that process. I'm obsessed, if I must say, dignity of small-scale farmers. I think part of the agenda that we as Africans and those who care about Africa must have is to end poverty in its totality. And that's not going to happen if we don't empower young people in the African continent, women who are the largest number of small-scale farmers, to begin to bet from food value chains, forest value chains, all sorts of entrepreneurship opportunity. This is at the heart of what you're talking about, but it really is at the heart of the sort of structural transformation we want to see happen in Africa. So I am committed to working on the transformation and to catalyze the transformation of the African continent, particularly through the organization that I lead now at the World Resources Institute. Look at the intersection of development and look at issues that are catalytic. How do we work with governments and city leaders to begin to influence and inspire how they think about the cities of the future, how they think about the economies of the future, and certainly for Africa, how we can unlock opportunities so that people can begin to benefit from the bounty that is in the African continent and on the continent for Africans in particular. So that's what I'm working on. And a lot of it has great intersections with the work that my mother did. I had the privilege of working with her for 10 years daily. And it was a privilege of my life. And it really, in many ways, inspired the person I've become, because underneath all of that, I got to understand the passion that drove her. And it was so pure about the dignity of Africans everywhere. And that, to me, is a critical mission that we must all share.
Wonderful. I really look forward to have a personal exchange with you, because small farming, we talk a lot about permaculture at the moment. We see, I tell if every seventh person would be a farmer in a forest and take care about the diversity in the forest, then we would turn around all our climate problem. And let's go for everyone. We never watched for the small farmer. We never asked them. In Bangladesh, Professor Yunus, we have 80,000 villages. There are living by nearly 1,000 people per square kilometer. So they learned a lot how to farming in a very small size, very impactful, and have a biodiversity on the maximum. Manjeri, if you would have one wish from your side by 2024, in the next 3 years, and in an ideal world, what the world could do for you to say, oh, in 2024, I would really like to see this scenario?
A couple of them, if I may. I would love to see us protect forests, certainly in the African continent, that's where I work, but across the world, that our critical forests will receive permanent protection, never to be disturbed by, especially by extraction. And I'm talking about conservation areas. We know there are production forests. We know that the forestry value chain is central to many economies. I'm talking about forests for conservation that we would dedicate and protect for prosperity, because we know what that means. The second thing is really connected with what I just said. I would love to see us work on a system that allows the smallholder farmers of this world, who are largely men and young people, benefit fully from the food value chain, that we would have trade working fairly for everybody, that we would have production happening in a way that is rich, healthy, but also in a way that produces enough for people to sustain themselves and to engage in trade. So those would be my two wishes. Can I have them tomorrow?
Absolutely, and we will work with you on this. And it's a beautiful wishes. All right. Let's see the last question before we join to your colleague. Manjari, did you ever meet Professor Yunus? And do you know the idea about social business? And do you see a field where people are interested in social business around you?
I met Professor Yunus, and he is absolutely, he's a prophet of his time. He was believing in the bankability of the very people that I'm talking about, believing in the dignity of those at the very bottom of the pyramid, and making sure that we could unleash the potential for them to benefit. I absolutely believe in that model. And today he continues every year to get to be truer and truer, because that is his words and his vision are continuing to thrive, and they're needed more than ever today. We know that to transform societies, we've got to ensure that those who are most excluded, and those are young people and women, and those who are economically mostly disadvantaged. If you do not have that, you cannot participate fairly in the systems, especially as we try and make them fairer, greener, cleaner, that we have to make sure that we are inclusive. And so Professor Yunus is definitely one of my all-time heroes.
Thank you. As well as your mother, I always say, I do love Kofi Annan, and of course I had the great pleasure to meet Nelson Mandela. But we should all work. Then the great woman, the example of Wangari Maathai, keeps in our memory as equally as like Kofi Annan, because we all have to have an equal dignity in our memory as well. That's what we fight as well for. Thanks a lot, and it was great. So let's see if you brought Elizabeth Watuti with you, and she is in the Greenbelt movement. Elizabeth, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
And we can see you. Oh, you have a beautiful forest as a background. That seems it's a Europe forest, or is it an African forest?
Looks like an African.
Yes. Super cool. So can you share with us a little bit what are the activities of the Wangari Maathai Foundation? What are the Green Belt movement at the moment? We are keen to listen to you.
Thank you so much. And it would be great to highlight that I'm one of the young people who are greatly inspired by Professor Wangari Maathai. And for me, I have grown up in like the most forested region, which you all know is also her birthplace, Nyeri County. And the fact that at a time when she was the member of parliament in my home region is also the same time when I got a chance to plant my first tree when I was 7, then it shows that her legacy still continues to live on, and also everything that she fought for today, my generation is able to enjoy each and every day. And the foundation right now is dedicated to championing her legacy and also to develop courageous and responsible leadership among young people like me and many others out there. And I think it's been really great also being able to work for the foundation and to make sure that Professor Wangari Maathai's character traits are being instilled into young people. And of course, these are traits like courage, integrity. She had the service to others. She was committed to excellence. She had gratitude, compassion. And all of these things are what drives so many young people out there to be able to stand up for the right things and to be able to stand up for what they believe in, even in times when they are standing on their own. And I think as the foundation right now, it's really been critical to make sure that these traits that Professor Wangari Maathai really had continue to be instilled into the next generation, because she fought for so many natural resources, for example, here in my country. And I'd like to give an example of one of the programs that really also links the Green Belt movement to the foundation, which is Daima, which is a coalition of civic actors who have come together to fight for the protection of green spaces, and to be more specific, the urban green spaces. And every time I visit a place like Karura Forest, a place like Uhuru Park, I always feel the joy that comes with believing that somebody fought for this space. And so the best thing that my generation can do, and everyone else who is enjoying this space right now, is to make sure that we are responsible enough and also get to fight for these same spaces and hand them over to the next generation in a better state. So this coalition also continues to inspire many young people to stand up for their green spaces, because when you talk about fighting the climate crisis, we cannot do this without having green, clean, and resilient cities. And that is why, for me, this program at the foundation is really, really important. And the fact that it has brought together over 20 civic actors, over 20 organizations, all of these people are diverse and really keen to make sure that we are protecting nature, that we are not just putting development at the expense of nature, development at the expense of our green spaces. And I think the most really highlight that happened when this engagement started was to protect Uhuru Park, because at some point there was this expressway, the Nairobi Expressway, that was supposed to be constructed and would hive off parts of Uhuru Park. And so the foundation brought together different civic actors and organizations to make sure that they're standing up for this space and saying, we cannot sacrifice Uhuru Park. And we know that Professor Wangari Maathai really fought so hard for this space. She was with so many other women, so many other citizens, and they had for many years continue to fight for this particular space. So why is it that right now we will sacrifice this space for development, and yet we enjoy it every day for recreation, for the air that we breathe every day in this city? So we had like over 3,000 people showing up to Uhuru Park, occupying the space and saying, we need green spaces for our survival. We need these spaces for the sake of the next generations. And so such projects show you that indeed Professor Wangari Maathai's legacy reigns on. And I remember we had T-shirts that were written, I am Wangari Maathai, which is in a way really portraying a message to the people out there that we need to respect what people like her fought for, and we need to make sure that her legacy continues to live on among young people. And we cannot really, we cannot ignore the fact that she really worked so hard, tirelessly. She sacrificed a lot of her things to really make sure that she fought for these spaces. And to me, this is what continues to inspire every move that I make, every time I'm out there fighting for nature, protecting nature, because I know that I am not doing this for myself. And I remember, Wanjera, one time you mentioned that you asked your mother, why was she doing the things that she was doing? Why was she fighting for Uhuru Park? And yet she did not have any title deed or anything to show that it was her land. And she told you that she was doing this not because of her own things, but she was doing this because of the next generations. And she was doing this because it was the right thing to do. And for me, these words still continue to really inspire me every other day. And another thing that also still continues to inspire and shape the programs of the foundation is the fact that Professor Wangari Maathai, she always espoused on the power of one person, that indeed each and every person all around the world can make a difference. Each and every person around the world can do something to be able to protect this planet for the next generations. But collectively, we are a force, and that is why she had all of these people behind her, and which also tells the story as to why her legacy needs to keep going on, and also her story needs to keep being told to many other people, because every time you show her video to people, every time we tell stories of how she inspired us, another person gets inspired to continue living on in the same legacy, to continue living on under the same character traits. And I think for me, this is really what continues to inspire me and my generation and so many other young people who are still inspired by Prof every other day.
Wow. Wonderful. And thanks a lot what you do for all this. And yes, it's all your energy, all your power. And we know we have to be very thankful to you and to the next generation, because if you lose your fight, we lose our life. And seeing in Kenya the situation at the moment, seeing in your home, I see a super speculative power of the Chinese. I see a big fight between the European interest and the American interest and the China's interest, and at the end the Indian takes all the land. So what you can do to be independent, to have your own power, to have your own stuff, what we can do. So you are really a shaper, a creator. So what we can do, then the young generation Africa can be in lead about the future of Africa.
So I do believe that young people are already definitely stepping up right now to shape the kind of future that they want to see. We have been speaking up every day, and even when it comes to the climate crisis conversation, the conversation has been that we want to see action happening right now. We don't want to be promised of things that will happen in 2050 or 2030. And that is why every young person right now has a kind of a vision that they envision for the kind of world that we want to see. And the best thing that right now that everyone can do to support every young person is not just to hear us, but to listen to us and to make sure that everything that young people are bringing on the table is actually being acted upon. Because I would give a good example of a recent fight that we had. I know a lot of people for Valentine's Day will send gifts to loved ones, you will send flowers, and you will show love to your loved ones. And I remember earlier on this year, and this is through the Daima campaign that I've mentioned to you, as young people from Daima, we came together and decided, well, we have realized that a lot of trees are going to go down to pave way for development in Nairobi City. And this is a city, of course, that also has some challenges on air quality. There's so much traffic, and all of these things are still choking people. So why is it that these trees will go down, and yet they are the air filters, they are the trees that give us shade every day that when we need to walk to a place in town. I don't need to take public transport, or I don't need to use a private means to walk through the city. These trees give us the shade. And so we decided for Valentine's Day, we will go there and hang love hearts to each and every tree that has been marked to be felled down to pave way for this construction. It was so exciting. I said I fall in love every time I am doing anything that connects me to nature. This is a gift to Mother Nature, showing love to nature, and also showing our leaders what it means to also act responsibly, because these trees need to continue providing us with all the benefits that they provide us for. So we went and we hung all of these love hearts to the trees to pass a message that these trees cannot go down. These trees need to continue helping us in the many ways that they help us each and every day. And it was exciting on 14th of February. And then after like 2 weeks, we get all these photos and calls from friends that your trees have been felled down. That means that nobody listened to us. We marched out, we did all these things that we did to pass a message, but at the end of the day, actions in a way still went down to the drain. So these are some of the things that really continue to affect each and every young person who is fighting today. The fact that we have our own individual responsibility and contribution that we make every other day. We give our voices, but then what we want to expect in return is to see action, is to see these things that we are saying and speaking up every day being taken into account and counting into the decisions that the governments are making today and to the decisions that everyone is making every other day. So really, such an example is something to show you that young people are not just waiting to see things happen. We are moving, and we are moving every other day. And we want to see the same energy from all around the world of people really stepping up to do everything that it takes. Because at the end of the day, it's about individual responsibility and also about this change in the systems. And we are not separating any of these two things. We are saying that, yes, we can do the little bit that we can as young people, but there are also people that have the huge capacity to make the big decisions and to even make more wider steps and impacts. So if all of these things come together, then that's the best gift we're going to be giving to the next generations. And I think also in that same spirit of Wangari Maathai, of courageous leadership, we are not giving up, we are stepping up, and we want to see and live in a livable world and a safe future, a world where we don't want to be in a planet that is messed up, or a planet where we cannot be able to achieve and do our day-to-day activities. And I think that's the best thing that really keeps also inspiring every day. And perhaps you might ask then, with all of these challenges, all the things that we see happening that we don't want to see, what then keeps us moving every day is the fact that we are not ready to sacrifice our future, or, we're not ready to live in a planet that is not livable, is not sustainable for us. So we have to keep fighting anyway, even when it's challenging, even when these challenges continue to happen every other day. And that's, I think, for me, is the most important thing.
Wow. Oh, Elizabeth, you give us hope for the next generation, this energy, and I think you're hopefully thousands and hundreds of thousands of young women and young men in Africa who fight with you, go with it. And believe me, the Yunus family, who is now fully focused for the next years in East Africa. Whatever we can do together, let's do it together. So did you ever meet Professor Yunus, or what you think about the idea of social business and how we can start maybe together a social business? We ask us always how we can make out of a problem a business model. So did you ever meet him, Professor Yunus, and what are the idea for you behind social business?
I have not had a chance to meet Professor Yunus.
So we have to follow it up. Let's go. At least we arrange a meeting in the future with you, but keep on going.
Absolutely, that would be great. So when it comes to the idea of social business, I think for me, what I would like to highlight is that for as long as it's putting people and our planet above profits, then that's the ideal social business for me. And I think this is where our energies and all our ideas should begin to move into that direction today. For as long as it's benefiting the people and our planet and not putting profits above everything else, then that for me is the ideal one. And I think also making sure that we are having nature at heart. There are so many nature-based solutions right now that still continue to impact people positively. They still continue to improve the well-being and economic perspectives of people, but at the end of the day, it continues to address the most pressing challenges of our time today. And I think for me, if we look towards that direction, then we can definitely create the ideal social business where we are looking at our planet, our people, and never ever leaving nature behind, making sure that whatever is happening, people and our planet get to thrive at the same time.
Wow. On the 28th of June, we start the Social Business Day for a couple of days up to the 2nd of July. Join us. We have great teams on the ground. We have some financial resources. We can work together. We should work together. Your work is our benefit. Thanks a lot to you, Elizabeth. Thanks a lot to Vanjari. Thanks a lot to everybody who is in part of your organization. Wish you a wonderful day. It was a super inspiration and gives us an enormous hope for the future. Thanks a lot. That's quite impressive. And we have, the sun is shining. You have a small sun for me, Maria. When I saw the first time the little sun, I don't know how many people saw it so far. I was really impressed. It was designed by Dignity to give people, I always say young girls, the energy. When I went the first time to Ethiopia, and I went there and I saw, oh, the morning, the sunrise is around 7:30, the sunset is around 7 o'clock. So many of the children in Ethiopia went to school in dark, and then some of them I saw to wear a little sun, and that protects them. And now I have the good friend Felix Hallwachs with us, who leads the Little Sun nearly 10 years. Felix, can you hear us?
I can hear you, absolutely, and I can touch suns with you.
Yeah. Elizabeth, did you ever had a little sun in your hand so far?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, we make everything happens. Now you have Felix with you, and Felix and you, I will connect you directly afterwards. Let's see how we can have the sunshine in your hand, because you have the sunshine in your eyes, and I think the Little Sun is a beautiful project. Felix, super thanks and you're here. Tell us a little bit about how the story starts, and tell it a little bit where it's come from and what are the target behind the Little Sun.
Absolutely. So first of all, many, many thanks for having me, and actually having myself here from Little Sun and my colleague Muyunda, who is in Zambia, so not technically East Africa, but we thought it would be interesting to bring our voice from two places. I'm sitting in the home office in Berlin, in Germany, and I've worked with Little Sun, this is our eponymous small solar-powered lamp, since 2011 when we started the project. It came out of an artist studio and an engineer in Berlin, Germany, and in Denmark. And the original intention was to harness the power of the sun, seeing that solar panels had become affordable enough, LEDs and batteries had become affordable and strong enough to actually utilize with a 0.5 watt solar panel, so very, very little small solar panel, utilize the energy of the sun for one evening of sunlight, right? This idea you can pull the sun down from the sky and you can be resourceful and powerful. And, you know, a child in a household can be the household's power station. Essentially, this idea of touching the sun, of holding that energy, of harnessing it, of being connected to the biggest power that we have around the world, was something that interested us. And because we come from an art practice that is very much about taking thinking to doing, we actually set out to produce these first lamps. The artist behind the project is called Olafur Eliasson. If you want to know more, feel free to reach out to Hans or to me about him. Very interesting artworks, a lot of work around perception, around how we see our surroundings, and how we are agents that also shape these surroundings. And when we looked in 2012 at the question of how these lamps could reach people, we stumbled quite quickly across the idea of social business. And Hans was at the time kind enough to invite me to a social business summit in Vienna. That must have been in 2012 or 2013. And I was lucky to meet Professor Yunus there. And you know, we realized that we have an interesting type of social business. We're a mix of a social business and a nonprofit. We are as much about telling stories and connecting the world globally around an idea of solar energy as we are about delivering actual energy on the ground. We work largely with a focus on 3 countries in Africa for our on-the-ground energy delivery, and that is Ethiopia, the place where we began this project, where the Little Sun original was also designed. We work in Zambia, where Muyunda is the CEO of our pay-as-you-go solar business. We work in Senegal, and we still have a number of great friends in other countries. For example, we're just completing a project in Tanzania with school children in a Maasai region and a Maasai community. And what we've learned since is that the sun really, really has the power to power our world. We're running a campaign. You can see it online on littlesun.org/reachforthesun. And that's really about this global notion that we, as all humans on this planet, could power all our energy needs with renewable energy by 2030. And that is so important. And, you know, when we talk about energy and emissions, of course, we're talking largely about Europe, the US, China, the bigger emitters. And what we see in sub-Saharan Africa is we see a huge opportunity. We see this opportunity of leapfrogging across a lot of hurtful and harmful technologies and right into renewable energy. We see the prospect of renewable energy. We see the opportunity it brings for decentralized access to power. We see the social business opportunity, but we're also very realistic. We also see all the challenges of delivery, the financial challenges, the business models, the need to import solar panels, batteries. I would, Hans, I don't actually, sorry, because I'm just jumping in and I'm so excited to be here. I'm going to talk forever. I would love to briefly hand to Mayunda or Hans, how do we shape the conversation so you actually get
wonderful. We want to listen to you. We want to learn to you. Let me just say one thing to this. This little son is equally old like our friendship, 8 years, and it still works. So we have to see what you did in the beginning. You put the highest quality into the little son. It works for years and for years. You have the best attitude from the technology in this hand. It was very important for you and Olafur and to Frederick to have it. Before we pass over to your friend or give over to your friend, give us a clue what you are the next step of Little Sun. We listened yesterday a lot about microgrid in Africa. We listened a lot about, now we call the solar panels now doubtless the future for all of us. We see what we can do. So what are the next steps for Little Sun?
I think we have three larger next steps for Little Sun. One step is, there are still over 20 million school kids just in Ethiopia alone who lack access to energy and who could really benefit from such a simple, basic first step tool. We do fundraising, we work with ministries of education, we do anything we can to gather money and to bring lamps to children as almost a school supply. The other thing that we do is a global campaigns element for solar energy. That is the Reach for the Sun campaign. If you follow our website also, we will be launching a few creative films that fantastic filmmakers from across the world made for us around how renewable energy feels. So we want to emotionally engage the whole world. And the third, and this is pointing to what you were asking more so, maybe Mayunda can elaborate, is we're looking at what other uses for solar energy are there that go far beyond this small tool. And Mayunda, I will pass it to you for the productive use.
Thank you very much.
Hello. We can hear you. Nice to have you with us. So let us know where you are at the moment.
I am in Lusaka. I'm very much in southern Africa. I'm in a city called Lusaka, and I'm reaching you from my house, from home. And that is because we have a very bad development regarding COVID. Our cases of COVID are really, really escalating. As a country, we are hitting, on average, 3,000 new cases every day. So, everybody's now working from home very full time. It's great to be here. Maybe let me quickly share with you, I'm sure we don't have that much time, what we are doing on the ground. So we've been on the ground the last a little over 2 years now, distributing these solar lamps. We're doing a little bit more. And the perspective that we are working with is that the rural community that we are targeting has electrification to the extent of less than 10%. So as a country, less than 10% of our rural population has access to energy in one form or in the form of the grid connection. So they have energy in other forms that have the kind of impact on the environment that Liz was talking about that is quite undesirable. They are either chopping down trees, using fossil fuels and kerosene and so on. So we are distributing these lamps across there. And so far, we've reached out to a little under 4,000 families in a little town called Mumbwa, which is about 150 kilometers away from where I am now. And it was absolutely fulfilling for me to visit this particular location. I was there a week and a half ago. I spent nearly a week. So I went deep into the villages. And trust me, I saw the real impact that this little sun is making in those communities. I was able to go deeper away from the urban grid. And, I think the work that needs to be done there is quite immense. We can really reach out to a lot of people and make an impact and actually better their lives. Now, in terms of the next steps that Felix was talking about, we are looking at getting into productive use. So that's where we harness the little sun or the sun energy. We're able to store it and then use it for productive activities like irrigation in our rural communities, for them to support sustainable livelihoods. We're able to harness and store this energy and be able to support their small-scale businesses. I was able to interact with some of the small businesses that we are supporting there with our storage facilities, energy storage facilities. There's a gentleman who's running a barber shop, and he's able to generate income to the extent of what would be maybe about $40, $50 in a month. No, that's more. About $90 actually, about $90 in a month. The guy is doing that from the energy that we provide. We're also looking at expanding this into the area of food preservation. This is largely post-harvest food preservation. The statistics are there for all to see that nearly 50% of agro-produce in Africa goes to waste, largely because we don't have post-harvest food preservation solutions in place. So that's the area that we are actively exploring. And presently, I've got an active conversation going with the dairy producers, the small-scale milk producers in the rural areas. And we are looking to putting together a cooling solution for them so that they may have sustainable income from that when they do produce their milk. It is stored, the quality is retained for a few days before the milk processors pick it up. And we are in a situation as a country where we have a deficit in terms of milk production. And in any case, milk produced in the country largely comes from the small-scale farmers. One thing that we are riding on very well is the penetration of mobile technology that is helping us reach out, because very likely where there's no grid connection for energy, there is mobile telephone connectivity. It's available because it's 2G network, 3G network in fact, and they are able to have access to the mobile phone. So we are really using the mobile phone technology to access our customers, to make sure we are collecting their contributions that they make on a regular basis, and just to monitor activity of our products on the ground. Yeah, and so that's one big plus on mobile technology. And we are also quite happy that our efforts are contributing in a very big way to providing lighting for education. And I think in our business, we really directly touch on two SDGs. One is I think it's number 4 that touches on access to energy for all, and number 7 that touches on access to education. So in a big way, we are quite aligned to contributing to improving the livelihoods of particularly those in our catchment area in the rural communities. Yeah, so need I say more? I've got quite a bit I could go on.
No, wonderful. First of all, we want to introduce you to the social business community. Felix and you, thanks a lot to be in the social business field. Of course, we hope very much what we fight last year to make the vaccine as a common good. We wish you all the best for the COVID-19 pandemic. We really hope our governments and our movements will listen to it, so we have an equal dignity to the vaccine, so we can stop this terrible pandemic, but we don't give up to put the idea of social business into this field. Then it's not a speculative power, it's a caring power. Felix and all your friends from the Little Sun, we wish you all the best for your community. Let's go for every single sun. Thanks a lot, and we see us soon on the next social business chapter. Thank you.
Thanks for having us, Hans. Thank you.
Elizabeth, Let's the sunshine. So we go for the next step. We go here now and have an intervention. I would like to introduce to you a little bit about coffee. You are a coffee drinker? You enjoy coffee, or you are a non-coffee drinker?
This is my favorite beverage. When I go to heaven.
Okay, so the favorite of favorite. That's something what we can share now. Coffee becomes also my best friend by destiny, but I prepared some pictures for you, what coffee means to us in the social business movement, what it means to me. Once the mystic told the first coffee in Kaffa, and the first seeds was taken by 7 Indian sadhus and put it to the Malabar coast. We are now very enjoyable to grow the seeds of Africa in the Malabar coast. Let's have a small video what we do with coffee and how we enjoy it. Let's see the movie, please. Yes, wonderful. Let's welcome on stage the coffee doctor, Julian.
Thank you.
So, the pictures what we should just share, Elizabeth, was out of my mobile phone. As we told, there was 3 sadhus who take 7 seeds of the coffee of Kaffa a couple of 100 years ago and brought it to the pepperland in India. My best friend, Harry, bought a huge land to make a permaculture in coffee, and now we brought it to Africa back. Right. And we always had the feeling, oh, we took it from Africa and we bring it back. Perfect Day is a super social business since over 14 years on the market. Why you are so much in coffee? You know, you're the man who I meet and say, oh, he's a coffee nerd, the coffee doctor. So what's the passion in coffee behind you?
So coffee, I think, is so powerful. It's connected through so many people, and that's what I really love. I love to be there with the people, with the farmers, with all the people who are involved into that massive chain of coffee, you know, from bean to cup. So this is what fascinates me, and it's never getting boring because it's always, it's so complex and it's always challenging, and that's really what drives me.
Yeah. In the coffee business, it's a huge business.
It's a huge business.
Globally, it's the second most traded good after oil.
Exactly.
Many people doesn't know it. The coffee is a super speculative power, sadly, as well. How much was the coffee price a year ago, and how much is the coffee price today?
So a year ago, we dipped under the $1 mark.
$1?
$1 per pound. So that's and now we are at $1.52 at the moment. So that's like a massive increase. But that's also a very, it's a gamble. It's always a prediction in the future. So that shows us that mainly Brazil will have a low harvest for the upcoming harvest.
That's just speculative
That's
power.
just a speculation.
Most of the coffee in the speculative power is created by mega farms, but still the global production is 80% by small farmers. Huh?
Exactly.
Very small farmers where the Green Belt movement could do a lot, where we can do a lot in Africa. We have a chart what you prepared about the coffee chain, what we do in Perfect Day. Can we have the financial chart from the social business model? Yeah, I see it here. I see it not on the big screen. Yeah, here.
Oh, yeah.
If we go, Harry is my best friend. So we give Harry €8.
€8.
That's what Harry needs.
€8. €8 farm gate price. So that's like just really the price what the farmer gets. And that's, compared to $1.50 per pound on the stock market is a massive difference.
With this €8, Harry can do for every single pickers a new sari every year. He can, for the 6 weeks of picking, he can do a lot. He can go in education. We also buy the coffee for €8 from the school. What we see, we teach 50 children together with a Cambridge exam. So with €8, you can make a magic on the ground.
Absolutely.
How much is the real price? Just to remember, it's around $3 at the moment for 1 kg.
So $3.35 is like would be per kg.
Okay, $3.35. So if you go for the €8, though the rest of this pink purple power is for speculative power if we not trade it in the right way. What we also see is in Germany we still have €2.19 for tax. I don't know why. It could be for the small farmer. No idea why we need this €2.90 per kg.
It's a leftover, basically.
It's a leftover of 150 years. We could really give it in the people on the ground in Africa for every kg. As well, we see small roasting cost is $1.95. We have the to order it 30 cents. We have the importer is around 60 cents, and we have 30 cents for the exporter, and we have a loss of 166, but this remains also to the €8. Right? So it means totally it's in the optimal way it's 966 what we have a cost.
In the end, yeah.
In the real way, in the daily business is €3, so $6 per kg is for speculative power. That's
Absolutely.
where Nestle and where all comes in the game to make big money, right?
Exactly, that's the point. So, if you think like on a cup of coffee, which costs like $5 maybe, less than 1% remains to the farmers.
To the farmer.
Normally.
No farmer, no coffee.
No farmer, no coffee.
And no fun.
No fun, nothing.
Yeah. So, and how much is now from your experience, if we call fair trade, or if we call, how much add-on give fair trade per kg?
So fair trade is adding, depending on the country, basically, but we could say something like 8 cents,
8 cents
on the actual stock market price.
So €3, if you say €3 per kg, fair trade is €8.
On the per pound price, like $1.50, maybe they add 8 cents in a different country, maybe slightly more or less.
All our technology, all our stuff could say we order direct by the farmer, we put direct from the farmer, we take care about the value chain, and from the value chain, the money goes direct to the farmer, and it's not 8 cents or 10 cents, that could be 5.
For example, $5, €5.
And believe me, with €5 per kg, this is not anymore slavery. We talked yesterday about modern slavery. And when you go deeply in the coffee culture, you see still modern slavery. I saw so many farmers who are suffering. So the model of the perfect day is not about us, it's really a breakthrough to have a trading dignity between us, our enjoyable coffee. We have to see, we need for 1 cup of coffee, how many grams we need?
Let's say like 9 grams.
9 grams.
roughly, for like a regular filter coffee. Espresso, yeah,
9 grams.
13 grams, yeah. 9 grams, like Beethoven did.
Like Beethoven did. 69
Right?
grams, number 9. How many percentage at the moment have direct trading? You know, we started direct trading because out of my friendship, I didn't care. For me, was only the question, what needs Harry? Nothing else. Right. And Harry should have everything what he needs for his farm, for protecting the animal, protecting the diversity, being a permaculture, being a pioneer in the whole stuff. So, in the way to see how much direct trading we have today.
Still very small percentage. So it's like less than 10%, definitely. Yeah. So there's still a lot to go, I would say. Yeah.
And we brought now this idea from India to Ethiopia. We convinced H&M together,
right,
to give us a guarantee per kg coffee of $6.70. No, €6.70. So it's nearly $750 in Ethiopia as H&M in Heidelberg. Where we are in Ethiopia?
So this region, the region is in Benj-Maji. That's on the southwest, close to South Sudan. And it's a very, very distinct region also for the coffee. This is actually the really real birthplace of Coffea arabica as these genetical strains, if you follow them back. So this is it's fascinating to be there. As you're in natural forest, you see this is really a natural growing environment for coffee. So beautiful.
So we started with a couple of tons.
Right.
Isa, my friend, and Perfect Day, we say up to 24, we will sell 1,000 tons of coffee direct traded. 1,000 tons means thousands of farmers who have an impact, who have a real, honest, dignity value. Thanks a lot, and you support me. I really admire your passion in coffee, and super thanks. And when you want to drink coffee, just go out. When you want to order coffee, you can do it with him. And super nice you're here, Julian, and thanks a lot for this small interruption about coffee trading and coffee stuff.
My pleasure.
Thank you. When I understood what it means, what coffee means to the world, when I started to help my friend, I was a non-coffee drinker. I didn't like coffee at this moment. Now coffee is my best friend. I enjoy it. I don't do it with sugar. I don't do it with milk. I enjoy the pure coffee. The pure coffee, right traded, right roasted, is a good friend for your body and definitely for your mind. So, and now, Elizabeth, we have great people from Ethiopia as well, or? Elizabeth, can you hear us? May you want to introduce our next special guests?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Very well, very well.
Great. We are joined by Wubetu Shimelash, and Wubetu is a social entrepreneur, a conscious filmmaker, and an enthusiastic public speaker. He's also a passionate humanitarian. And he's the co-founder and CEO of Simian EcoTrack, which is a company that provides convenient, efficient, and unique tour services in Ethiopia, while at the same time empowering local communities by addressing social issues. We are also joined by Amani Kifle Mariam, who is the founder and CEO of Amate Group, which is a purpose-driven company with inspiration from Africa, and has a brand of coffee called Amate Coffee, which I cannot wait to taste. And like you, Hans, I'm a coffee connoisseur. I'm always looking for new coffee experiences.
Yeah, let's be crazy about coffee, but also about the inspiring Wubetu. Wubetu, we both meet us in the One Young World. From the first moment, it was deep in my heart, because what we do in social business, we always say, do it with joy. If I would have an ambassador to do it with joy, it would be you. Hello, my friend. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you so much for the amazing introduction, Elizabeth, and thank you for having us out here. So good to see you. Hans, how are you doing?
Absolutely fine, but it must be very early morning for you. You're in the States.
Yes, actually, it's 2 a.m. and I have been working on a film shoot for the past 21 hours. So, yeah.
Wubetu, 24-hour, full power, no sleep, one shower. So, tell us a little bit your story, so the filmmaker and what you did in Ethiopia, and I think also share a little bit your family background.
Yeah, of course. So I grew up in one of the most beautiful and remote areas of Ethiopia. It's really like a countryside where seeing electricity or a car is not that common. So growing up in that place, like I was always really interested in the community aspect of my family and how coffee brings them together. So eventually I come to the US and went back to Ethiopia, and my mom asked me like, how do you travel from the US to Ethiopia? And I told her like, I flew on a plane. Now you gotta take a moment here. She has seen a plane flying, but she never seen it close up. So she doesn't know how big the size of the plane is. When I told her I flew using a plane from the US to Ethiopia, she looked at me straight into the eyes, put her hands on my shoulder, leaned forward and said, Wubetu, how does a big guy like you be able to fit in that bird small looking creature? Look at me, I'm not even a big guy. And I try to explain, like, a plane can hold a lot of people and stuff, but she was like, son, I don't have time for you silly jokes, and then went back cooking for dinner. Now, that question kept me moving forward, and I wrote it in my journal. And the next year, I shot myself using my iPhone inside the plane and everybody, and went there back home, and because I really wanted to answer my mom's question. So when I showed her the video of it, she was so surprised, shocked. And she looked at me as if I shrinked in the plane just to fit in it. And she sent my siblings for a coffee. She made coffee and then announced, she sent my siblings to announce the coffee ceremony. The whole neighbor come all together in our house. And she told me, Huberto, I want you to show that video to them. You see, through that coffee ceremony, I was able to show that video, which allowed me to answer my mom's question about the plane, which in other words, the coffee ceremony is used as a social gathering to exchange informations. And that is one big part of a coffee ceremony in Ethiopia.
And how many siblings you have?
I have 9 siblings.
9 siblings. I saw the pictures of your family, your travel guide. So as soon as we can travel again, and we will promote it, and I think nothing more could be enjoyable than to be guided with you and went to this great country, Ethiopia. So how you survived during the pandemic, Wubito?
Say that again?
How you survived during the pandemic now? You know, you couldn't do your business, you couldn't go for your travel guide. So how's your surviving mode for the last 1.5 years?
Yeah, mostly we've been focusing on how can we expand it as soon as we get out of once the pandemic's over, because we can plan a lot of things, but we cannot force people to travel with us, and it's not safe either. So we've been planning on working, and now we are actually getting back to it, and we have clients coming. So during the pandemic, it was pretty tough for us and for a traveling business or entertainment show in general. But right now we are putting our feet back into it, and we are starting strong.
So we're talking here once again about social business, about Professor Yunus. So you meet him in the One Young World when we joined together. What was your impression about Professor Yunus?
I think I have met him before that as well. I actually met him several times in the past, and I have had the opportunity to have a one-on-one conversation with Professor Yunus. And one of the most important things is that I learned from him is the way that how he created the microfinance and microcredit aspect of it to empower those who does not have the traditional opportunity of funding and resources. And for us, that's what we try to do with My Social Business is how can we give back to the most vulnerable member of our communities? And that mostly we are investing back on women and children who doesn't have a lot of resources given the cultural context of the country we are based in.
Yeah, and hopefully we have more conversation. You're such a great ambassador about social business. You brought with you Amani, and Amani, hello. We don't know each other. And this
I'm
is
the first one.
this is how we do the Sum of Purpose to meet new people. Amani, what is the role of coffee to empowering women and youth in Ethiopia?
Absolutely. So as Obitu also mentioned, I'm from Ethiopia and Eritrea. Coffee is huge in our culture. Essentially, the youngest women in the house would make the coffee. So by default, women are really very much involved, not just in the production, but also all the way to actually brewing the coffee. So it's a huge kind of exposure for women. And it's said that up to 90% of the work actually is done by women. And so, you know, I don't want to kind of go into another topic, but majority of these women, they don't actually have access to finance and they don't have the support they need. So most of them are actually being paid less than $1 a day. And that's just on the farm. But it's a huge opportunity for women. It's also in our culture, it's a big kind of a role for the women to produce, to kind of prepare the coffee.
And Amani, what's your story behind coffee and the whole stuff, or where you are? Tell us a little bit more who you are.
Absolutely. So I'm actually in Switzerland, where coffee, an espresso is about 6 Swiss francs. So at the moment, but I grew up in London, in the UK. My family came to the UK for a better life as refugees. I am the first of my entire generation family to go to university. I went to went to law school, ended up in investment banking for 10 years, most recently building the risk function for Credit Suisse, where I spent 6 years for impact investing, environmental, social, and governance. So that's the kind of professional background. I came up with Amate Coffee. Amate means to lead by example in the Tigrinya language. I'm a mix of both Ethiopia and Eritrea, which shows how close we are in everything that we do. But essentially, my grandmother raised me. I grew up in a single household. My grandmother raised me and my mother was the breadwinner. And so I grew up making this kind of coffee ceremony for my grandmother. And so when my grandmother passed away, just, you know, my entire life, I felt like I needed to prove the education route, but I didn't listen to my desires and my passion, which is really social impact and empowering women. And so Amate, which means to lead by example, was born to focus on female farmers across different products, but coffee is the first product, which we've called Amate Coffee. Starting off in the UK, in London, but we saw globally. And so that's kind of my story, high level, but I'm finally doing what I love to really be able to give back to women. And not just, you know, we started off with Africa, but it's going to be global. I think women are the backbone of any economy. So that's kind of my story, high level.
So you was an investment banker, and then you turn around into the coffee business. How is your coffee business today doing? How many women you are involved, how many coffee you produce. So what's behind the coffee business?
So we're actually pretty new. So we started off kind of soft launch 2 years ago. I thought, because I felt like my family, if the women in my family can do all of this, I can do both. So I was running the function at Credit Suisse and with my small team, trying to do the coffee. And then pretty quickly I realized that I can't do both, basically. And so we're pretty small. We have small customers like kind of boutique hotels, and we sell online. In terms of our exposure to women, is still also very at this infancy stage in terms of us actually putting our ESG metrics together and trying to identify on the ground the women that we want to work with and kind of having that robust process. So although we have customers and we've started off, we're still very much new, so not as advanced as the big boys, but this is my 7th week running my business full time. So a lot has happened in that time.
Wow. So great to be an entrepreneur. This is what we believe. That's also what Ubuntu believes. Every one of us is an entrepreneur. Also to you the question, do you ever meet the banker to the poor, Professor Yunus, or what's your thoughts about him?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's absolutely amazing. He's remarkable. I haven't had the opportunity to meet him in person, but I saw him from afar because Credit Suisse also supports One Young World, where I actually met Ubuntu as well 2 years ago before the pandemic. So I think he's absolutely amazing. He's such a great role model. I would love to have the opportunity to just speak to him about what we're trying to do at some point. So I'm so inspired.
Let's see how we can connect. Ubuntu, so you both meet at the One Young World. Is it correct, Ubuntu?
We did. Yes, we did meet at One Young World the same time as you and I met, and we talked about coffee because I made a documentary film about coffee ceremonies in Ethiopia, and I was showing to Amani, and she told me about her coffee business, and then the conversation started. And when you are hungry lions that are trying to, make a difference using any platform that you get, then any connection that you get, the opportunity to connect with other social entrepreneurs, you're going to use that opportunity. And since then, we have been good friends, and I admire her for, living a traditional corporate world of the banking and using and recognizing that she can use this social entrepreneurship and coffee as a tool to empower and support others as well. So yes, that's where we met, and we've been in touch since then.
Wonderful. One Young World happens on the 21st of July this year in Munich. We're looking really forward to experience One Young World again. Ubuntu, thanks a lot, and you stay up for us up to 2 o'clock in the morning. We let you go for a sleep. Amani, you stay a little with us. Ubuntu, thanks a lot, and hopefully we see us soon and we shape the next adventure. I really admire your joyful way and wish you all the success on your next movie. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for having me.
And it's your applause. Amani, let us a little bit go back to your story. So you had a clear job. You was an investment banker. You made your way. You educate yourself. And then suddenly you get crazy and becoming an entrepreneur and start once again. Why?
Purpose, I would say.
Purpose.
I feel purpose. I know it's the short answer, but because I'm the first one to go to university, I felt I needed to make my mother proud. I'm the youngest of 5 children. So I just wanted to do the corporate to show my mom that, that I actually can do it. It was almost like a machine execution. And then I got to 10 years of banking, and about 3 years ago, I went through a phase where I didn't really know my purpose. And even in the investment banking side, I've always been a strategy role or a COO role. I've never really been the money-driven sales. That's just not part of my personality, although it's very important, I need it now, selling the coffee. But it really was about purpose and understanding who I am, where am I going? And I realized happiness for me is to see a smile in someone else's face. And that led me to do this. Some people might think I'm crazy to leave that monthly salary to come and do this, but I actually think there's a huge opportunity here. I think there's a huge opportunity, not for me, but for everybody involved in the supply chain. And to be able to say that, I am part of these amazing women and we're trying to change the status quo gives me a lot of hope. And I feel if we can do it with banking, what I did with my career, I definitely can be able to do it with the help of all these amazing female farmers.
7 weeks, 7 years, I always tell, it needs to shape your business. So it's the first 7 weeks of a journey. In 7 years, you will see definitely great achievement. I hope you get all the support what you need. If you go in the vision of 3 years, by 2024, in the next 36 months, what will be your wish to achieve?
Thank you. I've been asked this by investors as I raise capital. And so I want Amata to be known as the brand that is transparent. So transparency, traceability, it costs money. That's why a lot of companies don't do it, but we will be investing in that. So I want to have that global brand that people know this is run by women, it's for women, it's for everyone. Coffee, everyone drinks coffee, but it's, about gender parity, it's about traceability and transparency. That's very important. But in addition to that, I would love to see it in the Whole Foods. I would love to see it in the Selfridges. People, there's a lot of companies we're working with, but I would love for these companies to step up and say, actually, we're willing to spend another £1 for transparency and traceability. Because some of the conversations we have right now, so it's a bit expensive, we're getting it for £11 a kilo, and cheap coffee is bad coffee because of all the consequences it has, so we need to be very transparent. And I'm not here just to make money. Obviously you have to make money, it's a business, but it's about transparency and just trust, basically trust of the consumer and of our stakeholders. So I want the brand to be known in this way and to expand into other, like honey is one of the forest honey is one of the things we're looking at because of biodiversity. And so that is kind of a natural expansion. But I have big dreams, and I hope that we will get there together.
I also hope your dreams come true. Let's see, we are now since nearly 25 years in the coffee business. We are an open source. We can tell you anything what you would like to do. We have our coffee shops on Frankfurt Airport. We do it as a social business. We make profit. We reinvest our profit to 100%. I did the shaping over 16 years with my family. We never, of course, who is working get his salary. The rest we reinvest in coffee. Really looking forward to be there if you need us to make a network. Also our coffee doctor, the German market, the other market, whatever you need, mostly welcome to see then your business and your dream comes true. And big respect for your courage to say, I leave an investment banking job to go to your own way. And this is a great example. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Wow. That's definitely not an easy decision to make such a bold decision to quit your job. And that's what Professor Yunus always say, we are not job seekers, we are job givers. To the children of the Grameen Bank. Elizabeth, the next guest here will be at noon talk Menschen für Menschen, a great organization by heart. What else we have an expectation for the final run today? And what was your impression about today morning, about the coffee, about the personal stories? Share it a little bit with us, please.
Thank you, Hans. I think it has been an amazing morning. It was wonderful to join Elizabeth Watuti, especially. I'm really proud of Kenyan young women. And also to hear from Wanjira Maathai. I was reminded very much as they spoke of one of the quotes that Wangari Maathai made, which is you have to be grounded. You have to know what you are coming from and on whose shoulders you stand so that you can have the power to reach the sky, to have ambition. And this was a really powerful session. Today, coming up in the rest of the day, we have, as you said, of course, Mention for Mention, who have more than 40 years experience working in Africa. They will be having a session at the High Noon Talks as a portrait of a pioneer. And after this, they will be holding one of the parallel sessions where they will focus on telling us on one of their projects called Danos, which is a coffee project, Buna. We're back to Buna. They're going to be telling us a bit about that. We will also have Frida Owinga with Lillian Koech talking about turning passion into profit. So if you're passionate about something, how do you also make it a profitable business? Catherine Carrillo will continue her course on building your social business plan. So this will also be happening in one of the other parallel sessions. And Pauline Donga will tell us about Amani Institute's experience building skills for impact. So all of these sessions can be joined on the platform directly by joining the workshop session and selecting whichever workshop you want to join. Just click on it. This will be happening in the session after the lunch break. And then, of course, the highlight for the day, which is Professor Yunus will be speaking with us, and I am really looking forward to that session. I think Papsam will also be joining at that point, but very, very much looking forward to Professor Yunus speaking later today.
Oh, wonderful. And yes, in the social business movement, to make it very clear, we are going for profit. We not have a profit maximization, but we want to cross the profit line and then reinvest all our profit in the solving problem aspect. That's the clear role of social business. It's also the clear role to do it with joy. I hope you're enjoying now the break. We will be right back at noon, European Standard Times. And thanks a lot, Elizabeth. It was an inspiring morning. And we see us in nearly 35 minutes. Have a good break and a good coffee. Thank you.
3 Jahre her.
Wow, No Exodus Band. Herzlich willkommen zum dritten Tag am Summer of Purpose. Herzlich willkommen zum dritten Mal beim High Noon Talk. Wir werden die ersten 15 Minuten in Deutsch sprechen und dann switchen wir wieder ins Englische. In der Zwischenzeit bieten wir für alle Zuhörer draußen eine Dolmetscherübersetzung an. Auf diesen Talk habe ich mich sehr besonders gefreut im Summer of Purpose, wo wir uns die Frage stellen, was ist denn der Sinn und Zweck vom Sinn und Zweck? Und mit mir ist Herr Dr. Sebastian Brandis. So förmlich muss ich ihn gar nicht ansprechen. Wir kennen uns seit ein paar Jahren. Lieber Sebastian, schön, dass du da bist.
Danke für die Einladung.
Naja, es ist uns eine große Freude. Deine Arbeit, die du seit ein paar Jahren machst, unterscheidet sich ja gewaltig zu der Arbeit, die du davor gemacht hast. Heute machst du was?
Heute mache ich was. Heute versuche ich in der Stiftung Menschen für Menschen, die eine sehr große Tradition hat in Deutschland, gegründet von Karl-Heinz Böhm, den viele Leute kennen, die Stiftung und das vor allem, was sie, die Prinzipien, die sie entwickelt hat, um Menschen voranzubringen, um Menschen zu entwickeln und denen Chancen zu geben, sich zu entwickeln, auf neue Beine zu stellen. Für die Zukunft vorzubereiten und mit neuen Modellen, neuen Geschäftsmodellen, neuen Partnern in die Zukunft zu führen.
Ja. Jetzt machen wir genau das, was immer geraten wird, was nicht zu machen, sondern zwei Silberrücken sitzen da. Ich bin Jahrgang 66, was bist du für ein Jahrgang?
67.
67,
noch jünger.
Wunderbar. Jetzt bräuchten wir noch einen 65, 64, 63, 62 und dann noch einer bis 68. Sind die 7 Jahre, die in Deutschland quasi so, wenn man den demografischen Wandel zuschaut, so dieser richtig starke, geburtenstarke Jahrgang ist. Was hast du vorher gemacht, bevor du zum Menschen für Menschen gekommen bist?
Gute Frage. Ich bin eigentlich Physiker und Philosoph, das habe ich studiert.
Du bist Physiker und Philosoph.
Ja, ich habe neulich in meinem Abiturszeitschrift geschaut und gesagt, ich wollte, was war mein Lebensziel, praktischer Philosoph oder philosophischer Praktiker? Stand unter meinem Foto. Und eigentlich bin ich da auch angekommen, muss ich sagen. Dazwischen war ich Unternehmensberater bei einer der großen amerikanischen Unternehmensberater und dann habe ich da schon nach 3 Jahren gesagt, es ist mir alles zu unpraktisch und zu viel Querformat und wollte immer was bewegen und bin dann in die Telekommunikationsbranche, war dann 20 Jahre in der Wirtschaft in verschiedenen Konzernen und zum Schluss in einem Unternehmen, was sozusagen einem Eigentümer gehörte, wo wir unter Rechenzentren gebaut und betrieben haben, wo so große Google-Rechenzentren betrieben haben. Also ich war immer kommerziell unterwegs, weil ich die Wirtschaft verstehen wollte, obwohl ich Philosoph und Physiker wollte verstehen, wie funktioniert das, wie macht man Profit, wie befriedigt man Bedarfe der Menschen eigentlich oder im Corporate-to-Corporate-Geschäft. Aber habe immer auch versucht, wie kann man das nachhaltiger gestalten. Habe überall, wo ich war, versucht, Ökostrom einzuführen, überall, wo ich war, versucht, soziale KPIs zu machen. Habe ich immer gefragt, wie baue ich die Brücke in das Kommerzielle, das Menschliche einzubauen. Und dann kam vor 5, 6 Jahren die Gelegenheit, auf der anderen Seite zu gucken, wie kann ich in den menschlichen Bereich vielleicht ein bisschen mehr Ökonomie und Ökologie einbauen und habe dann quasi die Seiten gewechselt. Ich sehe mich eigentlich als Brückenbauer immer zwischen verschiedenen Welten der gesellschaftlichen Strömungen.
Die Brücke, die du da drüber gegangen bist, die bist du vor 5 Jahren gegangen.
Ja.
Also vor 5 Jahren hast du dich entschieden, also wenn ich zurückrechne, dann warst du 49.
Ja.
Das wäre die Entscheidung gewesen, wo du auch einen Vorstandsposten oder eine leitende Führungsposition angehen hättest können. Das wäre mit Sicherheit auch ein Weg gewesen.
Ja.
Du hast dich aber entschieden, eine ganz besondere Transformation zu schaffen. Also von einer wirklich guten performance-getriebenen Managementposition in eine Arbeit, in eine soziokulturelle Wirkungsstätte zu gehen. Warum?
Ja. Das ist eine gute Frage. Also ich war lange im Konzern und habe eigentlich, zum Schluss war ich in einem eigentümergeführten Mittelstand und habe eigentlich diese Größe geliebt. Ich habe gesagt, das ist eine super Größe, da kann man wirklich was bewegen, da kann man nachts Entscheidungen treffen, die am nächsten Morgen was bewirken. Und dann war eigentlich das Ziel, in der Nachfolgesituation in Deutschland, wo es ganz viele tolle Firmen gibt, mit 150, 200 Mitarbeitern, eine zu finden, die man da nochmal transformieren kann. Ich bin da so ein Jahr lang unterwegs gewesen, habe mir Firmen angeschaut und sagte, wo ist ein Nachfolgeproblem? Und habe währenddessen ganz viele ehrenamtliche Sachen erlebt und gemacht, kleine Vereine gegründet für die Integration von Flüchtlingen, eine Jugendorchester geleitet und bin eben auch durch Zufall über die Stiftung gestoßen und habe da geholfen. Und habe dann das Interne dieser Stiftung gesehen, dachte, was für eine großartige Arbeit es ist. Und im Grunde ist es auch ein Unternehmen, eine Nachfolgesituation. Karl-Heinz Böhm war schon gestorben zu dem Zeitpunkt und hat die gleichen Transformationsfragen. Wie bringe ich hier Zukunftsfähigkeit, nachhaltige Strukturen, nachhaltige Einkommensmodelle rein? Wie kann ich neue Partnerschaften bauen, die innovativer sind? Das hat mich so fasziniert. Und gleichzeitig jeden Tag über 1 Million Menschen in Äthiopien die Chance zu geben, sich aus ihrer aussichtslosen Situation sozusagen rauszubewegen. Diese Kombination fand ich großartig. Natürlich mit einer gigantischen Reduktion des finanziellen Kompensation sozusagen, aber ich finde, also ich kann nur 5 Jahren immer noch sagen, ich finde es immer noch großartig spannend. Es ist the sky is the limit, was wir an kreativen Möglichkeiten haben zu gestalten und es kompensiert für alles, was finanziell vielleicht nicht da ist, ums 100-fache.
Ja, als du vor 5 Jahren dann so angefangen hast, das zu übernehmen, war ja nicht zu übernehmen, aber sich einzubringen. Übernehmen wäre der falsche Wort. Du hast dich eingebracht mit sehr viel Kraft, Wissen, mit einer gewissen Souveränität, so wie ich es wahrgenommen habe. War ja die Situation nicht einfach. Ja. Karl-Heinz Böhm war verstorben, alle unserer Generation schätzen und ehren den Mann wahnsinnig stark, auch die Frauen. Also wir wissen einfach, was wir an Karl-Heinz Böhm hatten, so eine authentische Kraft zu Lebzeiten. Es war einfach nur einer der schönsten Vorbilder, die wir hatten, um wirklich was zu bewirken, von Mensch zu gehen. Ja. Die Situation war aber nicht einfach für dich am Anfang, oder?
Ich glaube, ich habe wahnsinnig viel gelernt und wir gehen einen gemeinsamen Weg, nicht nur ich natürlich, sondern vor allem das Team. Wir haben in Äthiopien, das werden wir nachher noch sehen, Yilmaz Taye, unser aktueller Country Manager, seit über 30 Jahren bei der Stiftung. Wir haben an der Stiftung hier in München nur 20 Leute, aber auch Leute, die seit über 30 Jahren dabei sind. Und wir gehen alle eine Transformation durch. Und die Kunst ist eigentlich, von einer unternehmergeführten Struktur oder einer personenbezogenen Struktur zu einer prinzipien- oder haltungsgesteuerten Struktur zu kommen. Ich habe viel lernen müssen, wie in Strukturen, im sozialen Sektor wahrscheinlich insbesondere, das habe ich vorher nicht so geahnt, Beruf so eine Art Berufung ist. Und wenn Beruf so eine Art Berufung ist, dann ist die Trennung von Persönlichem und Sachlichem ganz schwierig. Wenn Sie sagen, das ist aber ein Rechtschreibfehler, dann sagt er, tu mir doch nicht immer so weh. Ja, es ist ganz sehr schnell am Emotionalen und diese Trennung zu erleben und zu gucken, wie gehen wir damit um, wie hole ich jemanden ab, zu sagen, es geht mir nicht um deine Person oder es geht mir um die Sache. Das ist ja auch das, was ich für mich gelernt habe. Natürlich muss es Führungsfiguren geben in so einer Struktur, natürlich muss man Entscheidungen treffen, muss man auch seinen Kopf hinhalten und Risiko nehmen, aber man muss immer im Dienst der Sache stehen. Insbesondere bei einer Stiftung, wo der Stiftungszweck größer ist als ich. Und wir haben dann angefangen, einen Prozess, den fand ich wahnsinnig spannend. Wir haben versucht, aus der Person Karl-Heinz Böhm, aus dem, was er geschaffen hat, die Prinzipien zu destillieren. Es gibt ja das Extrem, man kann so eine Organisation zu einer Karl-Heinz Böhm Gedenknisveranstaltung machen, einen Sockel stellen und das haben alle gesagt, das wollen wir nicht. Ja. Kein Gedächtnis, es muss ein lebender Organismus sein. Und dann haben wir 5 Prinzipien destilliert. Das war die Begegnung auf Augenhöhe, die Partizipation, immer von vornherein, nie eine Hilfe, sondern immer Partizipation, das Thema Nachhaltigkeit, das Thema immer vom lokalen Bedarf her denkend und nicht überstülpen irgendeine White Savior-Idee, sondern immer vom lokalen Bedarf denkend und das Thema integrierte Maßnahmen. Man muss immer holistisch denken. Der Mensch lebt nicht von Wasser allein, er lebt auch nicht von Bildung allein, er lebt auch nicht von Ernährung allein, er lebt von den Dingen gemeinsam. Ja. Und diese Integration, sozusagen den Mensch, die menschliche Würde ins Zentrum stellen, sagen, was braucht der Mensch? Und was muss ich machen, um das Ökosystem für den Menschen vor Ort lebbar zu machen? Und das war ein sehr spannender Prozess und diese Destillation der Prinzipien von Karl-Heinz Böhm ehren ihn als Person, aber überleben, dadurch, dass es seine Ideen, als Ideen überleben sie seine Person auch. Ja. Und das ist das Spannende und das hat, glaube ich, einen guten Prozess dazu geführt, dass wir als Team jetzt in München, aber auch in Addis Abeba wirklich ein neues Ziel haben und sagen, ja, das ist Menschen für Menschen ist ein Wert an sich, auch ohne Karl-Heinz Böhm. Und seine Ideen leben als Ideen weiter. Ja.
Ja, du hast das gerade ganz schön gesagt, dass das, was ich auch beobachtet habe, jetzt in den 12, 13 Jahren, ich mich so als Unternehmer entschlossen habe, all meine unternehmerische Kraft in den sozialen Sektor reinzustecken, also bewusst reinzustecken, davor haben wir es mit sich auch schon gemacht, dass ich oft erlebe, dass die Menschen, die die Probleme lösen, auf einmal sich größer finden wie das Problem selbst. Ja. Und Frau Dr. Preuß und der gute Professor Dieter Frey, wir arbeiten alle daran, so ein Frühwarnsystem für Narzissmus und so weiter zu entwickeln. Und ich merke das auch bei uns im Sektor, dass das wichtig ist. Das ist genau das Gegenteil, also was du lebst. Ich habe dich so wahrgenommen, du warst immer in einer sehr bescheidenen, dienenden, aber sehr klaren Art und Weise unterwegs. Du hast einen Fokus gesetzt, du hast Konzentration gesetzt, aber du hast auch diese 5 Prinzipien gesetzt. Diese Prinzipien, wie lange hat es denn gedauert, dass die verinnerlicht worden sind?
Ich würde sagen, ich bin jetzt 5 Jahre dabei. Wir haben, glaube ich, 2 Jahre gebraucht, überhaupt das Problem zu destillieren zwischen Personenbegeisterung und Sachbegeisterung und zu sagen, wie trennen wir das voneinander, wie ehren wir eine Person und deren Wahnsinnslebenswerk und führen trotzdem das unabhängig von der Person weiter. Das hat uns schon 2, 3 Jahre gekostet und eigentlich erst im letzten Jahr haben wir dann wirklich dieses Prinzipienmodell entwickelt und das währt noch an. Ich würde sagen, wir sind 90% da. Auch durch neue Teammitglieder. Wir haben ein wahnsinnig tolles Team mittlerweile, finde ich. Und nicht jeder will den Weg mitgehen. Ja? Nicht jeder will den Weg mitgehen, sagt nein, alles, was er wollte, darf nicht geändert werden. Das ist auch so, das verstehe ich auch. Ja? Ist auch nicht einfach, so sehr charismatische Unternehmer, die zu vielen Leuten direkten Draht haben, die sich dann auch immer sehr als die Nachfolger gefühlt haben, das aufzulösen und aufzubrechen, das davon sich unabhängig zu machen. Aber wir haben ein großartiges Team, viele sind den Weg mitgegangen und wir haben neue Leute dabei und die bringen einen Wahnsinnsschwung rein, das macht einen Riesenspaß. Also ich sage, es hat uns schon einige Jahre gedauert und es ist auch noch nicht zu Ende.
Ja, das ist ganz gut. Und wir wollen ja auch ein bisschen deswegen die erste Viertelstunde auch so deutlich machen, dass es spannend ist für Menschen, für hochqualifizierte Menschen, für Führungskräfte innen, wie man sagen soll und auch will. Wir haben Wangari Maathai ihr Erbe beachtet und haben gesehen, dass auch das Green Belt Movement es geschafft hat, hinter so ein Erbe anzudrehen, es weiterzumachen. Bereust du das, dass du den Schritt gemacht hast, oder beseelt es dich?
Keine Sekunde. Keine Sekunde. Ich habe andere Hürden erwartet, angetroffen, als ich vorher erwartet habe und habe mehr graue Haare bekommen, als ich erwartet habe. In der Zeit.
Die grauen Haare, passt schon.
Ja, und ich glaube, das hat mich etwas überrascht an einigen Stellen. Aber dadurch, dass wir, glaube ich, einen guten Weg gehen und auch der Erfolg da ist und ich auch immer wieder gesagt habe, wenn dann so Hürden auftauchten und menschliche Probleme, die meiner Ansicht nach wirklich sehr irrational waren, aber da muss man jeden einfach nehmen, wie er ist, da habe ich mir gefragt, warum tue ich mir das an? Weil ich sage, weil die Sache größer ist als das. Ja. Die Sache ist größer, wir unterstützen jeden Tag 1,2 Millionen Menschen in Äthiopien. Wir haben 10 Projektgebiete, wir haben ein Team von über 600 Mitarbeitern, nur Äthiopien. Das ist die Verantwortung.
Das nochmal festhalten, ihr habt 20 Mitarbeiter hier ungefähr in München, die auch in einer professionellen Struktur arbeiten.
Genau.
Und ihr habt 600 in Äthiopien.
Ich sage mal, wir sind eigentlich eine äthiopische Organisation mit über 97% äthiopischen Mitarbeitern. Und das ist auch das Prinzip. Ja, wir schicken keine Weißen runter, die ja sagen, was zu sagen, sondern wir sagen, wir sammeln das Geld ein, wir versuchen, eure Geschichte hier zu erzählen, damit wir das Geld bekommen. Ja. Aber tun und machen, was ja unser Hauptcredo ist, Deliver Impact, sagen wir, machen, wirkt, das müssen die Äthiopier selbst. Und die wissen es auch, wie es geht. Müssen wir gar nicht dabei sein. Und das ist die Verantwortung, die ich empfinde, für diese Mitarbeiter die Zukunft zu sichern und für die Beneficiaries, die über 1 Million, mittlerweile in den 40 Jahren fast 6 Millionen Menschen, die sozusagen direkt von der Arbeit der Stiftung, ich sage mal, profitiert ist ein schwieriges Wort, aber durch die Arbeit der Stiftung die Chance hatten, ihr eigenes Leben in die Hand zu nehmen. Das ist ja der Punkt. Wir sagen ja auch nicht, das Leben muss so aussehen für dich, du musst das tun, sondern es geht immer darum, das Enabling, immer die Chance, den Weg zu bereiten, aus dem Teufelskreis der Armut herauszubrechen und sagen, jetzt habe ich die Möglichkeit, ich habe die Freiheit zu entscheiden, gehe ich den Weg, nehme ich die Bildung an, nehme ich sie nicht an, mache ich diesen Job, nehme ich den Mikrokredit, mache daraus was oder nicht.
Ja. Also wir haben ja in Deutschland, weil du das gerade sagst, also ihr sammelt hier die Ressourcen ein, die finanziellen Ressourcen, auch Know-how-Ressourcen, ein bisschen, das sagt, glaube ich, auf Augenhöhe untereinander. Genau. Ihr lernt viel von den Äthiopiern. Ich war selber mit dabei, habe eine Reise für Menschen gesehen, habe mich sehr beeindruckt. Das war noch vor deiner Zeit, glaube ich, wo ich mit dabei war und so fort. Wir haben ja sehr viel finanziellen Ressourcen nach wie vor und die Menschen geben auch gerne, das nach wie vor. Sie wollen nur sicher sein, dass dieses Geld den besten Impact leistet. Und dafür stehst du eigentlich so ein bisschen. Ja. Du bist sehr sorgsam, sehr sorgfältig, was darum umgeht, dass das Geld wirklich so angelegt wird, also nicht nur gegeben wird. Du versuchst es ja auch in eine Zirkulation zu bringen. Also an der Idee von Social Business ja auch sehr nah dran.
Also das hat ja viele Facetten. Nicht? Also das Thema Wirkung und Wirkungsmessung wird ja immer stärker und auch mit Recht stärker. Kostet auch einen gewissen Overhead. Wir wissen auch, Wirkung zu messen ist nicht trivial, weil sie oft 2, 5, 10 Jahre später kommt. Aber es hat auf der anderen Seite den Charme, dass man sich immer wieder fragt, ist es das, was wir tun sollen? Wir sehen, ich wehre mich gegen das Wort helfen mittlerweile. Helfen ist ein in sich asymmetrischer Begriff. Da gibt einer und einer nimmt. Es muss symmetrisch sein. Ja. Es geht um Unterstützung, es geht um auf Augenhöhe sich treffen, es geht um investieren. Wir sind keine Charity, sage ich immer, we are no charity. Weil wir sind eigentlich ein Investor. Ich sehe uns als Investor in Menschen, vor Ort ihr Leben in die Hand zu nehmen und daraus was Neues zu gestalten, was wir vielleicht gar nicht wissen vorher. Und deswegen müssen wir aber auch immer wieder schauen, wir haben einen ständigen Learning Cycle. Haben haben wir das erreicht, was wir wollten? Steht die Schule noch, die wir vor 20 Jahren gebaut haben? Steht die Baumschule noch, die wir gebaut haben mit den Menschen zusammen? Ist das Wasserprojekt noch haltbar? Müssen wir anders bauen? Müssen wir anders bauen? Ständig hinterfragen wir uns selbst, weil wir immer wieder fragen müssen, das, was wir tun, richtig machen. Und das ist anstrengend, ist wahnsinnig anstrengend und auch Energie, kostet viel Energie, aber es ist wahnsinnig bereichernd auch. Ja. Ich überlege zum Beispiel jetzt gerade, das ist jetzt noch nicht offiziell, aber deswegen hier Sneak Preview, wie kriegen wir das Thema Nachhaltigkeit noch besser in den Griff? Unsere Schulen, wir haben über 440 Schulen gebaut, heute gehen jeden Tag 500.000 Menschen, Kinder in eine Schule, die wir gebaut haben, in Äthiopien, jeden Tag. Aber die Schule, die vor 20 Jahren gebaut wird, wir können die nicht alle immer abklappern. Also, was machen wir? Ich überlege, einen kleinen Fonds zu gründen, zu sagen, ich mache einen Wettbewerb vor Ort an die Schuladministratoren, die sagen, ich habe das Problem in der Schule, ich brauche nur 2.000 €, dann kann ich die Fenster reparieren, ich brauche nur das. Die Besten mit größtem Engagement, die was reparieren wollen von ihrer Schule, die kriegen ein bisschen Geld von uns. Das ist minimal Geld für uns im Verhältnis zu dem, was wir an Neuprojekten ausgeben, aber es hat einen Wahnsinnseffekt auf das Thema Nachhaltigkeit und caring for it. Ja?
Ja. Und was wir auch so haben, über die kreative Challenge den Lösungsraum aufzumachen. Ja, also wenn ihr sich fragt. Wir haben jetzt oft erlebt, also wir auch, also Menschen sind hergegangen, haben ihr Erbe, ich würde es nicht so sagen Enkeltauglichkeit, sondern Erbentauglichkeit aufzubauen. Professor Yunus zum Beispiel hat auf einmal von einem Menschen das Haus geerbt und gesagt, bitte lege es in Bangladesch an. Ja. Ich habe das gelernt, hoffentlich passiert euch das auch, dass es euch viel Erbe zugetragen wird.
Gott sei Dank, ja.
Würdet ihr auch Firmen annehmen, die man euch vererbt?
Ja, absolut. Wir nehmen alles. Nee, wir nehmen, bevor ich das falsch mache, wir nehmen nicht alles an. Eben, wir lehnen auch Dinge ab. Ja. Also, weil wir sehr stark, wir sagen, wir sind demand-driven und nicht supply-driven. Ja. Ich hatte Diskussionen mit Spendern, die sagen, es ist doch super, lasst doch den Kindern überall Fahrrad spendieren, damit sie besser zur Schule kommen. Da habe ich ein Foto geschickt von den Straßen in Äthiopien, das mit dem Fahrrad ist keine gute Idee. Wir müssen demand-driven. Aber wenn jemand sagt, das ist unconditional, das Money, ja, ich weiß, ich vertraue eurer Arbeit, das ist im Grunde der Königsweg der Gabe, ich vertraue eurer Arbeit, ich habe die Arbeit gesehen, es ist transparent, es ist wirkungsorientiert, hier habt ihr das Geld, dann können wir am besten damit umgehen. Wo das Geld herkommt, sage ich immer, bei Robin Hood hat auch nicht gefragt, wo das Geld herkommt und am Ende ist es am besten, wir können es dort einsetzen, wo es gebraucht wird.
Liebe Kunstsammler, liebe Menschen, die danach suchen, wie man wo vererbt, allen drum und dran, in einer Organisation wie Menschen für Menschen, eine gute Governance, dort kann man sein Kapital einbringen. Ich weiß von der Managementaufgabe, die würde alles dafür tun, dieses Kapital zu vermehren und auch im Sinne eines Sozialunternehmertums und sozialer Kreativität. Let's switch into English.
Yes, okay. Absolutely.
Thanks a lot. We want to do the first 15. So you brought us a video about 40 years of Menschen für Menschen. And I'm really thankful to you and to the whole organization because I had the great honor to be with Karl-Heinz Böhm when he was celebrating 2025. And it's of course one of my personal hero, what he did, because he was a role model. Let's see to the video what you want to do with 40 years of Menschen für Menschen.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
ስሜ ብርሃኑ ንጉሴ ይባላል and exactly 40 years ago something exciting happened on German television that it was also to change my life here in Ethiopia forever.
Und ich wette, dass nicht einmal ein Drittel von Ihnen Zuschauern, und das sind geschätzt 6 oder 7 Millionen, diese eine Mark einbezahlen. Wenn ich diese Wette verliere, stelle ich mich zur Verfügung, selbst nach Afrika zu fahren auf meine Kosten. Und das würde bedeuten, dass wir mindestens ein Dreivierteljahr oder gar ein Jahr kein Kind Hungers sterben sehen. Und ich wünsche mir jetzt, dass ich diese Wette gegen Sie alle verliere.
Karl-Heinz Böhm hat mir einen Augenblick verschafft, den ich mein ganzes Leben lang nicht vergesse. Am Samstagabend in Wetten, das hat er eine Wette angeboten, die ganz Deutschland elektrisiert hat. Und was ist daraus geworden?
Von da an ging alles ganz schnell. Im Oktober 1981 reiste Karl-Heinz Böhm nach Äthiopien. Er hatte das Publikum mit seiner Wette berührt und es kamen 1,2 Millionen D-Mark zusammen. Der Grundstein für Menschen für Menschen. Noch viel wichtiger, er meinte es ernst. Er war so empört und wütend über die Ungerechtigkeiten dieser Welt, dass er die Rolle seines Lebens fand. Als Mensch für Menschen.
Well, then I came into the picture. I was Karl-Heinz Böhm's first employee. First as an interpreter, then as an advisor and a confidant. Otto Karl and I became friends. And Menschen für Menschen also became my life's work for 40 years until today.
Angefangen hat alles in Babile, einem Flüchtlingslager in Ostäthiopien, in dem die Menschen verhungerten. Die Welt schaute wie so oft weg. Karl-Heinz Böhm schaute hin. Er reiste in dieses Lager und begegnete der Bevölkerung mit Respekt, indem er fragte, wie kann ich euch helfen? Das war neu. Es wurde das erste Projekt von Menschen für Menschen.
Was mich schockiert, ist die Art und Weise der Armut, die man in einem Land wie Äthiopien sieht, das das drittärmste Land der Welt ist, laut Weltbank. Und auf der anderen Seite man in Frankfurt am Flughafen ankommt und man sieht, dass unsere Gesellschaft im Wohlstand beinahe erstickt. Das ist weder bei der einen Seite richtig noch bei der anderen.
What do really people need? Understanding this core is Menschen for Menschen. We have constructed schools and hospitals, roads and bridges. We have distributed beehives and clay stoves, planted trees, built water places. We have reforested, educated, and enlightened. All this with the population, the people here in rural Ethiopia. That is what we are about. Together for each other, as a community.
Nicht alles gelang immer perfekt oder sofort. Aber bis heute konnte die Stiftung das Leben von Millionen Menschen verbessern. Unzählige Eltern können ihre Kinder nun besser versorgen.
Many thanks to all of you who have supported us so generously along the way.
Jede Hand, jeder Mensch hilft einem anderen Menschen und das ist wundervoll. Macht gerne so weiter. Ich wünsche euch
alles Gute zum 40. Menschen für Menschen. Das ist wichtig. Ich bin ja auch ein Mensch, glaube ich.
Das ganze Team von Nuro Women wünscht euch alles Gute zu 40 Jahre Menschen für Menschen.
Menschen für Menschen, 40 Jahre, alles Gute.
Lassen Sie uns diese Menschen nicht vergessen und engagieren Sie sich.
Spenden Sie weiter für Menschen für Menschen.
In diesem Sinne möchte ich allen Menschen, die die Arbeit unterstützen möchten, dazu ermutigen, ein Mensch für Menschen zu sein.
Und es ist, ich denke, Zeit, den Machern und auch den vielen Helfern Danke zu sagen. Und natürlich allen zu diesem tollen Jubiläum zu gratulieren. Macht bitte weiter so.
Unseren 40. Geburtstag wollen wir feiern. Ab September 10 Wochen lang mit 40 kleinen und großen Aktionen. Mit den Menschen, für die Menschen. Bitte unterstützen Sie uns weiter. Oder fangen Sie heute damit an. Einmal oder regelmäßig, ganz egal. Viel hilft viel. Wenig, aber auch.
Every person counts. As Otto Karl always said, I cannot change the world, but I can change one single person, myself. I ask you, join us as Mensch für Menschen. አመሰግናለሁ። Vielen Dank.
Wie berührend, oder? Immer wieder berührend.
Ja.
Das ist, wenn man die Geschichte sieht, wir versuchen sehr viel, auch morgen und übermorgen, nächsten 3 Tage, haben viele Vorstände da, Außentagskonzerte, Vorständinnen, wir haben überwiegend dann versucht, Frauen mit an den Start zu kriegen. Wir kämpfen dafür, dass sich jedes Unternehmen traut, den Menschen in den Mittelpunkt zu stellen. Das ist eine Inspiration, die Menschen für Menschen auch den großen Konzernen geben kann. Ich wünsche euch wirklich, dass ihr viel Kapital bekommt. So let's switch to English and then everybody could enjoy it on the Africa Impact Days. So you brought us a friend.
Yes, well, it's a friend. It's our country director.
The country director.
Yilma Taye, Ato Yilma. Are you already there? They've got it.
So you let us know when she is connected. Yes. So we go a little bit back in our conversation.
We can continue. That's okay.
But we continue in English now, and all the friends all the friends here who watch us. Thanks a lot to listen a little bit to German, because I think the story touched you very much from a single person, what a single person can do if he make a decision. But you are not alone, Sebastian.
No.
You have so much surrounding and supporter around you. Tell us a little bit about the people who helps you in the whole work, in the daily work, and to manage the transformation.
I think these days things work more and more only as a team, because this becomes so complex that you need a variety of competencies that work together. Mixed teams, be it diversity, be it women and men, obviously, but also culturally. I think we talk a lot about eye-level contact and respect, which is one of our key principles. But to manage respect across cultures is not trivial, because many things become a misunderstanding. What you meant well, but turns out something bad. So you need to really get a variety of team around you. So we've got an excellent team we've got two people here who are more in the pedagogic educational sector. We've got a fundraiser that works with big corporates. I've found a new person that does new business models. And that's a Munich team. Then we've got a little bit of IT and so on. But then we've got a marvelous team in Ethiopia. Agroecologists, doctors who run the center, and they design all the concepts and the project that we do. They really give the insights of what works, what doesn't work, and we have biggest part of our employees are social workers and development agents who actually work in the village, who live there, stay there with the families. On average, a project has about 30 to 80 people working on the ground in, at least 4 or 5 hours away from Addis Ababa. We really go there where nobody else goes. This is our principles. Typical NGOs, not that I'm, want to describe any work of other NGOs, but the typical way is you go 1 hour, distance from the airport. But our least drive is 5 hours to go to the project, because that's where people are in need. And I think most credit needs to be given to those social workers and development agents who live in the villages, live with the people, build the trust that change is meant to the good. For example, if family planning is a typical one, you explain why, but then it's a decision of the women and the families to actually take the contraceptives, yes or no. But if you don't have the trust that you mean it in a good way, then people wouldn't do it. If you don't have the trust that the water you build, that the water station you build is actually clean and works, if you don't have the trust that the microcredit that you give will be paid back and they work for each other, it's not going to work. So building trust and relationship, as you mentioned before, and I like the word from Manjari, we are passionate about smaller farming. So we want to maintain and keep that structure, as well as building cooperatives on top, which.
Yeah. Let me go a little bit deeper. You told us about the 5 principles. Very good one. Do you have a similar clear points about your programmatic, your programs, what you do? What are the programmatic, what are the programs what you force?
So the one is, I call the one hand is the 5 principles. The other hand is the 5 pillars of our work.
Okay.
And the 5 pillars are water, education, health, sustainable land management, which is food security, and human development, which is primarily creating wealth through microcredits and craftsmanship and so on. Those are the 5 pillars. Together with the 5 principles are the 2 hands of our work.
Okay.
When I have a talk, I say, you will forget probably 90% of what I say, but just remember 2 hands. When you wake up in the morning and say, what is good development work? Think about 2 hands and you remember. Yeah. It's what we do and how we do it is what, and the 2 hands are a nice symbol also of working together, shaking hands, holding hands. Yeah. This is what this simplifies our work.
5, wonderful. Let's go point by point. 1 was water.
Yes.
Correct? I went to Ethiopia, as you know, and saw the water bells and saw the joy what 1 water bell can change. It changed the whole village. Yesterday we saw Hamid with his water kiosk. We saw a lot of different stuff. So I know you give water. Then water is for free, what I also totally support. But you're also already in the water social business.
Well, let me just. Water is a very interesting one. I don't know if everybody knows, but Ethiopia, the natural resources of Ethiopian water is per capita as much as Germany.
Oh.
So water is abundant. We don't have a physical water shortage, but we have an economical water shortage because it cannot be reached. Either it is, it rains only at certain times, it is not distributed fairly, and you don't have the infrastructure to share it. So mainly it's an economical problem to build water systems so you can share it. Secondly, we are slightly different in terms of water. It's not a free resource. We think it needs to cost something.
Yeah.
This community pays a small amount of money so that you can repair. You can repair, you can maintain, you can actually build changes if necessary. So primarily what we do is we build hand-dug wells. We used to in the past, but now we move more towards small town systems because people
micro water grid.
Yes, because even in the rural areas there's an urbanization taking place. People move from the very far end to the nearest village for many reasons. The marketplace is there, the infrastructure is better, there's schools and so on, and in fact, its cost to serve people is actually good. Yeah. But of course, the speed it happens means that the water systems, electrical systems are easily overdone. So you have to build different water systems. Yeah. So we now dig very deeply into 200 meters to get groundwater.
And can we see equally like a mention for mention water in Germany, what we can consume and support you?
Yeah, we can, there's many things we can do. Water, as you said, around those waters become social businesses. So people suddenly create soap businesses. Yeah. They create water transport systems. So they get a wagon and a horse, and then they transport the water if it can't reach to the right area. So water can be supported in many ways. Either we dig something. For example, we work together with Viva Con Aqua. People know.
You work together with Viva Con Aqua?
Viva Con Aqua is fun. Very good. And we did one big small town water system with Viva Con Aqua. We work together with Knorr-Bremse, which is a big corporate. You see, I love this working together with corporates.
Yeah.
Because
we definitely come on point 5 on this. Water. So you mentioned the water. I saw in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
We did a lot of water projects. Our main aspect was, even we also say, because to take care about water in Bangladesh, we have the arsenic problem. We have most of the water is arsenic contaminated. So we do surface water and
surface water,
and bring it to the people. And it was very hard. Then people pay for water, even a penny. But it needs a big wish, and you can do it because it needs service and it needs to be paid. Otherwise, we can't do it. Water, fantastic. Number 2 was
schools.
Schools. I saw your schools in Ethiopia. They are fantastic. How many schools you're running now?
We've built about 460 schools.
460 schools.
In 40 years, and as I said before, about 500,000 children go to school that we built today every day. School is an interesting piece because our role there is primarily building the schools, but we build it as a contractor. So we make a contract with the government saying, when we build the schools, you commit to run the schools with teachers. We then start building clubs with the parents. So the agricultural club, menstruation health club, AIDS club. So a lot of clubs so that the children get involved with the parents and the teachers to get the educational piece right around the school. Not only the school is necessary so that people go there in the first place. If it's full of fleas and termites and smells, people won't come. Especially women at certain ages wouldn't come because they'd rather stay at home. So they first to get a hygienic, clean school so that people love to come. And then we make sure that the surrounding, the ecosystem with teachers, they get constantly supported with new ideas how to motivate.
460 schools. How much costs to build a school?
For us, a school costs 200,000 euros, 250,000 euros.
So 250,000 euros, you can build one school.
For 1,000 children.
For 1,000 children.
And it will stay more than 40 years. So on average, it's about 50 euros per pupil to give them an 8 years education. So it's nothing. Honestly, it sounds a lot in the first beginning.
No, 250,000.
But if you look at the sustainability of the school, we've done so many redesigns of the school because of the weather condition, the water. You need to make sure that it actually lasts for long.
Yeah.
This is our key point, sustainability. And that if you then calculate on the average lifetime, it's actually very cheap. Yeah. And this is,
So it needs 2,500 people. Everybody gives a little bit, one school,
yes.
It's one family.
Exactly.
Who say maybe 10% of our of our family we give into one school. So 250,000 is one school for 40 years for 1,000 children every year to be educated.
Yes.
Very simple calculation.
Yes.
Not so difficult to do it. That was education and school. Number 3
is health. Health is more and more, it actually goes a little bit in the background in the moment because the government is taking over more and more services. What we do a lot now is vaccination of children in schools. Yes. The famous study has shown that, for example, deworming makes a lot of difference in schools. We do a lot of WASH campaigns, we do a lot of AIDS, HIV, help for support so people to live with it, family planning, stuff like this. All that is part, it's like, I think 80 activities in the health arena, basic health services primarily, not educated. We do a lot of eye care because there's very simple operations you can do to help people to see again.
I know an eye care hospital is also just one operation is less than $50.
That's 10 euros.
10 euros now down, and you can see again. So you run hospitals, or you work together with hospitals?
No, we only work. We built about 4 hospitals in the past, but we then found out that it's too difficult for us to run them on the basis of donation money. So we hand it over to the government again, and we repair machines ever so often if necessary. But the idea is, again, it's a question of ownership. You know, if we are not there to permanently run a social system. We are there to give the activation energy and then hand over to those who should run it, which should be either a private hospital or a government hospital, but we are there to initiate.
Okay, so water and health is very much related in it.
Yes, absolutely.
I saw it. Many people are afraid to use water for the daily hygiene because they don't want to waste the water and they need it more to drink it. So this is very interlinked. Health system is, of course, the first stuff. We have our Y-mates here, the Viva Y-mates. We have 16 doctors here who think every day about what's be done. Tomorrow we welcome on the same session Eckhard von Hirschhausen. So health care is a huge aspect. So every health company, every pharma company, all invited to work together with Dr. Sebastian Brandis, see together what they can do, and the team, and you take care, then this makes a real impact. Number 3.
Number 4 is
water, health?
Education, health.
Okay, then we are number
4 is land management. You know, it's basically coming from the impact food security. So we want to achieve food security for people, so they don't depend on singular sources like only maize or if a drought comes. So we diversify. In fact, what we do is permaculture. We diversify the crops they have in the backyard, like cabbage, root beets, coffee. We do a lot of coffee. We come to that in the afternoon. Bananas, whatever is needed in that particular area. A lot of fruit trees now. And secondly, we do a lot of afforestation. Agroforestry a lot. Because the land of Ethiopia, about 100 years ago, it had about 40% coverage of forest. Now it's about down to 10%.
Oh, yeah.
So a massive activity is afforestation in a sustainable manner. So to basically stop erosion, stop degradation of land, we do a lot of, per year we do about 6,000 hectares of land that we afforested to protect the fields. And normally we afforest on the top of the hill, then the erosion is stopped and the fields become more fertile on the ground. And the interesting part, again, the only success of afforestation is community participation.
Absolutely.
When people talk about how many trees they've planted, I think this is very nice. You can plant millions of trees. We actually plant 15 million trees every year, but this is not the success factor.
But just repeat it. How many trees?
We plant about between 15 and 20 million trees every year.
Every year.
But the main part of success is whether the forest will stay or not is community participation. So we engage. We've got nurseries where we grow the trees as seedlings. We carry them to the farmers, and then they plant. And immediately when they see that the water, the groundwater comes back, the sources become fruitful again, they want to grow more. They come back. I have some very nice testimonials from farmers who said we've seen 3-4 programs from government who come there, tick in the box, 10,000 trees planted, but it is not sustainable. But if they get involved, because you need to help them give alternative income methods because they live from the forest, they cut the trees, so they need other ways of making money, otherwise they will cut the trees again. So we help them, become beekeepers, we help them become, craftsmen, pottery, all this stuff, so they don't have to live from the forest, that they can, they get the cash and carry, we call it cash and carry, so they go between the trees, they cut the grass, feed their animals, so the animals don't go onto the forest. Yeah. So this ecosystem is the one that makes it sustainable, which is why I was so brave to say we are happy to sell it as a CO2 sink, and now we sell the forest hectare on the basis of CO2 footprints. So,
what maybe we should share is the shocking aspect 3-4 years ago in Davos, in the World Economic Forum. I saw the study where the global investor wanna buy every land around the globe to make a shortage of land to be speculative to sell it. You can imagine, well, the Indians, the Chinese, the Europeans, all the big trillions-owned investors try to buy every single land, then land become a shortage and be higher speculative. So every square kilometer what you protect is out of speculation.
Yes.
And so that's another reason to get and join you. And I think trading could be also a good partnership, or direct trading, what we talked today with Perfect Day.
Absolutely.
It could be also different products. So direct trading between the forest and you could be, so all the great Edekas, RWEs, Alnatura could be in contact with you and say, let's make a business together, because you're very business driven in a social business way.
Yes, and I think I say we need to, I'm very fascinated by innovative business models. But in the context of social business, I would not talk about business models. I mean, because it's so much about business is win to win and win. Let's talk about need-based models. Let's talk about fundamentally building a cooperation model around the need of a person, and then whoever partner needs, it can be an NGO plus a company, and then build a nice model around this. We will talk about this afternoon together with Dahlmeier. This is kind of a need-based model. And this comes to our fifth pillar, which is the human development or the wealth creation or income generation. And there, I think we have a multitude of innovative partnership models. The majority of what we do today is microcredits. Thanks to the absolutely marvelous structure that Muhammad Yunus built, we've done that also in Ethiopia. Up to now, we've got 30,000 women that took a microcredit very successfully, and cooperatives, 150 cooperatives that live on that. And we're not a bank, so in this case, it's actually the association that gets some money. All the interest goes back into the association, so they increase their equity. It is parallel to us. We don't own the money anymore. We give it as a donation, and then it stays and evolves with the interest of the women paying back into their own association, so they increase their equity, and hence the next time the loan gets higher and higher. Now comes the cooperation with corporates. Any value chain, be it coffee, be it spices, be it dry fruits, be it cotton, so we can build together with a cooperative here. We would help them on the ground to build a sustainable model, and they can buy, and then we get a certain percentage of the revenue back to build schools, water, and so on. So it becomes a circle. And and I think there is a multitude. And in fact, interesting enough, the supply chain law that is about to be ratified is an invitation for corporates to cooperate with NGOs. I think it was a clever idea of Mr. Scholz, Olaf Scholz, to say, when they discussed the liability, the companies didn't want to take liability about the whole supply chain. So they said, why don't you give those local workers the opportunity to contact an NGO to mediate this process if you have a problem with them. And suddenly the NGOs are in the game, not as a nice to have charity, I give them leftovers I've got from my profit, but as a core part of their own business model. We can be part of a core part of the supply chain.
Yeah, absolutely.
And because we know the people on the ground, we have an operational model, we know the languages, we know the people who've got the trust. So we would cooperate with any corporate as long as the rules are along center the needs around the human being.
Absolutely. And we had in the beginning here R&V, the CEO, Dr. Rollinger. We will have here now Andre Dörfler, who will teach how people can make a cooperative. This business idea about the cooperative working together, what one person can make alone, many can do it together. This idea campaigning with a great social conscience-driven business. The original term of Professor Yunus was a social conscience-driven
Business. Yeah.
And that's what we all need to do. So on the point number 5, I saw in Addis Ababa a lot of young people for the creative sector. I believe there are great musicians, great movie maker. All the creative sector, it's not about the creative industry, it's about the creative sector. You're already in the creative sector as well?
We are partly, not yet so much, but we've used a few events in the past together with the Goethe Institute with some events and so on, but we will extend that. Also together with Viva Con Aqua, by the way. Viva Con Aqua.
Viva Con Aqua.
Who are very much in the universal language discussion, you know, music, arts, sport as a universal language to communicate needs and between different areas of the society. Talking about building bridges between commercial sector and the social sector. And it's interesting enough, I had a discussion with the head of the regulatory body in Addis Ababa, and he said now they realized that the NGO sector is actually an economical player. In the past it was just, you know, getting help and just disputing it. But if we understand it differently, saying as a part of an economical player, then the different types of corporates can take place. And that's not only business and social sector, but also arts and so on. For example, in design or fashion.
Yeah.
I think this is a great opportunity.
Absolutely.
By the way, I'm talking very much to Dulma Clark, who you know, from the Clark shoe.
Yes, of course, she's a big social business fan.
Yes, and we are developing an idea together of how to, because she's talking about regenerative leather.
Yeah.
How can we build leather in a regenerative way so it doesn't destroy the environment? And because we are with the thousands of farmers, and we do already feed, feeding cattle and so on, we can help them getting good leather regeneratively built, and they can produce in Addis Ababa as shoes. I should have worn the shoes of her today, and then she can export it. So there's a lot of, and she does work with a lot of the artists.
Yeah, I know she's a beautiful person. I met her once, and she's fully dedicated about the social conscience-driven economic system. In the way of the creativity aspects, coming back to the point, how the next level of technology, implementation of technology, how we see now the mobile phones, and that's everyday use. Do you play a role in the next level of technology?
Yes, absolutely. For example, I'll give you 2 projects that we are just about to start. We're talking about water. The country doesn't know about the ground level situation because it's obviously below the ceiling, so we don't really know, is it moving down, where is the ground level? So what we install now is sensors in our hand dug wells that can remotely be read, and you know exactly what the ground level does. So we can predict much better when the pump, for example, becomes empty, when it's overused, and we can use that data to map a ground level groundwater level seen in Ethiopia, so you can much sustainably plan water projects. And this is purely, this is done on remote, that's read out by a SIM card, and then you've got a portal and you can actually see how the water level is doing. Second problem, we're looking at very much into satellite. Using satellite to monitor development work. For example, how much trees have captured how much CO2.
Absolutely.
Very interesting. It's difficult still. The science is at the edge of getting some real data. So this is something, then of course the whole mobile payment thing is coming up. Ethiopia is not as far yet because the telecom sector was one of the last to be liberalized. It's still state-owned. It's just been given a license to a first competitor. So the services were not as good. But I think that's the next level to come.
Yeah. Now, we will see today afternoon Dr. Engelmeyer, who works here at the tomb about the data intelligence, the data system.
Yeah, Tobias. Yeah, I was in touch with Tobias to create a satellite-based, and he worked actually on Ethiopia, the power generation. So it's a very interesting project.
He is here tonight, and he showed a live demonstration, and he's a really game changer in this whole field. They were hard like an elephant. I met him 10 years ago in India, and he's really one of the great scientists and maker and doer, and that's great.
We want to use his platform to decide which rural village to next power up. This is what he built. He's going to talk.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what he talked tonight. This is also the part. Let's come a little bit back. Do we have the connection now? We have no connection. No, it's very bad. We will try to do it again. Let's have our last 5 minutes to see a little bit what we are able to do in the way. We just had the morning Amani, a woman, she grows up in Switzerland. She is on the border to Eritrea. In Egypt. We have now the election. Just how you handle in the last 40 years the political up and downs?
We always say we stayed with the people. So if you concentrate on the people's needs, you stay in the village and say, we are here for you. We make yourself independent of the political movement. We've survived dictatorship, we've survived the Red Terror, we've survived the times between up to 1991 until there was a Red Terror. We will always, we made ourselves independent on that, not to link to any political party. Even when Abiy came up, we were restricted to say, well, he's a hero. He was, because you never know what happens with with politicals, and we want to stay independent of that. In fact, I went to one village recently, and the community was like 20 people, and I said, who is the only organization that is politically, religious, and ethnically independent? Menschen für Menschen. So this is our image, and this is our core belief that we keep completely out of any political. Not in Germany or Europe. I'm happy to make any political statements because I think have to change. But in Ethiopia, we keep out of any political, and that's what people have trusted. That's also made us, not vulnerable for terrorist attacks, for example, because people said, okay, they are not linked to anybody, but they will help my sister and my mother and so on, so I'll keep them untouched. Yeah. But it's difficult, obviously, because sometimes you feel angry about something movement, and you have to keep yourself calm and say, well, it's not our business. Let's concentrate. We are here for the people, and that's where we stay.
Yeah. So that's a super statement, because the same experience what we have in many other countries. Yeah. We have a different kind of a political system. Yeah. We should be thankful about it.
Absolutely.
Because it's not a problem to speak out. We also say the political system in many countries where we are, have no trust, otherwise we would not survive. That's sadly like it is. That's smart. Another point is, if you see today, 2021, if we see the pandemic, if we see the challenging what we have on this scenario, the sense of urgency, the real sense of urgency is about to be or not to be in the next 10 years. Yeah. There's no scientist around the world who would not
underwrite that statement. Yeah,
exactly. They're definitely clear. We have 10 years time to redesign this scenario. Yeah. The scenario doesn't look good for us. Yeah. It will not. We only touched our children. Yeah. It will also touch us in 30 years, 25 years, and it's a huge responsibility. If we see the next 36 months, from here to 24, what would be your major steps to say what we have to do, what you want to do in the next 3 years?
I think we have all the ingredients. We've got so many fascinating social business ideas, people that are engaged, who are driven by purpose, who really want to change something. I think we need to build those bridges to the various sectors of the society to scale. It's my impression is that we've been talking about social business a lot, and people are more and more getting interested, but we have not yet scaled it to the amount that, a BlackRock has decided not to invest in fossil fuels anymore, like 2 years ago. That made a change, because they have got 600 billion under management. That makes it. We need to go to those people who really understand and make the change and scale all those great ideas that we have. I think that's why I'm looking for these cooperation partnerships, because what we do since 40 years, we could scale to triple them to change. That's one thing. And secondly, I think we have to get more value-driven, principles in some of our management systems. I think there's no doubt around that. People have to understand that money doesn't heal anything at some point. We all know that, luck or happiness correlates only to a certain extent with money. Beyond that, it's just jealousness and vanity or whatever. It's a scientific knowledge. So why don't we implement that knowledge into some, constitutional, into some management system, knowing that there is a limit to what you can achieve with money, and divert it to much more. It's not that difficult. It needs somebody who's the guts to scale it, I think.
That could be the purpose of purpose. Yes. A long life learning here with our new partner, the TUM EL3, the Institute for Long Life Learning. When we meet each other, we say, let's see how we can inspire all the big companies in Germany how to put the human Mensch-centric management.
Yeah.
Let's collaborate on this to say company by company, to say let's put the Mensch, the human, in the center of our activity. Sebastian, it was a great honor to talk to you today.
Thank you very much.
And we're looking forward. Everybody who listened to it, think about your future. There are always an opportunity. You see your personal purpose. Sebastian definitely did the right decision. Let's go on, find out what's the purpose of purpose. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sehr gut.
Genau, genau.
Bitte, hat's gepasst? Genau.
Gaat een paté.
FM till jag synte det Kanada Kanada synte det Hemman av FM till jag synte det Hemman und neue komm
No exodus. Beautiful. Thanks a lot. So let's join for the next 16 minutes again back to the fascination about the superculture of coffee, as well a great organization, Menschen für Menschen. And now I would like to welcome you both on stage, please. And let's see how we can inspire the next generation. We had already today morning the session where we say, oh my God, exactly, Sebastian is born 67.
67. I'm younger than you.
I'm 66, and you?
66.
Ah, good. That's
good,
a good
age.
culture. Volker, nice to have you with us. Volker, let's start with you. We had Sebastian today morning already. You just told me you are more than 3 decades in the superculture coffee.
Yes.
Why? Why are you in the coffee market?
It's a good question, actually. But I would say for me, it's a privilege to work there, because I think it's one of the best possibilities to learn about the world, actually. Because I have visited more than 30 coffee origins with different culture, with different environment. And it's part of the job, because I'm head of green coffee for Dahlmeier Coffee. Therefore, you have to visit that country and to learn about the country, how the logistic is, how the quality is, how the quantity is, and so on and so on.
Volker, I think we have to repeat it again. It was which company?
Dahlmeier Coffee.
Dahlmeier.
Yes.
So for these people who doesn't know Dahlmeier, who watch us in Africa or who watch us around the young people, Dahlmeier is a super brand in Munich. Very much known about the human-centric, very much known, very close to the customer, big quality, a great behavior with the employees. So Dahlmeier is really a great brand, and I think it's a family company.
It's a well, the history of the company traces back more than 300 years.
300 years.
300 years. So the soul, let's say, of the company is fine food in the center of Munich. It's existing only in Munich. By the way, the house is one of the most visited places in Germany. There's close to 3 million visitors a year.
Yeah.
So we have fine food in the house, and we are selling coffee in the German market. We are number 4 among the brand roasters, let's say, in Germany.
That means how many tons of coffee?
Well, in terms of green coffee is around 100,000 tons.
100,000 tons. 100,000 tons.
And it's quite a quantity, yes, indeed. And we are actually very close to Africa, therefore I'm also here. We are also one of the biggest, probably the biggest buyer out of the industry for Ethiopian coffee, for instance. It's roughly 20,000 tons, so 20% roughly. And Dahlmeier has a quite interesting history, because there was, let's say, joint venture, a partnership with Nestle, some period. It was from 1985 to 2015, a very successful, I would say, sales partnership. But right now, as you asked, it is 100% family owned.
Family owned, yeah. No, they did this big step back to say, oh, we can make big business with Nestle, and now we want to control it in our family spirit.
Yeah.
And I guess this is one reason why you cooperate with Menschen for Menschen.
Yes.
We talked today morning a lot about Sebastian, who is now since 5 years with a great governance, with a great dignity to manage Menschen for Menschen. How you both meet each other?
How do we meet? We met in your office.
Indeed.
And it was a very fast meeting in terms of fast speaking. He's a northern German, so he's very direct, not very linked to Munich culture, but we turned out to both like Hamburg Sportverein. So we had a connection. We had both suffering the same.
Yes. Suffering is the right word.
No, but the point was then that we, you can tell the story better, but you always wanted to buy coffee from Menschen, and it was never possible. So one day I said, now we have a region where we brought coffee the first time in history, Dano, the project that we will talk about. And I said, come and visit the coffee. You tell me whether the coffee is a good coffee. And then they said, yes. And then I will show you all the export industry as well. I shall bring you to the coffee guys. And this is when we met really good terms. And like for 1 week, we traveled through Ethiopia to see all the coffee industry and to see the Dano area. And then
yeah, but we are working since more than 10 years with Menschen für Menschen. Actually, for me, it was logic in a sense that you have on the one side, you have a company like Menschen für Menschen, very close to our office, by the way, the headquarter, and with more than 700 employees in Ethiopia. And we, as I said, are one of the biggest buyer for Ethiopian coffee. So to do something together was for me actually quite logical. In the beginning, unfortunately, it was not possible to buy coffee. That was my idea out of a project from Menschen für Menschen. So we started with the problem of deforestation, that we planted a lot of also of coffee trees and of course seedlings, trees in general in several regions. So that was the beginning and the start.
No. Yeah, just for our audience who listen to the whole numbers, 20,000 tons. 20,000 tons from Ethiopia, 100,000 tons in totally. When we explain today the small story about Perfect Day and say it's 3 tons, in 3 tons of coffee, we are involving more than 50 people who lives from the 3 tons, as a picker, as a farmer, as the children of the whole stuff. So you ever count how many lives are depending on Dallmayr, on your trading?
No, not really. It's probably millions in a way.
Millions,
yeah.
Right?
It's millions, yeah.
Millions all over the world. What's that responsibility?
It is a responsibility. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not the easiest country in the world, as many people know, and politically wise, it's not so easy, and also from the logistic. But it's still a fascinating country from my point of view. It's by heart that we are doing that. It's not only the birthplace of human being; it's also the birthplace of Arabica coffee.
Yeah.
And the quality out of Ethiopia is so fascinating and so unique that for us it is more or less no question about to buy that quantity and that volume out of that country.
You just mentioned 10 years of partnership with Menschen für Menschen, 5 years with the new
More than 10 years actually. 2008 it started.
2008. Yeah, that was
13 years.
That was quite this moment after where we all have a big wake-up call and see we need more to do. It was exactly after we have a lot of turnarounds in Germany about the governance, about the whole stuff. It was the moment 12 years ago, or 13 years ago, it was a big step. So, but 5 years now with Sebastian in the new management, what I really love.
Shall I leave the room for a minute?
No. And Sebastian took care about the legacy, you know, and took care about, with the team, to manage it. So, what are the status quo of the partnership? What are you doing in this year when we celebrate 40 years of Menschen für Menschen? What are your role in the 40 years anniversary?
In this particular partnership?
Yeah.
3 years, 2018, December 2018, we went to the trip to Ethiopia. In April, May 2019, we signed an agreement to jointly build a project, a coffee area, where we supported 1,500 partners, farmers with seedlings. And Dallmayr is now supporting us to build a cooperative to educate youth that will then process the coffee. And Dallmayr will directly buy it from this one exporter, but they will directly buy it. And this year, hopefully, we'll buy the first 20 tons of that particular coffee.
Very good. So, do you already made a deal how much it is per kg?
No, we're still negotiating with the youth.
Okay, very good. Negotiate in a good way, bring it in a high value, teach them, then they have the best coffee, and then the price can be not only affordable, can be carefully done for every single person.
No, Dallmayr was very generous in setting the price high so that the youth can really establish. Yeah. But we're also interested to get the youth learn the market.
Yeah,
exactly.
So we cannot leave them in a kind of petri dish. So at the beginning we can support the project, but they have to sustain long term also, and therefore they have to learn the market dynamics as well as having a good start with a good price.
Yeah, but it's not a price or quantity project. It's I would say a win-win situation for both sides, as Sebastian explained. It's that the youth and the farmers understand our position as a roaster, and for us it's interesting in terms of have a better access and approach to quality and how they produce coffee and so on and so on, to work on cup profiles, for instance. Actually, I realized when I visited together with Sebastian the region where we are financed a school, actually that was the beginning of that project and that region, I realized that it is perfect for coffee growing. And coffee disappeared there, unfortunately, through the point of deforestation, and now they started again, but very slowly and on a very low level. The quantity what they get out of the project right now there is around 100 tons. So that it's not that much, and the yield is very, very limited, let's say, politely saying. And to increase that and to bring up the production there, quality and quantity-wise, is the target, and that will definitely work. I'm pretty convinced about that.
We had today morning the coffee doctor, Julian, here. He's 28 now. Almost 29. We meet each other 5 years ago. I call him the coffee doctor because he goes from farm to farm. He knows every single step about the coffee. And you explained me today morning that the coffee market is now under high speculative power. Anyway, the coffee price for the farmers, for the pickers, is too low at the moment. The tax in Germany, we don't understand anymore why we have this €2.16 as a tax per kg.
It's the only country where you have a coffee tax.
Unbelievable. And then we not even bring it to the farmers. If you go to the 100,000 tons of coffee, what you're roasting, he teach me that 80% of the world production is small farmers with an average of around 1,000 kg. 1 ton more or less. Let's say $800 kg was the right numbers, what you told me. But let's make it simple for the outside understanding. 1,000 is 1 ton per family. You also buy it from the small farmers? Or how 20 tons?
Well, it depends what, but per definition, a smallholder, let's say, is less than 1 hectare of production area. And indeed, 80% of the coffee production is coming from a smallholder. What we are doing is that we have the so-called direct trade, yes, but it's not, would be a logistical problem. We are buying directly from co-ops or big plantations where you have according logistic and, let's say, business office, and that is not possible from a smallholder.
So let's see how we can grow this mention for mention, because 20 tons is a start. In 5-10 years, maybe mention for mention can build you all this to get ton by ton more as more relationship. It's not so much about direct import. For me, it's important that we have still a relation to the people. When I went the first time to Manizales, what I guess you know as well very well, you know, we did a lot of project on the peace process building in Colombia and recultivated a lot of stuff. In Africa now we can do farmers by farmers in the permaculture and the stuff. So mention for mention is a great partner in it. You're happy about the whole situation, Sebastian?
Yeah, absolutely. But talking about relationship, we have actually somebody on the ground.
That's super cool.
Barito is from our management team. She's responsible for all the program management and director. She's an agriculturist from background, and she's one of the brains also behind and the doers on the ground to make the project work.
Wonderful. So, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Sorry, she's not connected yet.
Okay, but
we have no good luck today with. We try.
Okay.
Yeah, no, let's keep our conversation going. Volker, we just talked about our age, our generation here in Germany. This is exactly what we should never do on a live, on a video production here, having 3 people from us in the same age. But Sebastian took a very interesting way and said, with 49 he decided, oh, my next step is not to be the managing director of a huge family company. I do the transformation for Menschen. You have now over 30 years experience in the field of core business. When you hear the first time about social business, what's all about today, the social business aspect, what you would recommend to somebody in our age to say, I want to see my new purpose, a different purpose? Is coffee business something where he can go in to make something positive change on the ground, to say, oh, I go for 5 years to Uganda and help you to develop something? Is it recommendable?
Definitely, highly recommended, I would say, because I mean you have a high potential for things in terms of try to make the world better, and if you go to coffee, there are many targets in my opinion. It's not only the climate change problem, what everybody more or less sees. Hopefully, it's also that, for instance, in my opinion, the generation switch is not solved in terms of that the average age of a coffee farmer nowadays is probably around 55. So to bring that to the next generation is actually already too late. And the problem is that coffee is not really, in terms of benefit, something what the young generation sees as a good benefit. Yeah? And to do a marketing in terms of stay in coffee, plant coffee, because it's a fascinating product. Yeah? From the, let's say, aroma potential, it's higher than wine.
Yeah, absolutely.
And therefore, it's as I said, it's a fascinating product. And climate change, generation problem, and also you have so many countries where coffee is planted, and right now the concentration and the focus is rather on the big ones, that is Brazil, Vietnam, and Colombia, and especially Africa has so many fascinating coffee countries where I would say to support that country and to bring it in terms of marketing to another level is definitely something what I would highly recommend.
Yeah. In Ethiopia, and you both for Menschen, the partnership in the next 3 years, if you see it by 2024, so in September you celebrate 40 years, 40 different small events. So, but up to 2024, let's see, 3 years. What will be your idea, Sebastian, to keep on growing with Dallmayr together?
Yes, I mean, first of all, we want to establish the coffee business much further. Absolutely. There's, as you said, you know, I think we had a call last week, and I said, can we buy the 20 tons? And he said, we can buy 100 tons if you've got the production. So we can grow. But I would like to copy this model to other value chains, to really have, you know, be it spices, be it fruits, be it cotton, be it things, so that we can multiply this idea to benefit more and more people, and primarily the youth, I think. It is a great opportunity for youth, and yes, you reminded us on the generation conflict of the danger of not losing coffee because we are paying because we're paying the people not good enough, probably, but also to make it an interesting and an enchanting enterprise to actually follow. Yeah. Not only by payment, but also by, you know, creativity, specialty coffees, all sorts of, you know, new business models that make it interesting for the youth to engage. So, you know, youth unemployment is probably one of the biggest issues in those countries, so 25% plus. And all the unrest we have in some of the areas, the fertile ground for the unrest is unemployment. So whatever methods we find to get unemployed youth to work. In fact, somebody said every business in Ethiopia is a social business because as long as they find it, it's social. So I think this is one of our key interests, to create value chains on the ground so that people find jobs and multiply it on the various value chains and various products.
We are going at the moment, Volker, a lot about CO2 as a new currency. Now we all see the CO2 currency, the CO2 as a new currency. We are here as a lifelong learning. We go with tokens, we go with our own currency, we go with. You're already in the field of can imagine with all the farmers in Ethiopia to have your own blockchain-based currency, to know the direct trading with Menschen. You could be an example, a leader, how to implement a technology like this?
In theory, yes. I would say, especially in Africa so far, really a tough work. Again, unfortunately, I would say the big ones have, in terms of traceability, for instance, and infrastructure, an advantage, especially in that. And therefore, my fear is also regarding this issue, that maybe the concentration is it's again a support for the concentration for the big ones, and you have to be careful about that. But at the end of the day, you are right. It would be a target, definitely.
Yeah. So I had, and hello, Birgit Mohn. I know she's listened now, and I talked a lot with Birgit Mohn about hello, and we talked a lot with her about how she can join, for example, in even the way to say how we can have an education token, a digital one, you know, to say, oh, the tokens, the currency, a unique currency between a mention-for-mention currency that we can create as a token, together with Stallmeyer, to say, oh, how we can invest this money into education directly. That's some thoughts what we do here on the long life learning. And I know today morning we talked about the next level with Tobias Engelmeier, about he will be here today. So that's the inspirational work. Could you imagine to be a pioneer in a field like this with Stallmeyer and mention for mention in the next 3 years, to see what could be the opportunity in the next level, how to make trading relationship driven, let's say it like this?
Again, at the end of the day, it would be an interesting target. If it is realistic, it depends really on where you work and with whom you work. But as I said, possibility is there.
I think
pioneers might be a bit.
I think the brain is there, the opportunity is there. We have the relationship to the farmers. That's all there. I think if it doesn't work, it's primarily because of basic service. There's no power, there is no reliability of some infrastructure. But as Volker mentioned, I think we need to do something. Otherwise, the concentration of the coffee market will continue. So we need to find ways of innovative digital methods to protect the smaller farmers.
Yes.
This is, I think, when we talked about the supply chain law this morning, you taught me about the fact that the danger of a supply chain law that forces everybody for traceability means that some countries who are already badly positioned might fall behind even further because they don't have the money and the infrastructure to do traceability. So I think it is up to us to actually use those technologies to protect, as we talked, the passion about smaller farmership and the structure of that allows to keep biodiversity, that allows to keep healthy structures in the society and so on, which therefore we need to do something about it. Whether we be the pioneer, hopefully yes, but whether we achieve it is the other question.
Let's see how we inspire from lifelong learning of the purpose of purpose. Volker, what we also talked today morning is about how to inspire the management with mention for mention, how to put the human-centric in the core of the aspect. What does it mean for your employees? How many employees you have in Munich or worldwide as Dalma?
Well, worldwide we have 3,500.
3,000.
Quite a lot. In the center of Munich, it's around 350. But of course, the main part is in the fine food. We have overall we have 5 production sites in Germany where we roast coffee. The oldest one is in Munich, and the biggest one is in Berlin.
And how inspired the partnership between mention for mention your employees? They are happy about it, they're proud, they also want to go and say, hey, can we help? Or how's your...
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's an interesting and fascinating story, I would say, and it supports the, let's say, the background of the company, that there is a soul, and it's not only money driven. And and therefore that was the start of the cooperation, where I said, or I thought, okay, to buy coffee out of Ethiopia is one part of the coin, but at the end of the day, I like to give something back, much more than only buying coffee, and therefore we started the cooperation. And out of that cooperation, it's also a process where we learn, okay, maybe we can do this or that. And it's not a standstill, it's a flow.
Okay. So the team just told me we have it live, so thanks a lot for the teams, and always great you work on the technique.
Here we go.
We have her now brought in. Hello, welcome.
Hello everyone.
Hello. So Sebastian, may you introduce her again to the audience?
Hi,
Hello.
Hi, Sebastian.
thank you finally.
Hi, all the the team, thank you for having this precious time together.
Barito runs our operations in Ethiopia. She's part of our management team and has been with the foundation since how many years now? 15 years? 12 years?
Yeah, it is now 15 years.
15 years, yeah.
Yes, of course.
So why don't you explain us a little bit about the project that we are doing? You've got a few slides, I think, even.
Yeah, I can do that quickly. I need a support from the team in Germany also so that they can show my slide so that I can go through quickly.
Harald, can we have the slides?
And while you're finding the slides, maybe you want to explain a little bit what this project means for the region, Dano. Have they welcomed us, or was it did we have to convince them, or what?
Yeah, because it is coffee. Coffee is welcome everywhere. So we are happy to have Dalmayer with us, to partner with us, so that we can have benefit both sides, not only from the company side, but also from the farmers side, from the youth side. So we are happy about the partnerships that we have been having with Dalmayer since many years. And we continued on that solid partnership when it comes to coffee. So I wanted to explain a little bit how coffee is also continue to bond the two people, whether it is in Europe or in Africa. So can they give us the slide, or I continue?
You continue, please.
Please continue. Somehow we don't have the slides.
Okay. I just continue. I was trying to share my slides.
Oh yes, we all have this experience. Super, you can share your slides.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Is it there?
Yes.
Good to have you all around. Coffee as a commodity which has been there since many years, since ancient time. Still it continues to be the soul of Ethiopia for farmers in the rural area. So this commodity has still a potential to create still more opportunity for the youngsters. So we continue to focus on this commodity, especially in some regions which are already fertile ground for coffee, like our project area called Dano. So this project that we started partnering with Dalmayer has this special potential both sides, for the farmers, for the youngsters, at the same time for the company, for Dalmayer also. So coffee has rigorous process, starting from the production, processing, even making, brewing. So in this rigorous process, we can look into this special commodity by focusing the use also. The use is, as you always, Sebastian was explaining, use is vulnerable for everything. If they are unemployed, they are vulnerable for conflict, for migration, for anything you can name it as a bad, use will be in the middle. So we want to also engage the youngsters, the youth, so that coffee creates some value for them also, not only for the farmers, for the elderly, but also it can be interesting for the youngsters. So when we look at the production aspect of coffee, coffee will take us through a long process of preparing the seedling itself, which will involve a lot of labor-intensive activity. Then comes planting and caring at a nursery level, engage the youngsters. And also, when it comes to coffee, coffee is strongly bonded with Ethiopians. But these days, the youngsters still want to have opportunity when it comes to, especially when they are graduates or technical college educated, they want to migrate to the cities. But at their backyard, you find this precious commodity, which has been there for many years, hundreds of years. and their forefathers lived on this commodity. But maybe these days they start looking at opportunity somewhere else without focusing on this precious commodity. So the whole process of bringing attitude of the youngsters to the rural area, okay, you can create money, you can create life out of coffee while caring for this coffee, maybe improving the way it is cultivated, the way it is dried, the way it is processed. You can engage the youngsters by taking them through the process of redefining, I cannot fully say redefine, but rather reorient the youngsters. They can create value out of this precious commodity. So it is some kind of initiative so that they can love what they have. It has been there for many years. It will continue to be there. This is one of the best commodities that has sustained in the market for many years. So we can reorient, reorganize, retrain the youngsters so that they can focus on this commodity in a more slightly modern, improved way, so that they can be interested. So for a company like Dallmayr, for example, ensuring the quality of the coffee through small process like drying process of improved way of drying, improved way of slightly improved way of hulling will create value for Dallmayr and also create value for the youngsters. When these small processes kept properly, followed seriously, the quality of the coffee will improve, the price of this coffee will increase, and they create value out of it. At the same time, company in Germany also, or somewhere else, Germany can be taken as an example, can also get some added value out of it. So by doing something smaller but very important, youngsters can again engage in this kind of process and continue to create value out of it. For example, the hulling process. The hulling process means removing the cover, the outer cover from the coffee bean. So this process is usually in Ethiopia done very traditional way, using a mortar and whistle like this one, which will decrease the value of the quality of the coffee and also break most of the coffee beans, and it will not bring some important value that is highly needed. So by just improving slightly the hulling process, the drying process, the youngsters can create value out of this commodity. And the company out there can get the quality that they require. So when we go through this project in partnering with Dallmayr, we focus on training the youngsters, training the farmers, so that they can add value on the commodities that they know for many years, so that they can focus on traceability, improving the quality of the coffee that they produce, so that they get even higher price, so that they benefit both the company out there and also themselves and improve their life, so that they get more value out of it instead of migrating somewhere and creating problem to themselves. So coffee, from the nature of the product, you go through the production process, which is very long. You go through the processing process, which has also some important points where we can add value. Then the last point which I want to raise is the export market. For example, Dallmayr wants to buy coffee from Ethiopia. Usually, when Dallmayr wants to buy, it will go through long process of traders and a lot of people coming in the middle. But when we focus on a good product, quality product in bulk, Dallmayr can buy also directly. The process is not easy, as I can speak now, but even exporting process, which has been controlled by many group of traders, can be started by farmers, by youngsters in the rural area. It looks very complex and completely unreachable, but trying that process means adding value for these farmers, for these youngsters, and continue to create value out of it. For not only for the traders in Addis or in big towns, but also for the farmers out there in their grassroots community. So this is also area where we want to focus regardless of the other processes that I have explained. Maybe one thing at last which I want to raise is coffee brewing and coffee making. At this stage, we are very good because the traditional coffee making, roasting, and brewing is very much kept in Ethiopia. And the Ethiopian way, we brew coffee, our way, not the German way or the American way, which is creating opportunity for the youngsters, not only in Addis, in the big towns, also in the rural areas. Young girls are starting to create business out of this commodity by just brewing it the traditional way. They know how to make it. The process is so interesting. Maybe we are very good when you look at a coffee, we are very good at this stage. But at the production stage and at the processing of the drying process, the hulling process, we are very much behind, which is usually creating very unnecessary things that degrades the quality of the coffee. So youngsters in the rural area, like our project Dano, they can create value out of coffee more than even their forefathers did. Because the modern way of cultivating this coffee will also bring opportunity. Yes, it is a challenge to keep the quality, to keep the whole process as per requirement of the European market. But in the middle, when you keep the process, you can create value out of it. So coffee as an ancient product, as a typical Ethiopian-related product, we are really always happy to have partners from Europe or wherever, so that we can create opportunities for the young people, even in the rural areas. So that is why we can still say coffee can create opportunity in the rural areas more than we even expect. So that is why the partnership that we have with Dalmayer is fruitful. We are happy. We want to continue to have this commodity together, improved and use-focused way. So these are slides, presentations that I have. I didn't want to use numbers here and there, but this is the whole process. Coffee is still a commodity where we can create value out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very well presented. So imagine one question for you. We had Wubutu today morning from the One Young World, a travel scout from Ethiopia to bring people to Ethiopia. And I, similar to you, Volker, I went to many coffee places in the world, and I know Ethiopia is really the coffee nature because they are one of the few who really enjoy coffee as well.
Indeed.
So the most of the people who
we don't only produce, we also consume. Yes. We enjoy the process, so that is also business for me.
Yeah, exactly. You have the whole value chain in it. So hopefully with Menschen for Menschen and with Dalmayer and with your beautiful smile, we get a lot of attraction into Ethiopia, to the beautiful way of the culture of Ethiopia, to the handcraft, to the future of all of us, because the future lies in the hand of the youth of the African. That's why we are here today. We want to see the opportunity. We want to inspire this Professor Yunus with all the people to say we all go together. We all can make our own business. We all are here to create jobs and not to seek jobs. So let's create more jobs around the coffee culture. And thanks a lot for the beautiful intermission from Ethiopia. And would love to have now an Ethiopian coffee ceremony with us. Let's see how we can do it. Follow it a little bit up because I have a direct question to you, Volker. We just talked about CO2. This is a big aspect, and Ethiopia could help us really on building new forests, building new stuff. We have here, later on you can watch, we have the modernest coffee roaster. We have 100% renewable energy here. We roast coffee on a very high quality. I guess the baristas who we let it taste say it is the future. So about CO2, the value chain of coffee and CO2. It's an enormous opportunity how to bring more social balance, social justice in it. What would be your ideal about this, Volker, as a coffee man?
Well, the problem in terms of CO2 is on two sides. One is the usage of coffee, where you use and brew coffee at home, and in which direction. And the other one is on the production side. Production not in terms of roasting, the production in terms of green coffee growing. And of course the logistic and infrastructure, because you may have a CO2 neutral coffee farm, but you have to bring the coffee from the farm to the port.
Yes,
and that is still definitely a target, how to solve it in the proper, right way. We have to think about this, there's no question about. And the need and the pressure behind is obviously there.
Yeah, we definitely would love to see what innovation we can do, how we can have hydropower to use in it, how we can have roasting in a new level, how we can do. We do a lot of research here at the TUM, EL3, we did a lot of practical research in a small scale, as an experimental scale, but you are somebody, and together for mention, not only to scale it technology-wise, but also human-wise. And that's, I think, it's the unique of this partnership, to say in the next 5 years we really can make a holistic example on coffee, and in a good way. Oh, there's the camera now outside, you see? This is where we have a completely line, at least what we see at the moment, the cutting edge about the whole stuff. So don't worry, Perfect Day is never, ever will be goes for 100,000 tons. We see us as a laboratorium. We try to do it in the best way of the best way, to inspire families like Dallmayrs to say, let's do it. Also, one thing is what we talked a lot is about the plastic material, the circular economic in the whole stuff. And we try now to be the best of best in circular economic and the Kaffeesack, I don't know the right English term, the bag and everything. Could you imagine to do together and find out with the TUM how we can have 100% circular economic aspect on all material, what we use during the coffee chain? Black is beautiful, CO2 could be the monomaterial. Could it be interesting to find the best people here, sit together and see what we can do?
Of course. That is actually not a question, it's obligation.
Yeah, no, it's an invitation to do so. That's why we are here, a lifelong learning. We learn so much from the young professors, the opportunity now in single material of circular economic, in the new way, how to be in the roasting aspect, to see where we can have electrification in roasting in the future. Is it possible? I was always thinking, never ever, maybe you know the false small roaster family in Aschaffenburg, Kaffee Braun. It's a very small family.
Actually.
Yeah, but a very nice family.
Yes, indeed.
So I talked a lot with them, but they say, oh, Hans, we are too small for this experiment, so that would be great, because I think we can really turn around the whole coffee business in a good example, and nobody more than Dallmayr and Menschen for Menschen in Munich. So that's my invitation to you. Did you ever meet Professor Yunus in social business? Is this?
Unfortunately not.
Okay, let's see. He will be speaking to us today as a final speech. He's always inspiring people in every sector, in everything. Imagine we have 1% of the 100,000 tons, so 1,000 tons, as an example how to do it in the best way of social business, and then inspire the rest of the 99% in the normal business. But with 1% of the turnaround and with a super partnership out of Munich could be an example for the rest of the world, of the coffee world market. And we only will be lead out of the mess by role models. And it's a big pleasure for me to meet you. He told me about it.
Likewise.
And I was always, because it's family owned. And at the end, it's about the conscience, to have a social conscience in a family. Sometimes does irrational stuff. And social business is a way where we need pioneering and where we need stuff, and to see so. Volker, you're now same age like me, 55 probably, or 54, however you have
55.
55. So now we don't, I think in our generation, normally we was thinking now to go in retirement, but it doesn't look like that we go for retirement.
No.
So we have 20 years of performance
Yes.
in front of us, and you look like you really want to do the next 20 years. In a dream, what you should say, what could your best contribution in coffee in the next 20 years?
To bring coffee on an honest, really honest and authentic, sustainable level. Because a lot of things, what I see right now, even with labels, I would say the approach is not the right one. Yeah? It's maybe the right idea, but the approach is not the right one. To bring coffee on a other sustainable level is definitely a mission for me.
Yeah. Wonderful. Sebastian, for you, in the wish to have it now next to Dalmayer, we talked a lot about inspiring management. You know, I think what most important is what you can do is so. Coffee is always an invitation to every top manager.
Yeah.
Is it possible to say yes? Could it be
point.
something like your own Menschen für Menschen management school?
Yeah, it's a good idea. No, I think also coffee, the nice thing about coffee is you will surprise everybody. I now did like 3 or 4 cuppings with you. I learn everything sometimes, and I bring friends, I bring partners, and everybody is surprised about coffee all the time. The size, the beauty, and it's so many aspects of life. People don't understand when they just drink their coffee in the morning. So I think this is a good role model to explain to managers also how the world is linked together, how their daily drinking, as I said, millions of people depend on it. So I think you can explain a lot on the coffee chain.
Do you have already a microphone? Yeah. Let's have the last words of our round. So just to introduce you once again, maybe come on stage, Julian, so then people also can see you. So when I meet Julian, just to introduce you, he was the best friend of my son. We do this coffee farming since 30 years. Julian was introduced as an Austrian young guy. In the first year, I feel sorry for him because he only had coffee, and coffee from everything. And if you go now around the world, and I know you went to many coffee farms, if you could see for the youth how to involve the young people in Africa, how to involve the young people into farming, what's needed then the young people join in like you?
So I think you need really to create a certain awareness for them that like coffee is going through so many hands and so many people are involved, and that's so inspiring as well because you meet so many different people from different aspects, from the farmers, from the people who are involved into logistics, and also baristas, people making coffee in the end. So that's very inspiring, I would say.
And why you are in the coffee business?
So yeah, this is actually one of the main aspects why I love coffee so much. It's just the interconnecting thing and with people and the beautiful product behind, and which is also capable of really having an impact on our world. As it's the second largest traded good in the world, it's a globally product consumed all over, and so that's also having a huge impact on all of us.
And the role of social business, what could it be?
So it could be a good role model to show how we engage people and interact with everyone who is involved into that supply chain. So everyone needs to be like a fair game for them, right? So starting from the farmer and all the other people involved into that supply chain, and that has a huge potential.
Yeah. Let's see as a final conclusion. We started the whole Summer of Purpose with Daniel Hope, the violinist, and I'm since 1 year an ambassador of Beethoven from the Beethoven Society. Even I can't play Alemannienchen on the piano. I've learned so much about Beethoven. One of the things what Beethoven did, he had every day his coffee. He had 60 beans in his coffee, and then we both measured 60 beans, and it was exactly 9 grams. So in 2024, we will celebrate 200 years of the greatest music part of humankind who addressed human dignity. So maybe with Menschen für Menschen, with Dalmayer, with the young generation, with all our friends in Africa and Ethiopia, we could make a special trading who have full of dignity with Beethoven's number 9, and to start to say, all right, that could be something where we celebrate dignity and coffee, because coffee culture now in Europe is over 200 years the most dominant culture. It's changed our way of political thinking. It's changed our artistic way. It's much more than a consumption good. It's an inspiration, and it's a big gift from nature. And probably the biggest power what we have to demonstrate permaculture and create biodiversity. That's my invitation for today. Thanks a lot. Thanks
My
a lot.
pleasure.
You bring the friends of Dallmayr to us. I think it's a good start. Let's keep our friends in Ethiopia with us. Thanks a lot. And we see us very soon. We keep on going. It was a super session. And now enjoy a cup of coffee. Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. What a wonderful 2 days we've had together. We started the day yesterday hearing about the work that the Yunus and You Foundation is taking in East Africa. Along the way, we've discussed the importance of collaboration in social entrepreneurship, the work that needs to be done to ensure inclusion in social entrepreneurship. We've talked about the social entrepreneurship landscape in East Africa, the role that young people play. We have been inspired by young social entrepreneurs who have shared their stories of courage and resilience and innovation in the face of seemingly overwhelming challenges. One of the things that struck with me is the number of times we had the Kenyan phrase, vitu kwa ground ni different, which was a reminder for us to stay grounded, to stay connected, to be with our communities that we hope to serve. It has all today evening and today as well. And I think also the focus on agribusiness has been quite talking about coffee and the coffee industry and how that can be used to strengthen communities and reach the marginalized people like women and young people, but also talking about the agriculture value chain and sustainable food systems in general. In parallel, I think there have been courses on building your social business plan. There have been discussions about combining passion with profit. There has been a discussion on building skills for impact. And there has been a discussion about various projects being undertaken by various partners. And I would like to thank everyone who has been with us all this time, as well as everybody who has contributed in one way or another to make this happen over this time. It has been such an exciting time. I'd like now to talk and find out, how was it for you, Hans? Do we have Hans?
You hear me?
Hello?
Hello, Elizabeth.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Super. How it was inspiring. It was great to have you, to meet you, Elizabeth. I'm looking forward to come to Kenya. Of course, one of the highlights, it was, again, the youth and the new people who we meet, because that's why we're doing it, to give the young people a clear entrance and to teach us. So it was great, and of course today we had a lot about coffee, we had a lot about social business, the super culture into our economic system. So a fully inspiring day.
Great. It's good to hear that you also had as much fun as I did. And without wasting much time, I hand this session over directly to you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. So once again, thanks a lot to take 2 days' time to give us the opportunity with the Viber Foundation and with the whole family to talk about social business, to explain about social business, to discover the system of social business, and to see what makes a sense for you or makes no sense for you. We are not here to convince anybody. We're just here to share the knowledge and to share our experience. And in this way, to sharing experience, I'm very happy to introduce you now on stage here in Munich on the Summer of Purpose, a friend who I meet through social business and to Professor Yunus and Emmanuel Faber. As you all know, Emmanuel Faber is a big friend of Professor Yunus, a huge frontrunner in social business aspects, and he had a friend in the B Corporation, Marcello, and Emmanuel Faber and Professor Yunus both say, oh, that makes a sense. Then I meet Marcello and go a little bit closer to the B movement and the B Corporation movement to bring it a little bit closer for exchange between social business and the B Corporation. And in this way, it was my honor to meet Walter Link, and he makes his journey today morning from Rome to be with us live now on stage here at the Africa Impact Days. Walter, please join me on stage. Super.
Hey.
Thank you. Walter, the good thing is on social business, we always have new friends and new people on stage. So it's the first time then we meet physical. The rest was all done like I know Elizabeth also since yesterday via digital friendship, and now the same will happen, of course, between Elizabeth and me. Once we will come together and we will see each other. So now we are here. Walter, you have a dedicated life into the way of mindset of people, of empathy, of business-driven. You're out of a business family. Tell us a little bit about your story, where you're from, and what drives you. We always call about the social conscience-driven economic market. What is your driver?
Well, I had the, I think, great privilege to grow up in Germany just as we were waking up really to understanding and grappling with the Holocaust, the Second World War, the tremendous impact of the economy on the politics and all that happened. And so I think from 12 years old, we were very dedicated to try to understand how we can change the world. And the good news was, while we were grappling with the past, there were all these wonderful movements that were changing society, the peace movement, the women's movement, the environmental movement. So a lot was happening that was giving us the feeling we can really make a difference, and we have the responsibility to make a difference. And so I came also from a business family, so we have a Euro-Asian industrial group, and we represent companies like Siemens and Carrier and Merck and many others in Southeast Asia. And so I wanted to turn that group into a fully sustainable group. And as I was working on that together with my brother and family, I was realizing that really we can only achieve true change if also the system around us changes. Because within one organization, even if it's a big one, there is a limited amount of things you can do. And so, taking full responsibility for that, I left the leadership of the group to my brother, who still runs it today. And I went 30 years ago to create the first sustainable business alliances across Western and Eastern Europe and Northern and Southern America. And at the time it was all a fresh and new idea, and we weren't so many people, so of course already then Professor Yunus was an amazing inspiration, and some other people too, but it was basically the Explorers Club. We were all helping each other to understand how to do business really differently.
Helping each other. We are today very much focused on East Africa.
Yeah.
You mentioned now many states. What you see as the role of young people in East Africa, what they could play for us in the future?
Well, I think first of all, we have to change completely our mindset to look at Africa as a place of problems. Yes, there are problems, like all over the world. There are actually more problems here, because we export all of our problems. It's a place of incredible dynamism, of lots of entrepreneurship, of very strong energy. And I think that the solutions have to be born from places like that. It's not an accident that some of the greatest leaders that we all admire, whether it's Wangari Maathai, who we remembered yesterday, or whether it's Nelson Mandela, or whether it is Gandhi or Professor Yunus, why they are coming from countries that seem to have a lot of problems. But that means also they have a lot of solutions.
Yeah, absolutely. And Professor Yunus always tells me, oh my God, hey, don't forget to bring your problems, because we want to solve it and we want to give you the room of solving the problem. Particularly to the young people in Africa who listen today to us, and we see, I totally agree, it's for me more fascinating to learn from them how fresh they go in the future. You know, the future is not in our hand anymore in Europe, the future is definitely in Africa, there where we have the young people, there where we know the next children will be born. We have 2 billion children expecting in Africa. So life is going on in Africa. So if we go to countries like Nairobi, to Kenya, to Uganda, to Ethiopia, to anyone on these great nations and great places, the young people, what we can learn from the young people from Africa, what do you think?
Well, first of all, we can learn how to deal with adversity, how to deal with systems that don't predictably always work. You know, we are so used to, for our infrastructure, for all the systems to function. And when they don't function, we get all upset. There, you constantly have to improvise. And the future needs to be invented fresh every time. And for that, we need to develop flexibility. We need to develop responsiveness. We need to be in the moment with the situation and then look at what is the optimizing response to this moment. And I think that this is something that I observe a lot since I've been working most of my life in the Global South. In Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, people are much more playing and responding to the moment.
Yeah, that's true. It's full of life. Joy of life is in a lot what I see. They also go huge with the future technique. What I see, they're very technical affine at the moment as well. In the way of, you talked a lot about system, and we had 3 times now the word system. The business system, what we have around the globe, is so dominant. It's the dominant institutions of our life is in the business system. Professor Yunus always say we have to go out of the system and create a new system. The social business is not inside the system. We always, it makes me very clear, Hans, have to be independent, have to grow, otherwise the system sucks them in. When you was in touch, the first idea about the selfless-driven business, the social conscience-driven business, the clear model of a way to say it's a non-dividend and a non-lost company. How is it resonance to you?
Yeah, so it resonates very strongly because, for example, our company, which is a very modern, high-tech group, has just one core value, and that's doing business with compassion to support civilization and the regeneration of nature.
Yeah.
So I think you can be in business and be completely at the service of society and the world. And I think I completely agree with Professor Yunus. You have to have alternative models that become very strong, but then they also have to inspire and help to transform the mainstream, because we have 10 years to make the mainstream of business regenerative.
Yes.
And that cannot happen if all of our great ideas stay in the margins. So with, for example, Emmanuel Faber, with many other of the business leaders that I've been working with for the last decades, we are looking of how to bring this spirit into the core of the mainstream of business. And it's very interesting because markets are changing. Talent, a lot of young people, like also the ones that we're speaking here, they want to work in a different kind of place.
Yes.
Investors want to invest in different companies. Clients want different products. So we need what I call regenerative value creation, which integrates the regeneration of people and planet with business success and economic development. That we need a new DNA of business so that the whole mainstream of business can become different, because only like that can we really change society.
Yeah, the DNA in the new business is definitely wonderful symphony, is social business. Professor Yunus was very much in exchange also with Pope Francesco. You live in Rome, you do a lot on the Economia di Francesco. I know Professor Yunus and the Pope had a lot of exchange. So the inspiring work about regenerative and the Economia di Francesco and social business, what's your role in it, or what's your inspiration in it?
I think, this is a very special Pope. It's a really deeply inspired human being who, like Professor Yunus, who like other leaders in the world, a few of them that come from time to time really catch our attention and can orient us towards our potential. And so we entered into this whole stream, and we have always been working with leaders like that for decades, to see what can we do to reorient the imagination of humanity and also back it up with very concrete things. So the people working with Pope Francesco, they say it's so important for him that it's concrete. So his main call is for concretezza. Be concrete, make it happen on the ground.
Okay, that's very much in the line of Professor Yunus. So I know he is now there. I give you, when you want to introduce Professor Yunus, how you would like to introduce him?
How do you introduce somebody who everybody knows?
Yeah.
So when I was reflecting about that difficult challenge,
no, it's not easy.
I was thinking, some human beings, we mentioned Mandela, we mentioned Gandhi, Wangari Maathai, some others, they become, in a way, their personality dissolves. Their person doesn't matter anymore. What matters is the idea with which they inspire the world. And that's really, they're like an instrument that's born to bring an idea into the world, and they do it so well that when we hear it, we are touched in a way where we remember the potential of what it could mean to be human, individually and collectively. So for me, Professor Yunus is such a being that in a way has become transparent as a person and is just there to bring this amazing idea of social business into the world.
And I tell you, everybody listen, it's dangerous to listen to him, because if you're one in, it makes so much joy, you never go out. And this is the way to welcome you, Professor Yunus, of the end of these 2 days. Super nice, and you have time for us again. Explain in your words, what is social business for the young people in Africa? And welcome.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Walter. Thank you for your wonderful introduction. You're making a big thing out of me. I'm just sharing my work and my thoughts as it comes. It's crazy things. People kind of get shocked when I say things which doesn't really fit into the normal, quote unquote, normal way of thinking, normal way of doing. And that's where the beginning was. And now listening to you, listening to Hans, it reminds me of the kind of thing we have been doing in the past, how it reflected in other areas, in other parts of the world. This year, as we began, we wanted to get connected deeply with Africa. So everything we wanted to do, all our events, we planned the whole year, would be located in Africa, particularly East Africa. So we had our social business East Africa Forum in March in Harare, based in Harare, but it was done for focused on East Africa. And now we are doing the Social Business Day coming on June 28th, continuing into July 2nd in Kampala, based in Kampala. And then we'll have in November our Global Social Business Summit based in Nairobi. So everything, the whole year is devoted to that. And I was explaining why I want to do that. I was saying that all of us, all human beings, started their journey from Africa. So we are all in Africa. So we have to go back to our origin, where we are, to learn what we should be, what we look at ourselves to become reborn as human beings. So if we have to start a new journey, that's the place to start a new journey from Africa. And then we'll feel not only we are doing it, we have a mission of creating a new civilization. The old civilization is no longer tenable. It doesn't fit into what human beings are all about, what human beings want to do things. And this is something that we have to discard. And we had to invent, we had to design a civilization which fits us as a human being. And the best way to do it is to start the journey again from Africa. And that's where we are. I was very happy that we could do that. And this is what led me to many things that I did. It's a kind of surprised me, shocked me. One is the famine in Bangladesh, when people are dying. And I was seeing how the moneylenders, the loan sharks, are making a heyday, making lots of their own profit to exploit the situation of people's desperation. So that reminds me of the same kind of thing in the pandemic, the vaccines. I see exactly the similar thing. Vaccine producers want to make a huge amount of money. Pandemic has given them an opportunity by creating lots of spreading the virus and threatening their lives all around, threatening their livelihoods. And that's the time to make money, because people are in danger, people are at risk. So they want to make a massive amount of money. So they put the profit against life, and exactly the same situation that I was facing on the situation of hunger, people death of famine, and at the same situation, moneylenders making lots of money. So what I was trying to do in a situation like that, to see if I can protect people from the loan sharks. And this time I was trying to protect people from the vaccine producers, talking about how to make vaccine patent-free. Patent is the problem, that you have the commercial ownership of something that others people cannot touch because you have the commercial ownership of it. I said that as if the vaccine owners have it's like boats that you have when people are dying in the ocean of pandemic. You have the boat and you're saying that they give me the highest price, then I'll let you come into my boat. And only then you can survive. So people taking advantage of the situation of others' misery and others' threat of life and so on. So and in the context of famine, I went out to see if I can get the people off the loan sharks somehow, to protect them. I have no idea how to do that. So one simple idea that came to my mind, maybe if I lend the money myself, they don't have to go to the loan sharks. Then it will be solved, and we have we have protected people by lending the money to the people. So I started lending money from my own pocket, and it immediately caught the imagination of people and spread around the village, and I was very happy. And that led to what we now know as microcredit, microfinance, and all that, which and a challenge to the entire banking system. And so here, in this context of pandemic, we are talking about creating a social business pharmaceutical company, so that we don't have to wait for people to take advantage of the situation of death and disease. And we can go ahead creating social business pharmaceutical company, because as a social business, this company will not be interested in making money for themselves. They will be interested in solving the problem of the disease and how to protect people. And not only the vaccine, this pharmaceutical company, social business pharmaceutical company, can produce all kinds of medicines. Medicines are unnecessarily made expensive. It doesn't have to be that expensive, but it's made expensive because they want to make money, like the vaccines became expensive. We were originally told when we were campaigning for patent-free vaccines, so withdrawal or removing patent from all vaccines. At that time, we were talking about, people were telling us, the manufacturer telling us that it will cost about $1.50 and $2 per dose and so on. Now we hear enormous prices being charged for that kind of vaccines. So similarly for the medicines also. And the medicines are made unnecessarily expensive because it's so easy, because you are threatened by some diseases. Your life is threatened, or life of your loved ones are threatened. So you pour in whatever you got, make you destitute in the process, particularly people in the lower levels of income and so on. So we thought social business pharmaceutical company would be a good idea to make that happen. So I'm working with Hans to see during the social business day to mobilize people to come together. People, the CEO of corporates and business people, business experts, pharmaceutical business experts, to get together during the social business day virtually to draw up a plan to create a social business pharmaceutical company. While we are trying to do that in an international level to create a social business pharmaceutical company, we are also getting ready to create a social business pharmaceutical company in Bangladesh on our own initiative, so that we can take care of vaccines and medicines in Bangladesh, and we can also make it available for the rest of the world. So this is one. We need help, technical knowledge, those who are familiar with how to design a pharmaceutical company and design the factory to produce all these vaccines and so on. So we can start with a state-of-the-art pharmaceutical company to produce those vaccines and other things that we have to do. So these are the kind of parallel that I was talking about, which leads to one after another. And when we did the microcredit in Bangladesh, it is spread not only within Bangladesh quickly, it also spread around the world. One of the regions which picked it up very quickly was Africa. And Kenya was one of the leading countries who picked up not only the idea of microcredit, but expanded microcredit within Africa. We held our social business, microfinance summit, global summit in Nairobi to celebrate that, to assemble all the microcredit people in Kenya and also Africa and also the global people together. So I still remember that. And another country which became very active in microcredit was South Africa. In remote places in South Africa, they started a beautiful microcredit program. So if the idea is generated, if you can put the example of it, people pick it up. So this is what we talk about, the social business idea and so on, how to make that happen. Another thing which particularly attracts me and interests me in Africa, and that's why we are focusing on Africa, to learn and be ready to start the journey for the whole world. This is Africa equals youth. Africa stands for youth. That Africa is the youngest population in the whole world. And to me, this is a fantastic thing to have for any continent. The youngest population. It's the richest thing that you can get. It's not the wealth in terms of money, dollars, euros, and things. It's the people. You are rich in people, young people, vibrating creativity inside of them. So youth, as Africa equals youth. It's a very simple thing. Africa equals youth, and youth is future. So Africa is the future for us. And that's the power to do that. So how to reach out to them to explain what is waiting for them. And we are starting the journey from Africa under the leadership of the youth of Africa, because they have the fresh mind. They are not, their minds are not polluted by all the old ideas and things that we have been pumped inside our brain. They couldn't be reached to do that, to contaminate the thinking process of the young people. So the youth is the appropriate leadership material to let us know, to find out what they need to do, what need to happen. And so this is what we should be emphasizing. Right now we are having this Social Business East Africa Forum. And again, I raised that issue, the Africa youth, entrepreneurship, creativity. That's all we have in Africa. And Africa can take this resource, make this journey forward. And during the pandemic, Hans knows it very well, I've been screaming to make a decision for the whole world so that the whole world can get around, make the decision. No going back. We don't want to go back to pre-pandemic economy and pre-pandemic world, because that was a terrible world. We want to create a new world. And this is an opportunity. We are at the zero level now. We don't go back to the old world. We go forward to another world. So when the people say, let's rebuild the economy, I said, rebuilding is out. We don't rebuild. We discard. We build new. So Africa is the right place to build new. We discard the old, we build new and start the journey. And the young people don't have to wait for anybody. And that's why during the Social Business Day, which will start on June 28th here, and we want to continue this journey. And during this Social Business Day, we will launch a very important thing. We are calling it 3-0 Club. So we'll be encouraging young people to form 3-0 clubs everywhere. A club needs only 5 young people, and we define young people, the people who are at the age of 12 to 35. If you are within this age range, then you can form 5 young people form a 3-0 club. Why 3-0? Because that's the direction that we want to go. And all this club will be, their first task would understand what 3-0 means, so that it makes sense to them. If it makes sense to them, they know what to do. We don't have to tell them what to do. All we need to do is to draw the attention to these 3 zeros. And these 3 zeros are zero net carbon emission. We want to get rid of global warming. There's a lot of talk going on, a lot of decisions are being declared. Some of them are, we have to wait until 2050 to find out what happens. So we have no time to wait for 2050. We have to do it in 5 years. We have to do it this year. We have to make the step. We have to start the journey, and we cannot wait. Urgency will be the theme of the entire thing that we do. So this 3-0 clubs will be devoted to understanding this 3 zeros, zero net carbon emission, and zero wealth concentration, to end poverty. So we want to end the concentration of wealth, ugly concentration of wealth. So 1 zero is a carbon emission, another 0 is wealth concentration, and the third 0 is zero unemployment. We don't want to get into the trap of unemployment. We say we bring zero unemployment by unleashing the entrepreneurship in all of us. We are born as human beings, again, as entrepreneurs, as human beings. Again, Africa is the example. When we lived in Africa, we were not working for anybody. We were hunters and gatherers. That's our history for thousands and thousands of years. And we have to reinvent ourselves going back to Africa, that we are entrepreneurs. We can change the world the way we want. We are not working for anybody. We are not going to be mercenary for the big money makers, working for them and collect wealth for them and pass it on to them. We just survive with whatever little thing they throw at us. That's a slavery. That's not human life. Human life is about creativity, and Africa stands for creativity. And as Africa stands for power of youth. That's what we look for. So we will be celebrating that. We will be launching that. We hope we can get to the minds of the young people around the world to encourage them to create 3-0 clubs and get connected with each other. That they are very important force of this 3-0 club is not what somebody is lecturing them. I'm not going to lecture to them. That's not the purpose of that. They will be talking to each other. A club will be connecting to another club. And that's the networking between the club, what you are doing, what I'm doing, what is the problem they're facing, what the problem we are facing, how they solve it, how we solve it. They learn from each other. It will be a global network of young people. And that connectivity will be the power which will change the world, create a world of 3 zeros. That's what we are looking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, Professor Yunus, I can't express how I missed that we can't travel anymore together. I can't come to Bangladesh. The last journey what I did was with you in Amsterdam, 7th of March.
That's right.
And then Munich.
That was the last trip.
It was our last trip, but it's so nice to see you. And I guess there is the questions of the youth in Africa. Elizabeth, do we have some questions to Professor Yunus, where we have now the chance and the young people can ask you directly how to find these 3-0 clubs, what's going on?
Sure.
In the meanwhile, I ask you one question for deeper understanding on the model of social business. Because we have many new people here who listen the first time about social business. What was the original thought to create the model of social business, Professor Yunus?
It starts from the World Microcredit. We are doing lending money, create Grameen Bank. Then we saw the problems of the poor people, other kind of problems, not just the finance, also the healthcare. So we got involved with the healthcare. We started our first initiative to bring toilets because there were no toilets in Bangladesh in the villages. So they will go out in the open and spread diseases. So we said, that's not acceptable. If you want to join Grameen Bank, you have to dig a hole and use it as a latrine. And unless you do that, you cannot join Grameen Bank. So it doesn't cost you any money. So don't tell me that you are poor, you cannot do that. You are perfectly all right. And if you need help in digging a hole, we'll help you to dig a hole. That's it. So that became a standard procedure of Grameen Bank, that if you want to join Grameen Bank, you have to have a toilet. And you start with digging a hole and use it as a toilet. Then we created a business to produce good quality toilets in the village so that we can give loans to borrowers of Grameen Bank to buy this toilet and set it up in their homes. And it's a very well designed by UNICEF, standard design. So we started producing it and we gave them the loan to buy it, and that loan to be paid back over a long period so that it doesn't weigh heavy on you. Just a tiny money you pay every week, and ultimately over many years, the money will be paid off for the toilet that you have got. Then we got involved in bringing healthcare for women and children. We created healthcare insurance company. Then we started creating healthcare centers to bring doctors to treat people and let them buy the healthcare insurance, and we give them out of the coverage of the insurance company, we provide them the healthcare. So we created in a series of things. We created hospitals, we created health centers, we created digital health business to digitally bring healthcare to the people in the remote places and so on. And we created a solar energy company to bring solar energy in the rural areas to replace kerosene lamp with solar energy. So we did all these things. The reason I'm telling all this, we all did all these things. We had no idea what we were doing, except that we want to do it in a business way, meaning that we must cover the cost. Because I was saying that doing it as a donation, as a charity, it doesn't get us anywhere. Because charity money goes away. So you need the money again. You have to go run after money to raise money, and it takes up your time in raising money than using the time for doing the job. So I said, that's a wasteful way to use your time. Why don't you create a business, make it a business to cover the cost, and have no interest in making profit out of it. So it's not a personal profit that we are interested in. We are interested in solving problems. So that's what became something later on. We had a controversy whether this is the right business or this is the wrong business. Can business be done without making personal profit? I said, why not? It's my decision. I don't want to take profit. I'm not violating any law. It's my personal decision. So I do that. So I said, I put a name to it because it's easy, makes it easy to for conversation. So I started calling it social business and defining it as a business to solve problems rather than make money for yourself. So social business is something where you bring the business idea to solve a problem without any intention of personally benefiting from it. That's a social business. And all these businesses we created are actually social business without knowing that we had to put a name on it. Now we can go back, put a name in it. Even the Grameen Bank itself is a social business because we didn't want to make money. Today, many of the microfinance programs I see is distorted because someone wants to make money by microfinance, and that becomes a loan sharking business. So microfinance has two types of microfinance. One is the right microfinance and the wrong microfinance. Right microfinance is a social business microfinance. Wrong microfinance is a loan shark microfinance. So this has to be very carefully decided. So that's the idea of the social business.
Yeah, and it's wonderful because on the social business, I know it's nearly about 50 years ago, 74, 76, when you start the whole stuff, you was a professor, you had young student, Nujahan, many others who was following you, and it needs a lot to start, but if you keep on going, I know you founded more than 50 companies, no of this company belongs to you, you're in 80,000 villages every day by serving your neighbors, your people, and this is really an amazing story. Walter, do you have a question to Professor Yunus?
Yeah, I have a question. I have the honor to be a vice president of Savodia, which in Sri Lanka.
Okay. Sri Lanka, I know.
Yeah, exactly. And so we also, had microfinance banks, small ones, in thousands of villages. Yeah. And we intentionally transformed this originally NGO into a fully regulated bank, because we want to influence also the banking system and the mainstream economy, And so I'm coming back to what I said earlier. It's like now that social business is becoming stronger and stronger around the world, that there are hundreds of millions of people engaged in it, and more people in mainstream society are being really interested in it, both in business and civil society, academia, politics, and so forth. How do you see that we can, without losing the spirit, the selflessness, the service orientation of really being there to serve society, how can we inspire more and more a transformation of the mainstream economy to create a new normal of this regenerative business and regenerative economy?
Well, this is the one that I always try to respond to this question. It has to start with education, because our schools and our universities are teaching students that business means maximization of profit. So that's the only thing, only goal businesses have. I said that's a very wrong thing to say, because economics has interpreted human being in a very limited way, in a very distorted way, I should say, that interpret human being as someone driven by self-interest. You see, human beings is imagined or is assumed as someone very selfish. All he does or she does is about self-interest. So business became a vehicle for fulfilling the self-interest. That's the maximization of profit. I said that whole economics just starts with the wrong foot, with the wrong idea about human being. Real human being is made of at least two different interests. One is a self-interest, and self-interest is need to be met by maximization of profit. It's okay. It's a part of human being. But the other part is a collective interest, that we can build a business on the basis of collective, to solve the collective interest, to serve the collective interest. And that part is missing in economics. So we should be teaching young people that there are two kinds of businesses, one based on self-interest, one based on collective interest. And one that is based on self-interest is where you maximize profit to increase your self-interest. And one is based on collective interest. You have no idea of making any profit because your whole objective of the business is to solve problems, not to make money for yourself. That's what creates the social business. So it's an option. It's a kind of choice young people can make, whether you want to do social business or you want to do profit-making business, or you can do both as a human being. You have both sides, so you do both. You run social business, at the same time you run profit-making business. So whatever you enjoy, the more enjoyment, more happiness you get, more things you would like to do in that direction. And there I put my thoughts into it by saying, making money may be happiness, making other people happy is a super happiness, and social business is a super happiness.
Thank you, Professor Yunus.
Hans, I have a question.
Yeah, wonderful. Give us the question from the youth, and then, of course, before you have your question, because this is the last, today we're running out of time, we have this one question. Professor Yunus, I just want to let you know, here are in the biggest European Entrepreneur Center in the Munich Collab, we're working with doctors and young people on the global social business pharmacy. Tonight or tomorrow morning, we give you the first thoughts, and then everyone who want to give and shape with us, 28th of June, we start the big journey. There's no going back anymore on the Social Business Day, and who have questions, join us on the 28th of June. We're doing the sharing, and Elizabeth is your last questions and your command. Please, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Looking forward to that. Yes. So the question is kind of twofold. We accept that social entrepreneurship is growing, and the first part of the question has to do with accessing finance, because the biggest challenge that social entrepreneurs are facing is accessing finance. So are there ways, and what advice do you have for innovative financing mechanisms that can support the growth of social entrepreneurship? And the second part is around mindsets, and how do we address the challenges within the education system around curriculum change, around subject content change?
Yeah. On the finance side, we have been talking about the way to redesign the entire financial system, but we don't wait that thing to happen overnight. So we start making our own journey. And that's where our journey for microcredit began. We created our social business banking system by creating Grameen Bank. We're encouraging others to do that. And it's self-sustaining. We just take the deposits from people, and that money we then lend out to the poor people. So it's a self-financing program. It's not, we are not waiting for any donors. Grameen Bank was not waiting for any donors in its life. It also generated funds by taking deposits, it's just like any other bank, and then invested in poor people by giving them the loans. And we have created social business venture capital fund for young people, so that if you come up with a business idea, you're an unemployed young person, you're searching for jobs, you say forget about jobs, become an entrepreneur. To make it happen, we said, if you have a business idea, come to us, we'll invest in your business. We are social business, we are not interested in your profit of your business. Only thing, you make profit for yourself and give us the money back. If you can give us the money back, then you can qualify to take second round of the investment so that you can continue. So you need to create those institutions, social business, venture capital, and the banking system. And key factor in the financing, it has to be done in a social business way. The moment you drop that idea, then it becomes a profit making, and all the people in the bottom level are not interesting for them. They want to jump up to the rich people so that they can make big money out of them. Either you become loan shark at the bottom, or you become big bankers for the rich people. These are the two choices they have in the profit-making world. So we said this had to be a social business bank. And about the mindset, we are making our own efforts to create instances instances are a good way to change people's mindset. We didn't go and lecture about microcredit to the world. Simply said, this is what we do, it works. And people get very curious. They doubted it, oh, there's something fishy about it. I said, come on, you see it, what it is. They saw it, then convinced. Then they say, I'm going to go and do it in my country. I want to do it in my village. And this is how the whole idea of microcredit expanded. That's why it came to Kenya, South Africa, and all the other countries, Nigeria, everywhere, all over Africa it came. Same way, you just pass it on with ideas. So create instances, that's the best way. And another way we are trying to get into the education system, many universities became interested to create a social business center. And many of those universities call them Yunus Social Business Center. Today we have 90 universities around the world, including universities in Kenya and Uganda, Social Business Center. We call Yunus Social Business Center. So within that Yunus Social Business Center, they offer courses, they offer research, they offer the degrees in many universities to do that, so that they can get oriented to the new ideas and the new kind of thing. So it has to be included in somewhere in the education system. That's where we need to do. So we need a small opening in that. And another thing we are trying to do now with the 3-0 clubs, so that you can start thinking about it yourself rather than waiting for your teacher to tell you. You tell the teacher what you know, so that he will learn or she will learn from the student, that because teacher doesn't know anything about it. But if you're in a part of the 3-0 club, you immediately know what social business is, what global warming is, and so on. This is what they're supposed to understand and look for it, how to address those issues. So that's how I would respond to that. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Professor Yunus. And thank you. And Walter is a new friend from us, from Emmanuel Faber. He will help us now also to do it. Elizabeth is a new friend from us in Kenya. We have a lot of young people now. And this Yunus Center is always ready to help you to set up a Yunus Social Business Center at your university. The Yunus Center is always helping us to build up a 3-0 club. We at the Grameen Creative Lab always happy to inspire you and to guide you and to help you. Professor Yunus, you're always an inspiration. We're looking forward for the next days. We can't wait for the beginning of the Social Business Day. And thanks for your time again.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. No,
it's with friends in South Africa, in Africa. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay, we see us again in 9 minutes for the Science Gate. Elizabeth, thanks a lot. Professor Yunus, we make a small break and then we are back at 5 to the Science Gate. Bye-bye. And keep it bye-bye, Professor Yunus.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
My name is Markus Bischoff. I originally come from the Black Forest and I studied mechanical engineering here at the Technical University of Munich. Well, I think I'm a combination of a researcher, maker and an entrepreneur. Well, I find climate change quite devastating and I really find it motivating to create new technology to challenge climate change, to have an impact. Well, I had the idea of creating a new boat concept. I was during my studies, and apart from my academic career, I worked on this project, and now at the end of my studies in the masters here at Munich, I found a team. We are working now on this project together with the same vision of decarbonizing the shipping industry. And the technology we are creating really is unique there and gives a great chance to decarbonize the shipping industry. During my studies, I had the idea of the cargo kite concept, and the environment of the Technical University gave me the opportunity to actually challenge the idea, to develop first simulations and to investigate if the technology actually works or not. The Technical University of Munich really understands to combine high-class research with the Unternehmertum who supports early-stage startups. I think that's unique here in Munich. The problem we are facing today is that the shipping industry emits more greenhouse gas emissions than, for example, the whole state of Germany. In fact, 3% of the whole greenhouse gas emissions come from the shipping industry. And to solve this problem, the cost is really high, and right now the incentives are really low. Our technology offers a clean alternative at the same price as cargo ships. During my bachelor degrees, I studied a year abroad in Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil, where I actually studied naval engineering and naval architecture. Fascinated by the industry and always interested to be near the ocean, probably. Well, at the end of my academic career, I really thought about what do I want to do, right? What technology do I want to develop? I'm a mechanical engineer, and I see myself more as a system engineer who understands everything a little bit and creates new stuff. Well, the topic of my master thesis was to applicate an airborne wind energy system, which is a flying wing, innovation of the wind energy sector, and applicate one of those systems efficiently to a boat, to power the boat. The project runs under the name Cargo Kite, and it's basically a kite which is connected to a boat, a redesigned boat, and the kite also could be described as an airborne wind energy system. It's an innovation of the wind energy sector, which at the moment efficiently harvests high altitude winds and creates clean energy. And what we are doing, we are applicating such an efficient system to a redesigned ship hull, which creates actually an energy-wise self-sufficient boat, and that boat runs completely clean. Yeah. We at Cargo Kite are currently building our first prototype to show that the technology actually works and how great it works and all the benefits. And based on the achievements, we will then raise some money to build a bigger prototype. Well, I find it motivating to create new technology, state-of-the-art technology, which is contributing to tackle the challenges with climate change. And the Cargo Kite concept is one of those technologies because we have the ability to reduce greenhouse gas emissions globally by 3%. That's quite a lot. The main benefit about airborne wind energy systems is that they harvest high altitude winds, and high altitude winds blow with more power and have a higher probability of occurrence, which means in fact on the open oceans, where our use case actually is with the container ships, we have enough wind energy to power our boat on 350 days a year. Combined with a smart route planning algorithm, our ship can efficiently transport goods at the same delivery times as a container ship without emitting any greenhouse gas emissions at all, and that on a cost which is similar to container ships. All the other technologies existing need to transform energy in a clean way, like wind energy or whatsoever, store the energy and then put it back in the ship. Our system is way more efficient if you look at the whole process. My personal purpose is to develop great technologies which tackle problems arising from climate change. We have to act now.
All right, warm welcome everybody. Summer of Purpose Science Gate number 3, third day here in Munich at the Munich Urban Co-Lab. We started slightly different today. We watched this little video, but let me now introduce my guest and welcome them here on stage. Professor Dr. Ruth Müller, you're Associate Professor of Science and Technology Policy at the Technical University here in Munich. We are going to talk about social science, about wealth inequality. We have quite a lot of big topics on the agenda today. And then, Markus, we have seen you already in the video, so you had your introduction, but still, of course, you're one of the co-founders. You have support with you, Amelie Binder. Yeah. Together with 2 more and a team behind, you are now in the process of establishing Cargo Kite as, let's say, a spin-off from the Technical University of Munich. So it will be really interesting to hear the different perspectives today and bring these together. So from social science to cargo, that's quite a stretch, isn't it? But let's get into this. So maybe also there we start with the big topics first. When we talk about social science, how is science changing nowadays to address the big challenges out there? Is there a change happening? Maybe, Ruth, that's the first question for you, and then I also want to hear your perspective on this one.
I think there is a move to reorient scientific research and technology development to address questions of social responsibility in a more head-on way. So science and technology have always contributed in positive ways to society, of course. But at this point, there is a move towards starting with key problems, key challenges in society and putting them front and center in terms of kind of what kind of research questions do we want to ask, what kind of technological problems do we want to address. And this is like in our field, we talk about this as questions of responsible research and innovation, for example. And at the TUM, we're talking about it as human-centered engineering, for example, though I think we should also include the non-humans in this, particularly if we're thinking about like the biodiversity crisis and other things. Yeah, but I think there is a move to kind of also bridge a gap that maybe exists in some places between science and society, technology development and societal needs.
Because you said, of course, science is always there to benefit society. Maybe not. I mean, that's something we could challenge as well, right? A lot of technological advances also came for many different reasons over the course of history.
Absolutely, and I think this is also a question we really need to address. We're sometimes talking about a lack of acceptance of science in society, of kind of maybe a technophobic stance in some parts of society. But we also need to ask the question, who really benefits from a lot of the, let's say, technological innovations that are happening today? Are they really created in a way that they seek to maximize the benefit for different members in society, or are they creating a wealth difference that is growing and growing? So I think historically there is an interesting example. For example, there was when the first tomato harvester was created, so the machine that kind of picks tomatoes from the tomato plant. It was a research project state funded at the University of California, Davis. And there was actually a lawsuit against the university afterwards because the invention of the tomato harvester had created a massive wealth distribution in Californian agriculture because only big agricultural companies could afford them and then produce tomatoes at a much lower price. So a lot of small farms went out of business, a lot of people lost their jobs, but the funding had come from the state, right? And shouldn't actually contribute to such increase in inequalities in a sense. So we do need to think what problems do we want to solve and who benefits if we solve these problems, and how can we create technologies that do not exacerbate the unequal wealth distribution in society. And of course it's a political problem too, but the question is what can we in science and technology development contribute?
Amelie, maybe the question for you then. Do you feel that science, that your work within the university has now a strong focus on society? And maybe here to add on, Ruth, you said human-centered engineering. Maybe for you it's more like planet-centered engineering. Do you feel that's a strong focus in your studies, in your practical work?
Well, in our case, definitely. We made it our goal to develop a technology that benefits the whole society. But the way I see it or felt it in my studies at the TUM, definitely we were encouraged to think about what's the society dimension of our work. We should develop theory and new technology, having an eye on what it does to society and if it benefits society. So that's just my personal experience, but yeah.
Markus, you share that experience. Do you feel also there the driver, let's say driver of change for this comes from student side, comes from the frameworks, from the university, from the academics? How is that change made happen?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of change is happening today. If you look back like 3 or 4 years in my environment, in my bubble where I live, a lot of things have changed. Also, the idea of creating a zero carbon emission cargo ship 4 years ago wouldn't have the playground to actually get funding and get forward. Now it's a different time, and so yes, I think times are changing.
Ruth, our time's changing really. Do you feel this is different times where things are gaining momentum, new ideas emerging at a speed at which they need to emerge?
That's a very difficult question, right?
I like difficult questions.
Sorry. I mean, I think things are changing, and I think there's a different kind of awareness that we're really kind of at a moment where things need to change now. Otherwise, we've already created pretty irreparable damage to the ecosystems of the planet. But if we keep waiting for action, then there's just going to be no return at all. So I think there is a growing awareness in some parts of society, but as I said before, we should not forget that we're also living in a day and age where wealth inequality at the same time is rising, right? So we have a drifting apart within society as well. And it is vital that if we think, for example, about environmental change, we also think about social change. We think about change in the economic system that allows members of society to feel included in transformations that are necessary. Because it's hard to ask people who struggle to make ends meet at the same time to ask them to, invest in more expensive products in everyday life to save the planet. So, and also, we just need to create different structures. So in the end, the ecological crisis, questions of wealth inequality, they cannot be solved by individual people. It's a structural problem. It's a problem for which we need political change, economic change, in order to create structures in which people can live differently.
And you said we're able to get parts of society on board, and Markus, you also mentioned we're in a bubble. You're in a bubble, I'm in a bubble, might be different. Are we still in that bubble that is maybe a little bit getting bigger, but not still mainstream? Are we far away from that? Or do you feel confident that this bubble is going to get big at some point in time?
You really, really like the difficult questions, right? No, I think the question is, I think bubbles are constituted differently today than they were in the past. Our bubble might include people from all over the globe, but that might still share similar socioeconomic characteristics in a certain way. And one thing I want to say is often when we talk about climate impact, or like one topic that we've been doing research in my group, the social life of plastics in society, for example, we often think that, the people who are wealthier, who can have an eco-friendly lifestyle, might be the ones that are contributing less, like who have a smaller ecological footprint, but that's actually not true. The wealthier people in society usually create a much bigger ecological footprint, because they're the people who fly more, who purchase more, who might drive the fancier car, you know. So I think the question is, what does on board mean in this context at all? And might we believe that we are on board because we have our reusable cups and we can afford certain products that are labeled as ecological, when in fact our own footprints might be much bigger than those who might not even actively try to live environmentally friendly?
And those people then might do more shopping, online shopping, being more globally active. And this is then, of course, where your solution comes into play, right? I mean, global trade is skyrocketing. So everything is super interconnected. Maybe there we shift gears a little bit and go towards the ocean. You have to tell us also a little bit about this big topic of global trade and how important shipping actually is. I mean, we get a sense of it for it, but how important is really the shipping industry for our life in the end?
Yeah, well, everything we have here is probably been shipped at least once. So the shipping industry is the backbone of logistics, and 90% of global trades are transported at sea, and therefore a lot of problems arise, right? So we have the shipping industry emits more than 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Sounds huge, sounds little, but it's actually in the range of the complete emissions of Germany. And the problem in the shipping industry is that there are no incentives arising to take the emissions out of the industry, right? And that's where we come in play. We use clean wind energy in a most efficient way and plan our routes pretty smart. And yeah.
Then you have to tell us, I mean, I'm curious to learn more about the solution, maybe for you as well. Like, how does it really work? Where are you in the process? I mean, we've seen it a little bit in the video. It looked pretty fancy, pretty nice. How does it look like? What is the ship actually doing?
You mean the technology, or how far we are advanced in our project?
How far are you right now? Because it's also a big project, right? I mean, it's not we're designing an app, but you're really going into something physical, hardware, sophisticated. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a long-term project, and it's a huge technological challenge. But right now we are already building a ship. We're building a prototype, which is already financed, and we are ambitious in our project, believing that we can get an actually fully functional container ship already in next year. So yes, it's ambitious, but we have the perfect source, so to speak, of technological experts here at the TUM. And I mean, if you want more details, he's like the technical lead. So, I don't want to say anything wrong. So.
No, it's fine.
But maybe Markus, then the technical details for me as a cargo dummy, I mean, you have to explain it in an easy way.
Well, the main idea is to take the clean wind energy at the place of occurrence, right? And therefore creating a really efficient system. What is the efficient system? If you look at current solutions in the shipping industry, they all focus on storing primary energy like hydrogen, LNG, or ammonia, and this energy must be produced in a clean way, so we actually need an infrastructure overproducing clean energy so we can operate ships in a clean way, and that will not happen before 2040. And our concept, even with a long developing time, will be able to operate in 2025 already. And the whole production of those ships, which are smaller than container ships, can be easily scaled and fast scaled. Yeah.
And one thing also there about when we talk about the importance of the global shipping industry, I mean, we have seen it just a few weeks ago, remember in the Suez Canal, when that one big container ship just made that little error and got stuck. Everybody realized how vulnerable we are also, like how interconnected systems are, how complex it is. We even have one of these containers here in our backyard. It's kind of one of the evergreen ones. I think it's a great example how you put science into practice. Is this something that we see also more in the academic context, that we really need to find ways, that we need to build infrastructure, that we translate scientific results into practice? Is that a big trend? Is that happening?
Well, what I find really great about this project, and we were talking about it before a little bit, is that you were saying these smaller ships would also allow to get to places that don't have big ports, right? So they could reach a wider variety of sites, which would allow a different distribution of goods, which might reduce, like big ports create a lot of traffic around them, a lot of environmental pollution again. So to me, this is both a solution, like a technical solution, but that takes into account the social structures around these technologies. And I think this is very important. And I think there is a desire, if I think about our students at TUM, there is a desire to figure out these kinds of solutions that are not just like, oh, here we have the new technology, but we actually don't know how it fits into the world, but that start with these kinds of issues in the world and find a solution that creates better environmental solutions, but also better social solutions. Because these things are always tied together. There's nothing we can just fix with a technology if we don't take into account the social and economic environment that it has. And so I think that's a kind of thinking that is starting to be more encouraged. I mean, definitely at our university, TUM is also founding a new school of social sciences and technology, but I think also generally more widely it is recognized that the problems in our world are complex in the sense that there might be technologies that can help address them, but they can only do so if they are built up on a deep understanding of their social, political, economic contexts.
So would you say that this really requires a different mindset than also in academic teaching, in scientific work, in research work, to have that mindset shift? And is that something that you see as well, that this is happening?
Yeah, definitely. There is a higher awareness. And yeah, I mean, I studied computer science, but even there is this interface to, okay, there are societal problems and we can use technology to address these problems, and let's find a way to do that.
And I mean, also to have this awareness that technology can be a source for good, but can also be a very powerful source for bad things. I mean, that's something that we see. And is that also something that we need to incorporate more than into, definitely teaching? So is education then the game changer? I mean, asking the academics about this, the answer is maybe not surprising, but still, let's discuss this.
I think it's very important, and it's very important on different levels. If we talk about higher education, so universities, I think it is very important to introduce students early on to interdisciplinary thinking. Because if I look, so I'm originally a molecular biologist and then became a social scientist, and I teach often in life sciences and biomedicine context. And a lot of the students started studying biology, for example, because they want to contribute to the world in a positive way. But then kind of as they're studying, they're getting very well trained in their discipline and how to do lab research, but they get kind of a little bit disconnected from these kinds of questions of the social context. And so when we're doing our courses on biology and society and these kinds of things, there is a real desire to think about one's own work in this wider social, ethical, political context. So I think the students are not the problem. The students are really eager to think across disciplines, right? We just need to create these spaces where they get the opportunity to try to think in a different way, like learn to use their mind in different perspectives. And then they're trained in this, and then when they're starting to do research, it will be much easier for them to collaborate with people from other fields and kind of bring together these perspectives that allow us to develop more integrated solution and more socially robust solutions for all the problems that we do have in this world today.
And I mean, there definitely it helps to have examples, right? Like tangible examples, to see something, to get inspired. How do you also perceive reactions to your endeavor, which is not the typical one, I would say?
Well, you were talking about creating spaces and so on. I think we have here in Munich a unique playground with the Unternehmertum and the cooperation with the TUM. And I did my bachelor's in Darmstadt, that's well, a different university, different system. But I see, for example, in Munich, a really great ecosystem. A lot of startup students come to Munich to study here because of the Unternehmertum, because of the great support you can get here as a student, and not losing your energy on the way of really trying to change things. And yeah, well, I experienced it myself. I had the chance to write my master thesis about this project and scientifically prove the concept that it actually works, the ship we just saw. And that gives us obviously a great starting point.
So, great starting point. What's the next step then?
The prototype.
The prototype. So you're building this.
We are building a prototype.
Tell us some
right
secrets.
now.
Where, how does it work?
So the Unternehmertum has a great tool shop in Garching, and we are mainly working from there, building parts and then assembly them. And we hope we can test the first prototype in a lake in Munich somewhere. We hope that that is possible, and yeah.
You can see Amelie's already excited about this, about the testing, to have this kind of, let's say, bigger milestone, right? I mean, once you have that first test, the first pilot is something you aim for, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to it. But actually, I was just smiling because I am worried about the business case right now. So there's also this other side that we want to address a market, and we have to make sure that we have a product market fit, and that we not only contribute to societal good, but also address a market need and make sure that the solution is what our potential customers are looking for. And so there's this whole other dimension besides working in the workshop, also worrying about market and business case.
Is that also, Ruth, maybe a question for you? The big challenge to translate something that happens in the academic context is still in the piloting, prototyping stage, but then really get to impact on the ground. Do you feel this is still the big bottleneck?
I don't think I'm necessarily an expert on this. I feel like these two most probably know more about kind of how to get really a startup going in this kind of sense. But sure, I mean, it's a question also how we set up funding for these kinds of initiatives. Is this something, for example, where we say, okay, we also need public funding to support this kind of translations? What is the ecosystem, again, that we build around translating particularly innovations that will help us become more sustainable into practice?
And do you feel that ecosystem is changing? So are there open doors for you, or a lot of closed doors where you still have to knock and say like, hi, here we are, this is our ship?
Well, I think it's definitely changing. I think we see a lot of impact investors arising, which weren't there 5 years ago. And yeah, there's a lot of things going on in this direction.
So you feel confident? I mean, Amelie, you're in charge of the business part, so do you have that confidence level high?
Yeah, I mean,
you have to.
No, not like I have to, but it's. Of course, I'm more than confident that we can make this work. But to your question, if the doors are open, I would say semi-open. You still have to knock on the door, especially in a huge university like Munich. You can get help if you want for basically any issue, but of course, in such a huge university, people don't just come to you and say, hey, I heard you have a problem, can I help you? No, it's like you have to ask them and be proactive. But we wouldn't expect it any other way. We knock on those doors, and if we do, we have made very positive experiences, both from the, okay, I love your idea side, and also from the, okay, I have a contact to this company, I can make you an intro, I can help you there. So yes, that gives us confidence every day, and as in every startup, some days you're like, okay, this is a huge challenge. And in others, it feels like, okay, it's perfect, everything is working out.
Especially when you knock on doors where they're like, oh no, that's not a good idea. I mean, this is also part of the story where people might be negative, critical about things, or do you feel you have open doors there so far?
Maybe you have different experiences, but I made really purely positive experiences with the idea. I mean, some people are I don't want to say conservative, but a little more critical in their thinking and say, okay, this is very different from every solution that exists. I don't know if the industry is ready for that. It's going to be a lot of work for you, but the idea itself, most people are like, okay, I really hope this works out.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, it's super inspiring to see that this is going to take place sometime. Looking forward to the pilot in Munich on the lake, so I'm sure you share some visuals and some footage of this one, definitely. And I mean, one of the big contributors, so you're contributing, let's say, to more positive environmental impact. Ruth, shifting gears here again a little bit, wealth inequality as one of the big topics out there. I mean, we're talking a lot about climate change right now as that big topic out there.
Yeah.
You say wealth inequality, that's the other one. Does this have the same attention as it should have? Do we battle for attention between the topics? How do you perceive this?
I don't think the issue of wealth inequality has enough attention. So it's, maybe we can think a little bit with the COVID pandemic in this context. So if we look worldwide, who were the people who have been suffering the most from exposure to COVID, getting sick from COVID, dying from COVID? We see that these risks were strongly determined by socioeconomic status, which again is often related in different national contexts. By race, for example, we see in the US, the African American and Latino population died at much higher rates than the white population. It is in Germany, the first numbers have been coming out that the migration background has a lot to do with COVID risks and so on. So you were mentioning the term resilience earlier, right? Resilience is not something we should necessarily think of as a quality that individuals possess, but it's something that is built in a social context that is a quality of community. And we currently have a system where risks and benefits of living in this society is very unequally distributed. And that makes us weak as a society. If we have many people who cannot be resilient because they don't have the resources to be so, then we as a whole society cannot be a resilient society. So thinking with such major events like the COVID pandemic might help us to see how, in a sense, we cannot create safety as individuals through wealth. Right? We're not an island, so we might be living in a communication bubble, but we're not living in a real bubble, right? And so if we don't shift gears here and put a stronger focus on equity in society, that just creates societies that can't be resilient, that will not withstand major upheavals.
Are there a lot of learnings that we can take from this crisis now and the resilience of society to the next big challenge of climate change? I mean, will effects be similar across the demographics, target groups that you mentioned?
I mean, again, who is affected most by climate change is both on a global scale, but also within, let's say, Europe, extremely determined by socioeconomic status, right? It makes a big difference if you're driving around in a car with a nice air conditioning or if you have to wait for a bus without shade when temperatures are rising. So both in terms of the health impacts, because climate change, of course, is also a big health issue. As temperatures are rising, we will have more and more people suffering from heat strokes and so on every year, which is again determined, the risk for that is determined by your health histories, which are also extremely socially patterned, right? How healthy you can be is not necessarily only an individual choice, but it's also structured through your social context in which you live. So I think climate change, it's important that we understand that climate change creates vulnerabilities that will affect all of us, but that also have impacts that are strongly, biased based on our different positions within society.
Yeah, and then the ability to respond to this. I mean, it's now also today East African Impact Days, so we're talking a lot, when you think of East Africa, smallholder farmers, huge proportion of the population depends on agriculture. how well are they able to respond to shocks that come from climate change? And also, I mean, this is something that you're working on, right? So with cargo, you're actually in the field of agriculture for your first pilots, coffee, right? So, I mean, you want to help the coffee supply chain, you want to make this better in the end, more economic? Is that an impact that you also aim to achieve?
Well, coffee is one of the products we could transport eco-friendly, like completely CO2 neutral. And we see at the product coffee that actually the supply chain is one of the biggest pain points in being completely sustainable, right? We have fair trade, we have the coffee is grown in a good way, people are working with farmers and so on. But the supply chain, there is really no alternative if you have to cross an ocean. Mm-hmm. You have to go on a container ship. And
in the end,
that's really something we can change. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, this is something that you basically do. You help to make the entire supply chain, value chain more eco-friendly, therefore improve or like decrease the negative impact, let's say it this way, and maybe also ultimately help the farmers. It's a long chain now of impact, but that's also something you mentioned before. Things are very complex nowadays. Value chains are very complex. So where do you create impact at which part in the value chain? Fundamentally important to think about.
And I think this is also important. I think there's great value in the way our world is connected today. Mm-hmm. And I don't think the response can be that we say, okay, everything just needs to be now, you know, very national or local. So kind of this a way of limiting our thinking. I mean, many things are important that they're happening local, like local agriculture and these kinds of things, and to think about these things more strongly again. But connectedness and exchange is also an important value. So how can we balance this as we're trying to move forward, right? A lot of countries, if we say we stop drinking coffee, let's say, and we're not importing any coffee anymore, I mean, that would be a disaster on many levels. But that would also be a dramatic shock for the economies of other countries. So if we want to move towards sustainability, I think we always need to think kind of on the level, on the one hand, what can we do in our local context, and where can we, for example, move to local production, because it really makes much more sense. But how can we also rethink questions of connectedness in ways that don't destroy the planet at the same time, right? So, yeah.
When we talk about future scenarios, we have to talk about positive scenarios. When you now say we have to stop importing coffee, for me this sounds like dystopia. I'm not sure how you feel about it, if you're more on the coffee side or on the tea side.
Or chocolate.
Or chocolate, yeah. Chocolate doesn't grow in Munich, like cacao, so you don't have it here. Yeah. But is that also a different understanding that we need nowadays on the complexity part? I mean, you say we can't restrict globalization in that way, global trade, we need to accept this, but find ways to do this differently?
Yeah, I mean, if we think about it on a political level, right, we see that there's one response to the complexity of the world, which can be frightening sometimes, is to move into a direction of we're just going to close the borders, we're just going to pretend there's no planet out there, and we're just going to act as if we could just build walls around us and that will protect us in some kind of way. That's just simply not possible, right? With a global phenomenon like climate change, for example, there's either global collaboration to address this issue, or this issue is just going to get worse. And so it's understandable that this is also a scary moment where we understand that issues can't be solved, for example, on the national scale anymore as easily. There's issues that can be solved on the national scale and that should be solved on the national scale, or could be solved even on a local scale. But so I think that to acknowledge that, and to also maybe have, so this is, we talked about when we were talking earlier, we were talking a little bit of the question of education as well. And I think that is very important. In a sense, when we think of school education, there's aspects to it that are maybe not necessarily adequate for today. Mm-hmm. So of course we need to learn basic skills in math and reading and writing and all these kinds of things. But then there's also subjects that we maybe have to learn in a new way. So maybe instead of a more fact-based type of curriculum, what we need is a maybe more skills-focused curriculum. For example, teaching critical scientific literacy. So how can I understand scientific knowledge? How can I also media literacy? How can I understand what I read on the internet? How can I fact check? How can I do all of these things? So I think we need new skills that every person should have an opportunity to learn, to not be so intimidated by this complexity, but kind of embrace it in a certain way and see what kind of solutions might also be born out of this complexity.
Maybe that's a question for both of you. Do you feel well prepared when it comes to all these skills? Or do you feel that's still lacking nowadays? You can be honest. I mean, nobody's listening from the university side, so that's okay. Amelie, how do you feel about it?
To a certain degree, it also depends on you, I believe, on, I don't know, your family, home, what they taught you, if they want you to be critical and so on. And in school and university and from my home, I was encouraged and taught to be critical, but so again, we're back at the bubble. I can't talk for everybody. In university, TUM, yes, we were encouraged to challenge, and but again, that's the TUM. So maybe Marcus, you have made other experiences.
Yeah, the family bubble or the academic bubble? Which one was kind of pushing you more towards these skills?
Well, I always try to learn about new bubbles, I think. I've been, during my studies, I've been in Rio and studied naval engineering there for 1 year. I mean, I'm half Brazilian, so that's somewhere around the corner. And I mean, I experienced there a complete different education system, so I kind of have the comparison to Germany. And I mean, we can be critical about the systems here in Germany or in Europe even, but once you compare it with, for example, Brazil, I mean, they have good universities, they have good private schools, and so they have huge problems, from my opinion, arising from education.
One aspect I want to pick up, you said also when we talked about the national solutions, we can't have national solutions. I mean, the shipping industry, the cargo industry is a great example for this, right? Because national solutions don't work.
Yeah.
How does it look like? I mean, how do you come to solutions? Or is it really the regulation part? Are there any regulations? Maybe you can get us a little bit into the complexities there, into this world as well.
So actually, in the shipping industry, it's really hard to enforce regulations, right? There's the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, which gives an idea of what could happen in the future. But the enforcement lays with the country, right? And if we now, for example, in Europe say, wow, zero emission cargo shipping is a great thing, let's do it, and another country is not on board, that would not help anyone, right? Because then the ships would just sail under a different flag, and for them the problem would be solved. And for us, we really, since we come from a more business-driven way, so we really can offer clean cargo at the same price as container ships in the future. We established an alternative for this shipping industry, which has no incentive to get greener.
So that's kind of the change that comes from a different point of view. So not the regulation part, because regulation doesn't work on this. So it's more like solutions that bring in the change. Is that also way to go? Or do you feel like we need much more regulation route on many of these topics?
I think both routes in combination seem to make sense. I mean, for me as a social scientist, it's immediately kind of the question, how did we arrive at a point where we have a globally really important industry that can't be regulated, right? How did that happen, that there is this sector where no democratically legitimized institution has any purchase on it? So I don't think that's an ideal situation, but a situation that we have to deal with, right? This is the situation, and unless there's a different route, I think it's really important that we create solutions that can work in this situation, because we will not suddenly arrive in the ideal situation, right?
That's interesting, your question when you say how do we come into that situation. Things evolve and maybe then you find a need to regulate something. I mean, you could compare this now with digitization, social media. You come to a point where you're like, how could we even get to this point?
Yes.
We need to regulate it. Is that something that is typical? That regulation always comes in kind of as a response to something that is not working well?
I guess it depends, right? I mean, if we think, for example, of social media, this concept had such huge success that it created companies that had a lot of power, or have a lot of power today. So they even arrive at a point where it's hard to regulate these companies because their economic influence is so strong. But it is also often, it's hard to predict where certain things will develop. And I think we're also not necessarily yet very good at thinking. Kind of, we can learn a lot if we look at the historical development of prior technologies, for example. But we're not yet very good as a society to really learn these lessons in a certain way and have a proactive way of engaging with technologies. We still have this, we're learning at the moment that we kind of need to be more active about thinking what might be the impact of a technology with a kind of future perspective, and think not only, for example, what might be technical risks that are arising, but what might be social risks, cultural risks. And this might be something that's happening now, because we keep arriving at this point where we are like, this went in a direction we didn't see. So I think these are the lessons we're learning at the moment.
Is that maybe also a very, very critical skill that we need to have? When we talk about future skills, we always talk about creativity, future thinking as like one of the future skills that we need to have to think more and further ahead into the future?
Yes, I think historical awareness is extremely important, so that we have a sense of how did we actually get to this point where we are now, and what can we learn from this historical analysis if we look into the future. And And also this kind of comparative thinking, possibly, to think about kind of this new technology that is arising at the moment. What cases have there been in the past that we could use to model possibly our speculative thinking about its impact in society?
A super interesting point here as well. Maybe that's another difficult question, so sorry for this here as a little disclaimer. But really, two of my favorite books, Harari is like Short History of Humanity, and Professor Jeffrey Sachs also on The Ages of Globalization. They look quite back into history. There's so much that we can learn from history and adapt it. Did you like history that much, looking into history, or do you feel like, oh no, this is far away as well? I mean, this is also a good answer to say like, no, we didn't, but that's also maybe something where we can change things.
Well, in our case, actually, I don't know how active we did look in history, but if you go like 500 years back, the whole logistics supply chain over the oceans was completely cleaned by cargo sailing ships. So, yeah, a little bit history
500
there.
years ago, there was Columbus and Vasco da Gama, right? Columbus and Vasco da Gama, they were probably the only ones who were on ships on this planet, and then it emerged. Maybe.
I think there were also a lot of indigenous populations with really good ships.
Probably, yeah. No, that's true. They are the famous ones. They are famous ones. We talked about dystopian, like no coffee, but we need to talk about positive future scenarios. So maybe that's also a final difficult question for you. What's your wish for 2050?
You want to start?
That was your joker handed over. Who wants to start? That's the wrong question. Nobody wants to. Amelie, do you have a wish for 2050?
Well, our vision is pretty simple. We want the ocean to be full of cargo kites and have a decarbonized shipping industry. And I think if we keep developing as fast as we do right now and do our jobs well, this is possible, and we're striving for it. But obviously, it's difficult to make a general statement there. Like, there are so many things, so many problems that we could address. And to your point of history, we don't even have to, in our case, don't even have to look back in history, because it doesn't take a genius to see that, not even really that much critical thinking, to see that the dirtiest possible propulsion, which container ships are using, it shouldn't be the future. So no need for history, no need for complex thinking, just see the problem, the elephant in the room, recognize it, and be proactive and do something about it. So maybe that's our goal for 2050, tackle problems and recognize them where they exist.
So that was an easy question, very clear vision. I have a picture in mind now, how 2050 looks like on the oceans. Markus, do you share that wish? What's yours?
Well, I actually have nothing to add. So we have a lot of cargo ships running around, and yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
Would you have to say something else? You can't say like, my wish is like cargo ships all green. I don't believe you.
No, I'll leave that one to you. So I'm a bit cynical about these things, so I'm going to try to be as positive as I can.
Okay.
So on the one hand, I really hope that democracies haven't collapsed. That would be a good one. Then I hope that we have a significant decrease in wealth inequality. So that we figured out an economic system that focuses on giving people more opportunities to use their talents to contribute to the world, and doesn't, limit what they can do in society by the wealth they were born into or not born into. That goes hand in hand with significant progress in terms of less racism, less sexism, less queer and transphobia, so that we kind of move towards a society that isn't filled with so much anxiety and even hatred in some cases. And if we could combine that with also not further destroying the planet, that would be great. And I think these things need to go together. I think this is really an important realization, that we need more social equity if we eventually want to have more climate justice, more intergenerational environmental justice. So, to bring these things together in a synergistic way.
That's a bold wish with many different aspects.
Yeah, but they're so interconnected.
That reflects the complexity that we have been talking about today. So this is where we're coming to an end. Thank you very much for the diversity of perspectives here that you shared, from the very concrete solutions with the bold wishes, how our oceans will look like in 2050, to getting us into social science and how interdependent things are, how complex things are there. So thank you very much. I would say this is your applause here from our audience on site.
Thank you very much.
Longer applause is good, right? We have to seize the moment. That's not typical. So thanks everyone here on site. Thanks everyone for watching us today. This was ScienceGate number 3. So we're coming to an end here. But before, I would like to welcome Tobias Engelmeier. He's an entrepreneur, founder of TFE Consulting. You want to come on stage, tell us a little bit more. You will also be here tomorrow for the ScienceGate with me on stage. But you wanted to come here and spread a message. So warm welcome on stage, Tobias. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Hi. Hi, hello. Are we going to stay like this?
We're going to watch you from behind, but don't worry, we're nice.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I wanted to bring in a topic that's perhaps slightly different. So I'm an entrepreneur, and I've been working for the last 15 years on mostly electrification, on bringing electricity to parts of the world that don't have it, both in terms of building things in different remote places and investing into distributed energy infrastructure. In places like India, where I lived for a long time, or Papua New Guinea, or Kenya. And it might have been talked about before in the Summer of Purpose, but there's a specific issue that we have on this planet that is strange to us living here. And that is that around 800 million people don't have any access to modern energy sources. And that's a huge problem. Actually, I think can you just run through the slides a little bit as we go through it? Yeah. So there's 800 million people who do not have any access to electricity. And if you look at quality access, which is the kind of access to electricity that we're used to, the kind of electricity access that allows you to lead a productive, modern life, then we're talking about as many as 3 billion people that don't have it. Now, there's a sustainable development goal that goes with it. And that's Sustainable Development Goal number 7. And we have all together, as the United Nations, agreed that we want to achieve universal access to electricity by 2030. Problem is, we're not getting there. We're far too slow. We're not making any progress. We're making some progress. There's great kind of individual, I'd say, heroic and great efforts all over the place. But altogether, it's not fast enough at all. It's one of the biggest issues. Now, why is that a problem? Why are we not making progress? One of the key reasons why we're not getting there fast enough is because we know so little about these regions that we want to build infrastructure in, that we want to work with. I just came here on one of these EMI scooters, which I unlocked with my phone, and I had my Google map, and I found the way. It's the first time I'm here in the collab, it's no problem at all, right? You all live the same way. When we talk about these remote areas for example, in PNG, where we worked, it took us 6 months and travels into areas that are difficult to travel to learn enough about around 30 to 40 villages to be able to decide on whether and how to best provide electricity solutions there. And the problem is the same for governments, the problem is the same for investors, for everybody. We work a lot with governments in these countries, and they don't have, they don't know where their electricity grid is. They don't know where people live. They don't know how many people live there. They don't know how much energy they would need. They don't know whether they could pay for energy. So all this kind of basic digital infrastructure is missing. And from this work, we found that that's one of the key bottlenecks in achieving our global goals and bringing electricity to all these people. And we started to work then with the European Space Agency a while back, and with Applied AI, the AI lab here. Actually, they're sitting in the same urban collab, to think about how we can build the digital infrastructure that we need to pave the way for the actual physical infrastructure. Now, why does that matter? I think, I probably don't have to explain that to you guys here, because you're all here for the Summer of Purpose, and you're purpose-driven, and you're aware of these things. But, of course, without electricity, everybody's life, people's life is extremely limited and stunted in different ways. There's no modern healthcare, there's no modern education possible, there's very little agricultural productivity. People use their hands and the muscles of themselves and their animals. So it's an extremely limiting condition that for us is far, far away. You mentioned history. That's kind of, I don't know how far back Harari went into a society that was pre-modern energy, but it's a couple of centuries probably. Now, the second issue is that these populations that we're talking about, 800 million people to 3 billion people, are some of the most affected by climate change. And they, of course, have least contributed to it. But if we don't give them access to modern energy sources, usually solar energy, in almost all cases, solar energy, but if we don't give them that access, there's very little resilience they have. They can't package agricultural products, they can't pump water pumps, they can't cool, etc. So it's a cornerstone piece of giving these populations a basic resilience against the impacts, the effects of climate change that are particularly severe in these areas. Think of the Sahel zone, and for which these guys have least, to which these have least contributed. So the problem is that the governments that want to solve the problem, the investors that want to solve the problem, the companies that want to solve the problem, need to find some scalable way of addressing this challenge. They need to understand where all these populations are and how to best electrify them. Should we expand the grid to certain areas? Should we build distributed mini grids in other areas? Should we sell solar home systems in some? And they need an integrated tool, much like I used Google Maps when I came here, that allows them to manage and run these electrification efforts at scale. And that's what we've built. It's called Village Data Analytics. And it's automated, it's globally available. It uses Earth observation, it uses advanced data analytics. It's a software that is used by governments, investors, and companies to advance electrification. We can move on. So we've looked at over 5,000 villages so far. We're catalyzing more than $1 billion of investment into electrification in these countries. It's in Ethiopia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Lesotho. We now work in Pakistan, Colombia, different places. And I'll show you very quickly. Now, this is going to be a bit of an experiment. I'm going to show you how it works. And my colleague Nabin, who I actually wanted to have on stage here with me, but he has to do the demo from the back. He's going to click, and I'm going to talk about how this works. So you go onto the website, onto the software, and onto the platform, and you'll see, in this case, for example, the work we're doing in Ethiopia. Now, there are different types, different countries we work in, different vignettes. You can see this is all the work we're doing with the World Bank and KfW. And you'll see that there, in the highlights section, there are around 2,231 off-grid villages that we've identified that meet certain viability criteria for building distributed energy systems, mini-grids there. And on the right-hand side, you see that these are continuously updated with new information that either comes from the government or comes from the ground that we add to it, and the analysis is always rejigged and fine-tuned as we move along. And then, if you go into the into more detail, so I understand that for you guys this might look a little bit like the apps on your phone, but this is quite a big change to what is currently done and available to anybody who's interested in that market that we work in. We've developed an algorithm. Now this is kind of a little slow. We've developed an algorithm that looks at where the current grid is, because nobody knows that. So we look at nightlight imagery that we get from NASA. We look at settlement information that we get from daylight imagery from the European Space Agency. We look at topography and road infrastructure to predict where the current grid is. Right? We've developed an algorithm that determines what the boundary of a village is, which might sound not such a big challenge, but it actually was, because villages come in all kinds of shapes and sizes. And then you zoom into these villages, you look at the village, you see the settlement structure in the village boundary, the larger houses, the smaller houses. From the larger houses, we can deduce, we assume that these are mostly commercial buildings, so we can say there's a certain potential energy demand attached to them, and that energy demand comes at a certain time, usually during the day, so it impacts the load curves. What you see on the top left-hand side is a filtering opportunity, so you can filter according to different criteria that users set, so you can maximize it for economic viability, for example, if you're a mini-grid company, or you can maximize it for the social impact, if that's what you want to do as a donor or as a government. And then on the bottom left-hand side, you see a list of the different villages, and we can maybe click into one of those. And then you see a more detailed view of these villages. On the right-hand side, you have village statistics. Again, it's not very easy to transport that to a kind of Munich-based or global this kind of audience, but just understanding the name of the village and the exact geolocation of the village is already quite a lot of work, because that's just not, many of these villages have different names, for example, in different languages, etc. So bringing all this stuff together is on the right-hand side. We look at how it's accessible, how far it is from the existing grid, from the transformers, from the substations. We look at the social infrastructure. Are there any schools there? Are there hospitals there? We've worked in Nigeria, for example, where we looked specifically at the electricity electrification of health centers and how to create functioning cooling chains that allow for medical kind of supply chains to work better. And then we kind of predict what the overall energy demand in this village could be. We then look at, then there's some dynamic aspects. We look at agriculture. We can look at how the village grows over time, which is very important because it tells us not only about migratory patterns, but also about how dynamically, how dynamic a place is, what the likely growth in future energy demand could be. And I'm not sure whether we can show that here, Nabin, but maybe we can go into the, so these are the denser, less dense areas. Again, important because if you want to build a grid in a place, then you probably want to connect the denser parts first and not the less dense ones. And then we can do an entire grid layout in it. We can say this is how it's going to be electrified. Now, this is happening. So we create these layout plans, these grid plans in villages, and they then become part of either the company's development process, and they electrify them in certain places. For example, we're just working with companies in Madagascar and DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, to do that. In this case, when we work with governments, then this goes into tendering processes, and then they tender these villages out to mini-grid developers, or they give some of these villages to the utilities for their grid expansion plans. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. This digital backbone that we're building can be used for all kinds of things. We're currently using it mostly for electrification, but it can be used also for healthcare, for agricultural activities, etc. Anything that is built infrastructure in these remote areas. And we're making use of the latest technology. We stand on the shoulders of giants, so we don't develop everything ourselves, but we have very important components that are being developed elsewhere. We benefit enormously from the growth in the space industry and all these new satellites that are coming up. We benefit enormously from the advances in computing and algorithms that are being developed. And we're putting it together into a software, making it useful for an area, for a market that has least access to modern technology. And with that, we're trying to change this particular market. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank
you very much, Tobias Engelmeier. So, with this, we're coming to an end. Everybody, enjoy your evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. And now it's time for music.
Hi, hello, good evening, welcome. This is the last session on our 2 days of our East Africa Impact Days. It has been an amazing journey. We have covered so much in those 2 days. I can't believe it's been only 2 days. We started off yesterday morning with Dennis, I remember this. And we were talking about what the Yunus and You Foundation does in Nairobi. We talked about the Yunus family and its initiatives here. And this went into many different discussions with different people and different insights, including insights on collaboration, insights on inclusion, insights on diversity. It has been inspiring. It has been a lot of fun. Today, we focused a lot on agribusiness, and that was also in its own way different, but also very exciting. And I am looking to see if Hans is anywhere with a microphone and wants to ask any one of us any questions, or if there are any questions from the audience in Munich. We haven't had a chance to hear from the audience in Munich. Would be good to hear some questions. I don't hear anything.
It's Maria here. Hans is not here, so I'm going to take the stage.
Perfect.
Hi, everybody.
Perfect. Sorry, I thought he was there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he left, but I'm going to take the stage. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for this amazing journey, and thank you, everybody who joined this journey together with us. We at the Grameen Creative Lab, we organized this event connected from Germany, but it's like all the amazing people that we met from East Africa with the speakers, all the people that joined, it was like really feeling like we were really connected, even if at distance. So in this very last moment, what we want to do is really show you the people that were behind all of this, the people from the Yunus family. We talked a lot about communities, we talked a lot about ecosystems, and really what the social business is really a community. So before I introduce you one person, Natalie, who just joined 2 weeks ago, and in 2 weeks, basically, she connected us to all Africa. So maybe, Natalie, I wanted to hear your comments on this quick journey.
Thank you very much, Maria. It's a pleasure. So indeed, I'm part of the Grameen Creative Lab team, part of this team that has been working tirelessly behind the scene to make this event happen. And I especially had the pleasure and the privilege to actually talk to most of the speakers while preparing the event. And it was a super nice feeling to see, all the pieces of the puzzle coming together today and yesterday. And from the feedback I already start receiving, it's super nice to see that people learned, connected with others, and very high energy. And I'm super happy and super proud of what we've achieved and what we've seen during these 2 days. And I also wanted to thank the whole team, the whole Grameen Creative Lab team very much, my new colleagues, so thank you very much. And I wanted to also have a special thank you for Elizabeth, our wonderful Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Natalie. I want to hear also from Zinat from the Yunus Center. Do we have Zinat? Otherwise, we can pass it on to Daniel. I see you, Daniel. Hey. Daniel from the Yunus and You Foundation. What's up? How did you enjoy the event?
Absolutely amazing event. Thank you so much to the Grameen Creative Lab for putting on such an incredible, engaging, and interactive and fun event. I'm always super grateful for events and forums like this where we get a chance to learn, to share, but also to kind of make the real lasting connections and then interactions that can really help drive positive impact. It's been a year since I joined and started this journey with the Yunus Foundation. I've been amazed by all the creative, innovative, young East Africans who are taking up the mantle and really solving their own problems. So that's something that I'll I'll cherish as we move forward. And I'm super excited for more forums, the Social Business Day coming up next week, and to carry on to momentum and really show how together we can really drive that impact in our community. So big thank you to the team, everybody in Munich and everybody around East Africa, and thanks so much, and back to you, Maria.
Thank you, Daniel. Then we have the Yunus Environment Hub. So we have here with us in Munich, Christina, the CEO of the Yunus Environment Hub. They have been working a lot on acceleration programs in East Africa, and you guys were really like in the field. So maybe if you can tell us also, really, you have been doing this for 1 year now in East Africa. You were there doing your programs to have zero plastic cities in Ethiopia and Kenya. Tell us about all what you've been doing in this year and the next steps ahead.
Sure, yeah. It has been an exciting year. And I mean, we first started on better understanding the local ecosystem. That was kind of the first steps. Reaching out, building partnerships to people, mapping the ecosystem, and building up the pipeline with the people that we needed to work in order to make those programs happen. And at the same time, we were also building a digital platform for entrepreneurs, not only because of Corona, but also because we think we need digital solutions to really scale and grow our impact. And that digital platform is a tool for especially young people, for anyone who really has the passion on solving a social environmental problem, who wants to make a change, but doesn't yet know how to channel kind of that energy. And it is a course in which the participants develop their social business plan. We launched it in the beginning of this year, and so far we had 100 people building a social business plan in that course, and we will continue that throughout the rest of the program. And then you mentioned also Grow Up, our acceleration program, which is for established entrepreneurs that are post-revenue and that want to grow and become investment ready. And we selected out of many applications 25 social business entrepreneurs that underwent a capacity building and training program. And then we selected 10 out of them who are now receiving a more detailed and more profound mentorship and training program that will culminate in a pitch event in October. And then finally, you mentioned our Zero Plastic Waste Cities initiative. We've been conducting feasibility studies on 2 cities, Nairobi and Mombasa, where we went into slums and really low-income neighborhoods which are not served by waste collection companies, where literally waste is not collected, so it's being dumped along the roads. And we've been conducting studies and design social business solutions to address it, together also in partnership with a network. One of our partners is UN Habitat, and then together with a couple of local NGOs that will also complement not just the social business setup, but also with awareness creation program, educational programs, capacity building, which is really required in order to make such a program then also work from a holistic point of view. And on that, we are also collaborating with universities to bring in research and scientific background. We have a collaboration with the Department of Urban Planning at Kenyatta University in Nairobi, another one with the Nottingham University.
That's great.
So very busy year for us, and we are looking forward to what the next 2 years will bring.
Nice, nice. Yeah, these are just like 3 of the faces behind the team, but maybe we can have there's other people connected so that you see a lot of the people behind the community. Yes. Nice. So as we remind you, so we are the Grameen Creative Lab, the Yunus Center, the Yunus Social Business, the Yunus Environment Hub, and I see also Zinat that joined as well from the Yunus Center. And this is a 3-year program that we're carrying out in East Africa. So we're going to have another forum in 1 year. But before that, I want to do one thing before reminding the next steps. It's thanking really a lot everybody here, the GCL team. Azami, you said you were only a creative designer. You ended up being the assistant of the regie and supporting everybody. Tuba, you've done an amazing job in if we can do this program funded, it's thanks to you, Tuba, as well. Nafiza, Nazmus from respectively Bangladesh and another part in Germany. They were supporting us on managing the community online, Cantom on social media. You guys have done an amazing job. And I just joined myself only 6 months ago, the community, and I'm super happy to work with all of you guys. So with this, I close. We see each other on the 28th at Social Business Day. And the next step in East Africa is going to be in Nairobi, 5th of November, until the 8th of November for the Global Social Business Summit. And with this, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. And music.
All big things start in a very small way. It all depends on how strongly you believe in it.
I see great action coming from East Africa. Africa does and can lead in the world.